This is my nearly 4-year-old hardcore world. I absolutely love building and have been working to create a beautiful, connected world that tells a story. Now that I've officially hit 3,000 days, I wanted to share the journey from day 2,000 in a, well, really long video. And oh my god, does that say 10 out? Yeah, that's definitely a longer watch, but feel free to leave it on in the background while you work or sleep or whatever. I don't judge, and hey, you know what? It helps me out a lot, so I appreciate it, honestly. Speaking of helping me out, if you enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It would really mean a lot to me, and that way, if you're interested in the world, you'll get to see the world tour that I'm releasing here in just a few weeks. Okay, that's enough of my yapping. You guys have a really long watch ahead of you, so without farther ado, enjoy my journey to 3,000 days. Welcome to my forever world, where today we're gonna totally revolutionize the way that I travel. That's right, I want to change things up so that I'm enjoying the little bits and pieces of my world, not just flying from one project to the next. And this transformation all starts with a new countryside just outside of the city. Yep, that's right guys, today we are going to start on a new section of the world down here, which all used to be a forest. I actually spawned in right over there or so before, moving to the village. But anyways, I was originally planning on starting the, big section of the city behind me here, but I actually kind of just want to go ahead and get started on something new today. I've been working on, the video for 2,000 days and so many other big grindy projects. I think something simple like starting this new area is going to be nice. And as for the whole revolutionizing travel in my world thing, it's horses. I'm building a horse stable today. My reason for building this horse stable is I feel like my world is growing more and more, and I'm getting just way too comfortable using my elytra everywhere. But I spend so much time in this world, I kind of forget to appreciate it. And I think giving these horses a proper home and, trying to get a reasonably fast horse is gonna make me really enjoy and appreciate what I built in this world so far. But before we do that, I want to chip away at the mountain by the city just a little bit. I think doing it in sections, even though we're not starting the city today, is going to save me a lot of time in the future and make me happy. So let's go ahead and jump into that. What I'd like to do now is add in some infrastructure. Just kind of continuing this pathway behind me here into our new area, but that way we can see where some of our builds are going to be in the future, and it kind of helps us plan the city all at the same time. Trust me, I think I'm going to be thanking myself later for this one. Alright, and the pathway is all done. You can kind of see how it extends here from the city. I wanted to go around this big crater because I do want to use this for something in the future. Maybe turn this into like a stone quarry or like a mine or something, just kind of like right outside the city. And then it takes this kind of like windy pathway down the hillside here, and then eventually it takes like a weird bend or a turn here. But then eventually it's going to connect up with the pathway that is going to lead us right to our horse stable right over here. I guess I haven't really talked too much about this new area yet, but I want it to be a little bit more of a like spread out, almost like a countryside kind of vibe. So not quite like as close together as Midtown is right now, but think even more spread out, right? I want to add in some more trees and just a lot more like natural things and make this more, yeah, again, like a countryside kind of vibe. So very spread out, very rural feeling. Gonna add in some fields and whatnot over here, and just lots of like lush kind of scenery, I think is the vibe for this section here. And with that being said, it's time to go ahead and get started on the stables. Oh my goodness, you guys. I am like so happy with how this turned out. I think this might be like my favorite thing I've ever built. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's a maybe I'm just excited because I just built this, right. So like there's a lot of hype and stuff, but like I don't know. This is super cool. So I guess the idea here is this is like an older, like, I don't know. Obviously, it's kind of fallen apart a little bit. Like it's a little more dilapidated, but maybe they refurbish this into the nice stables they are. And I kind of wanted to like do like this gradient almost from this like darker, like deep slate tough, and it gradually goes into, you know, the more brick and granite and dripstone type thing that we see here. Also, I thought a nice little touch is, you know, the flowers on the side here, just a little flower field. Yeah, I think too, like the loom block, this is like the side texture of the loom block works really well, but it was a little bit busy, and same thing with just like the entirely like spruce plank. I felt like it needed maybe like a little more depth and maybe to break up this like harsher red. Maybe that's not the right word, but I think the signs look kind of cool in it. It almost looks like yeah, this is a pretty old building. I mean, this whole countryside area that I'm planning to work on is going to be similar style to this. Like it's all going to be very like old and like more rustic, whereas maybe up in Midtown and the new area not as much. But yeah, I think this kind of gives the idea of like things have been like boarded up, or like they need to do this to like put it back together. I think the clay and like the coal ore is also a nice little touch. Just some like storage and stuff around here as well. And then as for the actual, you know, little pens themselves, I didn't end up putting the wall all the way up because I think a lot of stables like they are open, like the pens themselves. So like we have the actual structure, but the interior walls are not like entirely solid. I mean, we could probably even add in some like holes here, scaffolding or whatever, so the horses can like see each other and like be buddies and stuff. And I did also add in some glass here over top of the clay, because I don't know, I've seen the glass trick a lot. I'm sure you guys know about that, how you can use it to like soften blocks or make the transition a little bit easier on the eyes. But like I'm just standing here looking, like you can kind of see it, I guess, a little bit there, but like from far away, like it looks pretty good, and the clay doesn't like stick out too much. Same thing with like over here, like the glow lichen on the clay. Yeah, dude, like I really, really like this build. The only thing that I can think, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it in today's episode, but you guys can let me know, is would it look cooler for the gradient here if the roof, like, I don't know, if it kind of matched it? Like if maybe here was like more nicer, newer copper, and then it kind of like progressively gets like greener and bluer as we go. I don't know. Might be kind of cool, but not too sure. This build, though, does have a pretty cool function or a pretty cool purpose. Obviously, it's a horse stable. And yeah, like I said before, I want to get some more horses in this world and just around here so I can kind of like roam around the world. Oh, I also did do, I got really excited and didn't record, but I did kind of connect up this pathway over here. So you can see how this is going to connect up with our village once we kind of transform this. So that's going to be awesome though, because all roads lead to the horse stable and we're just going to be able to like ride around the entire world. So let's go ahead and go grab a horse. I actually found one over here that's pretty fast. I think you guys, no, you're pretty slow. Oh, you're really slow. I think he was right. Yes, right here. So I think the fastest you can get a horse, I want to say is like 14 or 14 and a half meters per second, blocks per second. I don't know what that is. Probably not blocks. That would be kind of crazy if it was blocks. Um, but like you're pretty fast and you've just kind of been tied up here this whole time. So let's go ahead and get this guy a saddle and maybe some armor and we'll move him over there. We are going to take our original horse here, our trusty dusty horse. Thank you, sir, for your service. We're going to let him hang out over here in the, I guess you'd call these the OG stables? I guess they're kind of, oh, that was stupid of me. I guess this is kind of like the stables, but in a very like, I don't know, not as cool sense. Just, you know, a little spot here in Midtown for people to tie up their horses passing through, or maybe you're going to the Prickly Pub, and yeah, you wanted to leave your horse out here. I don't know. But this guy should be... Oh yeah, this guy's fast. Look at this, we're kind of gonna cut up through what will eventually be the hustling, bustling shopping district type area. I don't have a name for it yet. But we'll follow this pathway here. Alright, buddy, and here you go. This is your new home. That's right. Since he is the fastest, let's just put him in this stall here. And I think eventually we'll give everybody names. I don't know. You guys comment down below what you think that this horse should be named. But we'll give everybody names, and yeah, eventually this will be for like our 5 fastest horses. But Viper, what will we do with the horses that don't quite make the cut? That's an excellent question, valued viewer. I want to build a little field just right over here, right in front of the horse stable, just to keep some of the horses that maybe don't make the cut and stuff, and maybe we'll set some of them free, you know, in the forest way over yonder. But some of our like medium fast horses, maybe we'll have a use for them later. We'll keep them in a nice little like pen in a field here. So they're gonna retire to a nice farm upstate. Okay guys, and here's what we have so far. I couldn't really find like any like Minecraft horse pastures anywhere. So I don't know. I kind of just went off of what little I know about horses and their pastures. And I came up with this, which I really like. I think going forward just with like a lot of my areas, right? I want to kind of mossify everything. So like make it kind of mossy. And then I just added in a few like little patches of dirt and mud. Maybe this is where the horses hang out the most often. And then throughout there, right, it's pretty overgrown, but we also have like some food for them. There is a little like drinking pool, aquifer, whatever you want to call this, that they can stop and get a drink at. And then a little boulder here that I'm standing on right in the middle. And then around that too, I thought it might be cool to kind of sprinkle in some wheat. Obviously this isn't grown yet, but I guess oversight, they're probably going to trample that pretty quick once this fills up with horses. But it looks very pretty, and I kind of like it a lot. No real entrance for them or for me, but I could throw in some fence gates, or they can just hop over the fence. They should be able to jump that high. So yeah, pretty cool though. I'm happy with how this has turned out. I have a few ideas too to do some custom trees around here, but getting ahead of myself because there's a couple more things I want to show you guys before we move on. Just in here, I added in a crafting bench and an ender chest. I want to start doing this with more of my builds. Like, I feel like I just either have to slam down my ender chest, or like I'll fly back over to the castle there, or whatever. So I think just having these in like all my builds kind of makes it a little more functional. And then up here, I was like, I always find myself taking notes for this world, and I was like, why don't I just, take notes in the world? So these are just some ideas for the countryside here. Yeah, so kind of using the lore to our advantage, so I can come up there and jot down ideas, or like when I need inspiration, go ahead and grab that. And then you also might have seen in that time lapse there, I don't know, I can't remember if I recorded this part, but I got a little carried away and extended the pathway, so you can kind of see how this is all going to connect up. This will probably thin out a little bit as we get, farther away from like civilization, I guess. Like maybe this is a little too thick right now, but yeah, you know what? I like it. I think it looks cool. And again, that's going to kind of lead us nicely to the horse stable. All right, two things that I want to do right now. Number one, I want to name this guy as our first horse in here. I think it's only fair that he gets a name. And I've named him Manchego after a cheese that I had the other day that I quite enjoyed. And you know what? I quite enjoyed this horse too, even though he's not the fastest. He's about 1 meter per second slower. I think it's like 14.23. I don't know. I looked it up in between clips, but yeah, Manchego, thank you for your service, buddy. We're looking forward to having you here. And secondly, we need to get Manchego some friends, or at least one friend, and then we can make the other friends, if you catch my drift. Alright, how fast are you? 11.1. Not bad. 8. 8. 10. Okay. Not the worst. 10. There's gotta be some better ones out here. Surely, right? Surely. 9. Don't be 8, don't be 8, don't be 8. Okay, new fastest. Nice. What about you? I got high hopes for you, buddy. Ah. Okay, let's sleep. Okay. A little random, but I found a donkey out here, so like that's pretty cool. Oh, hello. That scared me. I think there's another... Yeah, there's another donkey out here. I don't know how fast, like the fastest donkey is. That guy's 7 something. Wait. This guy's 7 something. Okay, well, you know what? Let's bring these guys back. Let's bring the donkeys back as well, just because, well, you know what? It can't hurt to have the donkeys, so we'll bring them over there. I mean, at some point I'd like to get a couple of mules, so alright, and we'll just go ahead and tie these guys there for now. I mean, I guess I could put them in the pasture. We're gonna pop this dude right here. We're gonna take that saddle back. So I'm gonna see if I can find somebody faster than 11.4. Because, yeah, you're 13.2. Whew. Manchego, dude, you are fast. You are a hot commodity, my friend. But this guy, I mean, this guy felt really fast bringing him over here. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be good enough. We'll try. Let me do a little more searching and we'll go from there. Okay, guys, I did end up finding this guy who is 12 and a half, almost 12.6 meters per second. He's actually underneath the mountain, which is kind of really funny. So that does mean I've bumped this guy here down one, and it probably means, buddy, we're going to retire you. But I don't know, maybe we'll give you at least one shot because you are our third best horse currently. But let's go ahead and see what we can do. So I'm hoping that we'll get, like, I think it's like pretty difficult. It takes a lot of tries, but I'm hoping we can get some like at least something a little bit faster. So 13.2 and then 12.6 basically. So we'll let those guys do their thing. And can you tell the baby speed? Oh, he's slower. Oh man, okay. Well, that's all right. We'll let the little guy grow up there, and yeah. Dang it. Yeah, that was a little frustrating, but instead of pouting, I decided to do something a little more productive with my time and work on those custom trees I had mentioned earlier. Guys. Guys. Dude, look. Oh, look at this tree. Oh, I am so happy with how this turned out. I found a really cool reference picture for a tree that, probably looked cooler than this, but I mean, I think this is probably my favorite custom tree I've ever built. I mean, look at it, kind of falls like that bonsai kind of curve, but with the little bits of glass. I kind of went crazy on the glass. I was gonna make this one like not really the star of the show, but I don't know, I guess your eye kind of gets naturally drawn to it, right? If you're walking down this pathway and you see the build, and then as you kind of come the corner here, you're like, oh hey, look at this cool tree, and you could see like some of the like leaves hanging and stuff, almost as if this were more of like a, I don't want to say swampy tree, but you know what I mean. And I love these azalea leaves. I still have like a million of them from the forest over there, which is not loaded in. But yeah, it's. I want to show you guys this at nighttime too, because it has this cool like little glow to it. And I mean, let's see. Let's fly in from this angle. Yeah, I was gonna say like this looks like pretty cool from the back too. I do like the stables from behind here, but like definitely not as much as in the front. So I don't know, maybe we like put something else back here. I don't know if there'll be like another like the pathway like wind around here. Maybe, who knows? I haven't even thought about this yet. But super cool. I don't love it from this angle. I think it's just the nature of it. So I'm thinking we'll put something here to kind of like block the view until you really get like maybe more over here. Yeah, and then it kind of like starts to come into frame a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna build, I have a couple custom tree ideas maybe for around this area. Nothing as brilliant as this, but I was gonna do them all in that time lapse there, but I just couldn't help myself. I needed to stop in here and just like talk about this because, dude, look at this tree. Okay, the sun's going down too. Maybe I'll show you guys this at night as well. All right, sun is going down. I'm gonna be quick here, just because everything here is, as you can see, is very spawnable. So I do not want to die or just have to fight off, a million creepers and stuff. I put a bunch of like, kind of try to like hide it on the underside, like lichen, but look, it kind of like, and the way the moss is positioned right now too. I don't know, maybe this will change, but it just kind of has this like soft, like little glow to it, almost like calling to you here, like, yeah, come check this thing out. Like it has a side quest for you or something. Like super cool though. I love how this looks at night. Obviously the stable's got to be pretty lit up, but then the tree just on its own there, soft like little glow. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention the last clip here, but while I was building up the farm, I did breed another horse. Obviously, Manchego still the fastest at 13.2, but this little guy is our new second fastest horse at 12.99. So he's almost at the 13 meters per second. So Thank you for your service, Mr. Gray and White Horse that never officially got named, but you have been replaced. Alright guys, so as you know from those time lapses there, we've done a lot of work. Oh, you can kind of see it. Let's just check it out. Let's do a little fly through here. Yeah. Dude, I am loving this area right now. I mean, check it out. We got all of these pathways, so not all the way up to like the city, but a good bit of the way up. We'll add in the rest here another time. Oh, I don't think I had it in the time lapse, but I did cut out a good bit more here. This is all like flat, so that's cool. But if I fly back over here, you can see that I've also added in this pathway a good bit of the way over to our village over here that we're going to revamp some point soon. But the real, beauty here is these trees kind of framing right on either side of the pathway. It's kind of framing our walk up to, or I guess it could be a carriage ride here, or horse ride? Not carriage. There are no carriages in Minecraft. But this ride down this pathway right over to the stables, which, dude, I keep I don't know, I keep logging back in and just kind of like looking at this. I am super happy with how this has turned out so far. We add in some flower fields here as well. So there's the like alliums and lilacs and stuff. Whereas over here we got the roses. So just a couple little pops of color. I don't think I'm going to do this today because I was having some trouble with the schematic. But I do have like a cool idea to maybe add in like a dead tree here. Sort of like similar to our like, I was calling this like the oak bonsai just because it has kind of like that big like arch, almost like a bonsai tree would. So I had like kind of mocked up a dead one here. I never quite finished it, but the schematic was like really glitchy. So I've updated here now. I'm on 121.4 now. So hey, we'll have to check out the Pale Garden at some point. But there's no tree here yet, but it might be kind of cool. I just didn't want to go like too overboard, especially when we're like not positive what we're gonna do with this area yet. So maybe once things round out a little bit more, but I'm all for the idea of like trying to frame this pathway, right, with the trees, the flowers, and just kind of gradually guide our eye over to these stables and this little bonsai tree here. Oh, and this guy's all grown up now, but you can see up at the top left there, he is 13 speed horse. And I think, yeah, this guy was pretty close. I don't know if I showed you guys him yet. He's all grown up, but he's not quite as fast as this guy here. So you know what? Let's even see. Let's do one more. Well, Manchego, did you eat both of those? Oh, maybe he's not fully grown up yet. Okay. Never mind. That's embarrassing. Dude can't even tell when his own horse is grown up. Oh, I figured it out, you guys. I had never tamed this guy before, but now he's all tamed. I did definitely feed him a lot more carrots, but he's all tamed. Let's see. This will probably be the last horse we breed, at least for this video. Oh, oh my god. His legs! What? I think he's faster, but... What's wrong with you? Oh, no! Wait, alright, wait. Wait, you go in here, buddy. You, just for a second. Wait! Dude, what's... Oh... I mean, hey, good news, he's faster. I don't know if he's faster because he's actually genuinely faster. It's just the fact that he can do this with his legs. My God, yeah, surely that'll give you an advantage. What? Okay, well, I did just update to, yeah, the 121.4 updated all my mods. Maybe I maybe I missed something here. Oh, okay. I feel like we have to like name this guy something like Legolas or something. Like wait, I'm taking a screenshot of that. What is going on? Okay. Well, Eldritch Horrors aside, we do in fact have a new fastest horse. No matter how different he may be, we will love him and treat him as our own regardless. That's the end of that. I don't want to see any bullying in the comments. Thank you very much. Now, this is not the end of the video though, because I have like a couple little more things I want to do here. So let's go ahead and take care of those just before we wrap up today. The first thing I did was add in just some more grass, kind of off to the sides here, as you can see, just all around the trees and, along the pathways, along with a little bit of glow lichen here and there, just to spawn proof everything, because yeah, it's not totally safe here, but just to make it a little safer at night without, adding torches and lanterns and everything everywhere. It also hit me, I never really talked about the trees. So here they are. They're supposed to be these kind of like, not like pathetic trees, but these kind of just like little ones. Maybe they're not like fully grown yet. Hence using the mud walls and like oak and spruce fences. And yeah, just kind of like chill. I like the mangrove leaves on them as well. I think they look, oh, hello. Anyways, saying I like to add in these mangrove leaves here as a little bit of a change. The next thing I'd like to do is go ahead and update this map. And I gotta say, I am pretty excited about this because I mean, if you guys look, you can tell like this area was pretty flat, but we don't have like any of the city updated yet. And there's literally nothing over here at all in the map, like whatsoever. So let's go ahead and update these real quick. All right, there's the first one done. Looking pretty good. Nothing new there. Well, I guess a little new there. And there we go. Woo, look at that. Oh man, that looks really cool. You can't really see the flower fields too much there, but I mean the pathways look pretty awesome. Okay, and there you have it. The map is fully updated. So I think the biggest change is, wow, the city and where we've, really cleared everything out here. Looking pretty awesome. Especially, yeah, these pathways and stuff. Woo, those really look cool. Just wait till we have all these buildings around it. Man, oh, I'm excited. And then, of course, the main focus of today's episode, right? The stables. So looking pretty cool. You don't quite get the the level of detail on a map like this that you do in person, but looking pretty awesome, I have to say. All right, and the last thing I want to do here is read our latest entry from the World Book. This one comes from Rory. Rory says, very endearing vid so far. Good vibes. Found you on Shorts. So, Rory, thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. I thought that was super, super nice and, wanted to put a little bit of positivity in here because, well, I put a lot of hard work into that video and I was so happy that you guys enjoyed it. And I hope that you've enjoyed this one too. If you want to find yourself in the World Book one day, go ahead down to the comments below. Let me know what you thought of the video. Let me know if you, have a cool idea for a horse name. Pretty topical to this video. Or just, what you're feeling, what you're thinking. Maybe tell me a joke. Something along those lines. I love reading your guys' comments. I love getting to add you to the World Book. I feel like it is a really good way to stay interactive with you and make this feel like, our world, even though this is a single player world after all. So with that being said, thank you guys so very much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you soon. What's that? Special bonus clip? Oh boy, I sure am glad that we have the fastest horse we had yet at 13.4. Oh, come on! Today in my hardcore Minecraft world, I'm having a professional artist judge my builds. That's right, I'll be subjecting my builds to his critiques to see if I've improved at all, or if I've just been wasting my time in this world.
I hate it. I hate it. Can't stand it.
So stick around to the end to see what he says about the new addition of the city. Yep, that is right, guys. My friend who is currently in school getting his art degree is going to be judging our builds, based on just color and style. I don't know, maybe I'll do some interiors, but I'm a little nervous. I've seen his work. He knows what he's doing. So yeah, definitely subjecting myself to some harsh criticisms here, but you know what? I'm really proud of these builds I've come up with for the area behind me. And I do already have the materials gathered up, so let's just jump right into it and see what we can get down for him to judge. Hey, check it out, guys. The first visitors in the city. Oh, I hope they like the new build. And there it is. The first build of this section of the city is officially done. Now, oh, look at this scaffolding out of the way. Now, this is a build that I am super, super proud of, you guys. And I think that's kind of why I picked like this little area, because I don't know, I have a lot of the city planned out. Not that I don't like this section. I think this section's actually really, really cool. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this section might really like catch the artist eye. Well, except for this side here. But they're going to be connected right up next to one another. So there's no need to worry about having, these flat textures. I mean, you can kind of see that in the back here too. But there'll be a build here. I haven't designed this one. Maybe we'll do this one live, like on camera here at some point. But yeah, kind of just flat, no windows or anything here. But I really, ever since, gosh, a long time ago, where I saw B-Dubs, I think it was, go figure, B-Dubs doing something cool building. But he had used, bone blocks and like sandstone and everything really well together. I've just kind of wanted to replicate that. And I even got some of the mushroom stem blocks in there, or no, these are the mushroom stem blocks in there, oops, along with some of the like smooth quartz, some white concrete. So just like a lot of like different textures and stuff, some variations like whites and off whites, but I think they work, and it kind of like gives the idea of like some very like weathered patches. There's also a lot of things that you're going to see like throughout the city that I'm kind of keeping consistent, like these what are these? I almost said trapdoors. These scaffolding windows is kind of like a common trend or a theme in around the city here. At least it will be. This is the first build in the city. In terms of the interior, obviously nothing too crazy going on here. I do want to make sure, yeah, it looks like we're all spawn proof, so that's awesome. No mobs gonna spawn in there. As for the roof itself here, pretty much just like a classic brick roof, but we have some granite pieces in there, as well as some like kind of like highlights or accents, or hey, maybe even this was, pretty old building. I think most of this city in general is going to be old, but maybe, who knows, some of the like shingles came off and they just replaced it with wood, but I really, really like it. The chimney, pretty cool too. Don't want to add campfires to everything, but you will see some here when we get started on these other builds in just a second. Yeah, that just happened. I just built these. No, but guys, I am super super happy with these. I mean, if you couldn't already tell by my arrogance, but like I don't know, I got a good feeling. I think he's gonna have some good things to say about these builds. Obviously, we talked about this guy over here. Let's turn our attention to these two. Again, we can kind of see those themes for this upper area, which doesn't have a name quite yet. Like I've been thinking, I've been working on some names, but we'll come up with it maybe by the end of the episode, or if not, you guys let me know down in the comments what you're thinking. But you can see those themes, right, with the scaffolding for the windows and these similar roofs where they just kind of cut off here. I honestly, like, I used to do overhangs on all my builds. I mean, you can kind of see that down in Midtown, like everything kind of has an overhang regardless of the roof style or shape, although those are all very unique. These ones, yeah, I want it to be a little more uniform, and I think you can kind of see that. We do have, we focus on this build here for a second. We do have this chimney. I went with the soul campfires, I think they're called, just because, you know, the blue kind of goes a little bit better with the trap doors. And I like the idea of having the anvils on top here. It doesn't let out as much smoke. But yeah, every now and then we get big puffs kind of like that. And then again, the copper, right, it kind of ties us into this roof. Same thing here. You can see some like the original deep slate maybe, and then this is like the ones that have been worn down. So this is more like a slate roof. And then obviously this building is a whole bunch of woods and these different like gradients. And then when it gets down to the bottom, now they're bricks, because you know what? I don't use these too much, and they're like a pretty cool block. Like they have a lot of like purpley, red, even like some pink. We get real close, you can see like there's some pink tones in there as well. So I don't know. I guess there's like overall has a little bit of brown, so it kind of sticks out a lot, but I like it. Interior wise, not much going on. I did leave this little gap in between them because there's gonna be like a little garden, I'm thinking, back here. Like I think maybe it'll connect up from the back here up to this building, and we'll have like a little garden. Didn't do the back for this build. Oops, sorry about that. I thought there was gonna be something else back here. I don't think there is. I think I might do like a little garden, unless the garden only goes like halfway, but probably gonna have to do that at some point. This back, all done. Actually, all the sides of this are done. But I want to talk about something like just in between here. You can see that I have these chains like holding them together. I initially want to do like some sort of like clothesline kind of thing, but since it's such a narrow little pathway, I thought maybe like, what if, okay, what if, hear me out, there's a bit out there lore wise, but what if these buildings like were connected before and then they've kind of started shifting apart, like, and maybe we can even exaggerate this with the terrain. Like, I don't know if we'll do another building here, maybe, but like, what if it's like, yeah, there was like an earthquake, or just over time, like things have like eroded and like the ground here started to shift a little bit, and you could even kind of see that like, this is sturdier, like that's pretty flat, but then this is like definitely sloped. So maybe this is kind of moved, and the owner or like the city came in and added these chains to kind of like not necessarily pull them back together, but to hold them together. And now it's like, oh, okay, well, now we have a couple hundred more years before these buildings split up and this one falls into like the landfill or something. So cool little bit of lore there. As for our mud building, has a bottom that is like tough. No real like divider, like over if I just, but if I pop into the pond here, okay, cool, we'll go with it. Over in Midtown, you could see like a build like this where there is such a like stark contrast between the black and the orange. I like to try to split it up a little bit. And yeah, same thing even here on this next build. Like we do have this little like miniature stable. And then over here, like the whites and the grays kind of go together, but they're cut up very subtly with these trap doors. Whereas I kind of like the just like natural transition here. I don't necessarily think it needs something. Like I think because we have the darker color here and the lighter color on the top, your eye like just kind of like naturally transitions, and then to the very like sort of vibrant blue green of the copper roof. So your eyes just kind of like led upwards. So yeah, remind me, guys. I need to say that. That sounded very artsy. I need to say that to my friend later. Maybe I'll get some bonus points with him. But again, nothing on the side or the back, but still keeping that same kind of, roof style shape we talked about. And then you can see like where the copper is like less oxidized and where it's like very worn in some places. In terms of name and interior, we have no name or interior, but that's okay. That's what you guys are for. And I don't really know what I want to do with these yet. I've just been so focused on like adding to the world. I think eventually these can be like some nice little farms, or maybe they'll just be like, give them some nice interiors, put some villagers in here, put some cats in here, whatever. Before we do any more building though, there's a couple of things I want to do. And the first thing I want to do here is level out some more of this terrain just off to the side here because, well, the city's mostly flat. I did a big chunk of that last episode, but I'd like to finish that out and just not have to dig for a while. So let's hop into a time lapse. Oh, it's done. It's flat, and my wrists hurt. I don't think I ever want to break another block as long as I live. Luckily for me, we're just going to stick to placing blocks the rest of this video. But first, let's stop back over at the stables. And go figure it's raining because, well, when isn't it raining in this world? But this is where we had spent most of our time last episode, right? We built this beautiful little stable, this cool little, like, I was calling it like the oak bonsai tree, because that's kind of, the way the trunk curves there and stuff. And yeah, obviously the purpose of this was for horse breeding, right? We're trying to get the fastest horse in the game. And at the end of the video, I teased this guy. So if you didn't stick around to the end, you might have missed this. But we have this guy right here. He doesn't have a name yet, but he's pretty fast. And I think just trying to get the fastest horse, I think maybe we should breed at least like one horse per episode going forward. Something like that. I don't know. I think it'd be good to help us out. Let's see if we can get faster than 13.5. All right, let's see. 13.5 is the number to beat. Ooh, I think that's still... All right, hang on. Let's get some horses out of here. Ooh. How's that even possible? Ooh, okay, that's not very good. Bad horses aside, I still really, really like the stables, and I appreciate all the support you guys gave that last video. That was a lot of fun to make. But fun doesn't end there, because you're about to get really spoiled here. Because this build, that's right, we're doing another little build here, I designed an interior for. That's right. I did do it off camera. I know I said I'd do it on camera, but I got a little excited, and yeah. But it's going to be much cooler this way. Trust me, guys. Trust me. All right, you guys, and here we have it. The pink plant shop, as I've been calling it, is entirely done. Interior, exterior, you name it. And whew, dude, I am just so happy with how this turned out. I mean, here, if I go on a free cam, you can kind of see it from this angle here. Although there will be some buildings here soon, so we're not really going to see it from this angle, but maybe here's a little more accurate. But yeah, I love this palette so much. I had seen a couple people use some of these like pink blocks, specifically. I don't know. Remember what terracotta? This might be like white terracotta actually, but just blending that in. Obviously it's pretty pink, but with like the different pinks and whites, and then some of the white glass to kind of like soften things up a little bit. And maybe the white glass, yeah, looks a little bit better from over here. You can't see it as much, but yeah, dude, I am so happy with how this turned out. I also, you can kind of see, tried to tie the chimney in to this build over here, right? Our little whitish house that ties in pretty nicely, I think. Your eye kind of gets glided along down here, and then there's a little bit of stone and tuff, or I guess it's andesite, tuff, diorite, all that stuff is going to kind of blend in with these buildings just on the corner section here. So really excited for that. The other, a big obvious thing here is the tree. It just kind of felt like there was something missing here when I had first built this, and I was like, you know what, this is designed to be like a plant shop, greenery, greenhouse type thing. So, I mean, why not incorporate one of the trees from our forest over there, right? One of our little scraggly pine trees. So maybe there'll be more here. Because this area here, the city's going to kind of end when it wraps around, and it's going to be like almost like a little forest, I think is the idea. And then this like half broken down wall is going to tie into like an old dilapidated kind of gatehouse here. So that'll like transition to the next part of the city, and the mountain and whatnot. But let's take a look at the inside here of the plant shop. So also, we'll take some name suggestions. I thought it was cool to have these like little like almost like signs, name box kind of things, but they kind of look like these like little hanging lanterns, which wasn't exactly what I was going for, but I'm really happy. So yeah, leave your names in the comments. Anyways, though, inside here we just have some like plants, and obviously it's pretty lush and overgrown. This kind of serves as like the cash register or computer, right? So this is like where you'd go to check out to buy your plants. And then obviously we have a couple of these in the display window there, which I thought was really cool. Like you can kind of see they're advertising their plants. Also serves as a nice secret entranceway. Upstairs here, the idea is this would be like a like pull out bed. So the owner, obviously loves plants, so they have a lot of like plant life and greenery up here. But this might be like storage just for them personally, for their belongings and whatnot. And then like during the daytime, they can sit on their couch here. Also maybe some like pictures of the past owners of the plant shop or like family members, whatever. And you can see too, I really liking the looms with like the signs on them recently, especially if we go back outside. Yeah, you get some of that reddish pinky kind of tone, and I think that works really well. Continuing back downstairs here, you'll notice that like every now and then we have these like cracks in the floor. Some of them are filled up with water. Especially back here in the greenhouse, you can see like where the dirt and podzol and mud and whatever might be a little soggier because of that. And then because of that, right, we have some like vines and weeds growing in here. But again, just some of the stuff like they had on display. Lots of different things, spore blossoms for the particle effect, and then more like alliums, fungus, whatever you might be looking to buy here. So it is meant to be like pretty cluttered. I feel like most of the like greenhouses, greeneries I've been to are like pretty cluttered, just kind of like stuff all over the place, but like in the best way possible. So like same thing back here, maybe a little more organized, but we have like these plants that maybe you can like trim them or like take, I don't know, take like a branch of them to like start growing your own rose bush. I don't know if that's exactly the plants that would work for, but I'm working with limited knowledge here. I also like the idea though that this person, they have a green thumb, so maybe they're into bees and beekeeping as well. So that's why we got the beehives back here. And then here as well, we have just some more like saplings in the trees here. In the trees? No, in the in the pots, potted plants. Words, what are they? Um, and then keeping with the idea of pots, I thought this was a cool little design, like a hanging shelf. Um, I don't actually know if I've seen this anywhere. I want to say this was out of my own imagination, but like odds are I saw this a long time ago and just totally forgot and it popped back up into my memory. But for now, we'll say this is an original Viper design, and I think it looks kind of cool, blends in with the wooden aspect of the back of this build. Last little bit I want to touch on, obviously on the sides here we have some ladders, just kind of, I don't know, giving it like extra sort of pop of color and that sort of just like added detail. I like toyed around with it around here, and maybe I'll put them back at some point. But I think just having it up higher, just kind of wrapping it around the build looks nicer. But what I really wanted to point out to you guys was this green glass. And if we go back into the greenhouse here, you can kind of see that as well. But yeah, I think, I mean, it is a greenhouse in the back there, so it's fitting that it has the glass. And I tried different color glass, but I think the dark green glass just really, really blends in with like the copper and some of the mossy stone bricks in there and just kind of ties it all together. And I think this is kind of an underrated view of it that I'm hoping we'll see more of when I, extend the pathway down here and we start working on the city over here or whatever's going to be around the mountain. But yeah, just super cool. I love just the different like whites and pinks and how everything kind of plays together, especially with this tree, like the greens and how that interacts with the green of the roof. And super happy. And yeah, hopefully I remember to point that out when my friend joins here. And speaking of my friend the artist, it is officially time. He's ready to go, and I'm a little bit scared. I'm really happy with these builds. They're some of my favorite things I've built in this world, but I don't know. I'm really hoping he doesn't rip into us too much. Maybe he'll be kind. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's get him in here. Well, thanks for stopping by today, man. I have my back turned to everything now because I don't want to give it away just yet. But the reason I brought you on here today is I have a couple of new builds that I'm pretty proud of. I've been trying to use different color theory, color palettes, whatever. And I figured what better way than to have somebody who actually knows what they're talking about judge it and tell me, if I'm just if I'm like full of it or if, I'm actually onto something here. So I appreciate you stopping by.
Hey man, I'm flattered.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, please. You you
Can't
might
wait.
not be for long. Let's see. There's going to be 4 builds, but these are the first 3 I want to show you here.
All right. Nice.
So, thank you. Yeah, this is we're in the start of what will, eventually become the city here. And, I'm gonna add some more buildings all around here. But I decided to kind of go with this little street corner on the city, like this little block here. Because I think there's just like a different, like wide variety of like colors and textures and stuff. But there's also like some themes that I was going with, like to try to tie everything together. So I don't know. Yeah, feel free to interject or like let me know if I hit the mark or like this just isn't it, and
Yeah.
I should just like totally delete the world and my channel. So there's a lot riding on this, dude.
No pressure.
Yeah, none at all. Well, I'll show you this one here first. Oh, damn it. This one here, this like little white house build, kind of whatever you call it. It's supposed to be like, I don't know, you can kind of see there's like these different like off whites and then like the main versions where maybe this is like a little more worn from like the sun beating down on it, even like mixing in some of the sandstone and stuff like we have here on the side. Just like a lot of like different variations. Oh, dude, I keep falling in here.
Yeah,
Um,
no, it kind of looks like some old like Spanish or Italian buildings that have kind of gotten sun bleached over time.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's kind of almost what I was going for here with like the roof a little bit too. Like you can see how like, yeah, it maybe used to be like these bricks and whatnot. And I can here, we'll go up on the roof for a second, do some maintenance. But yeah, like it used to be like these different bricks and stuff, and then maybe the granite is like where they're kind of falling apart, and then maybe even they patched it up together. And I don't know what you think. I kind of think like this is like the jungle wood. I kind of think this works, like tying it in here. I know they're like not the exact same color, but to me, like there isn't like if I fly up a little bit, there isn't like enough contrast to make it like really jarring. I think it's like just the right amount to like maybe make it pop, or maybe I'm just totally been staring
So
at this too long.
no, I think what you got going on here works. It would just have to maybe be a little bit bigger scale,
Okay.
like so that way the pattern can kind of work better with your eyes and kind of create that little optical illusion on it where it like all kind of melts together. Because like what you got going here, like close up, it works and all that, but when you back out, like when you flew out back,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it all yeah, like it meshes together like really well. Like it looks like just like a nice textured roof.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
like yeah, bigger is better when it comes to like patterns and stuff for sure.
Cool. Okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I guess yeah, it's true. I guess maybe I haven't like flown back enough, but yeah, it does kind of blend in nicely. So I guess that's kind of the effect I was going for there. I don't
Yeah, the
know.
same thing on the walls too. Like it's a really good like gradient of patterns that you got going on the sun bleached wall too.
Oh yeah, on the wall here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. I it's like feels sort of random, like to an extent, like a little bit, but I think it's like enough, like that it kind of works. Like I guess I could have probably, like for example, up on yeah, I keep flying around, sorry, but like up on the mountain there, like you can see those different blocks. Like I have to go
hmm
through and do it the rest of the way, but I like carefully am going in and like placing where like the shadowy spots are, like where the sun doesn't hit. I guess I could have maybe done that a little bit more on this build, but I think like for this, small scale, and you're never like because this is going to be in the middle of a city, like you're never going to see that from like super far away, like maybe just down the end of the street. Like I think it works. It's not like too egregious, I guess.
No, it's good. You got a good starting point with that.
Oh man, thank you. Yeah, I was real happy with this one. Obviously, there's nothing inside, so we're just gonna. I do have one
Yeah,
interior to show you, but for the most part, dude, like it's pretty much just these exteriors here. So
yeah,
cool. This one, I am really happy with, but like this one, I'm a little worried you might rip me apart for. And I guess the like I don't know. I go back and forth on these, like the nether bricks, if they work. Part of me kind of thinks they work, like with the like this darker wood, because like okay, so I saw this video talking about if you get real close right to the blocks and you kind of zoom in, you can see like there's like this block is like a brownish red kind of color, but when you get in close, like you can see there's like pinks and purples and like browns and blacks. So kind of
yeah,
I guess trying to bring out those colors more, like focus more on like the brown tones, and then also like the brick texture of it makes it feel like more of like a foundation, right? Because it's at the bottom, like you don't see any of the bricks anywhere but the bottom of this building. So I don't know. I guess like what anything standing out to you on this one? I'm putting myself up on the chopping block here for this build.
so, yeah. I think I do see where you're going with the color on the nether brick. That is what stands out to me too.
Yeah.
The thing that throws me off with the bricks isn't that it's like got the pinks and all that. It's more so like the woods are more neutral
Okay.
and the nether bricks aren't they're not neutral. So like
Right.
they pop out a lot more than the browns from the woods. Not in a bad way. If that's like I think if you
Sure.
kind of like meshed in like a little bit more of a pattern, like maybe put it in the roof or something, so that way it's not like my eyes
Oh.
just pulled to the bottom of the building. Because
Yeah.
right now, like because like the hues on the bricks, they pop more than anything because the rest of the building is pretty neutral. So like
Mhm.
my eyes just stare straight at the bottom, and like maybe if there's something in the roof, maybe a little
Um.
more color throughout the whole thing, it would let my eyes
Yeah.
flow around the whole thing.
And dude, that's so funny that you mentioned that. I'm really glad you brought that up because that's literally I think this build and then the build around the corner there, maybe even this one too. Actually, I think it was this one here too. I was literally talking about that's something I'm trying to do more like is play with like sight lines and like gradually guiding the eye. And in this case, like with this build, not to totally shift gears, but like also I should sleep so I don't die. That would be a real bummer.
Good
But
idea.
yeah, it can hurt, right?
Yeah.
No, dude, but what I'm saying with the mud brick building over here is I think like the idea behind this was like kind of having these, these grays, right? Like the darker tones, and your eyes just kind of get naturally lit upwards because like this is lighter, and then we have like the colorful roof at the top. So I think that's kind of what I was going for. Like we don't so much have like the sun washed white like gradient we talked about there. It's just kind of like more random with like the bricks or like the places maybe the brick is worn away. Maybe like this all used to be brick. But the main focus here is like to kind of guide the eye upwards because at the end of the day, I mean, I feel like this blue, green, like turquoise color is really like the thing that's catching the eye in this building at least.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the is that turquoise teal? I don't know the green the
yeah,
green copper.
yeah, something
Yeah,
like that. See if we get real
that's a
close.
nice little color pop right there on
Yeah,
top of that. And like I like how you kind of have the kind of gradient going on the roof too. That's a really cool little effect you got going on there.
thank you, man. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
trying to like, yeah, again, like obviously copper, right, oxidizes and stuff. But I mean, I love this blue. Like I've been using this a lot more. This is gonna pop up more in the city and literally around the corner. But just like trying to show off, like, yeah, this building, again, you can kind of tell from the front, like, it's pretty old. Like, this is what the roof used to look like, and even this isn't in that good of a state. So you can kind of see, like, where it's slowly aged, and, like, in the middle of the roof is really taking a beating. Um,
so
it's kind
hear
of the
me out.
idea there. Yeah, I'm
I
hearing
don't
you.
know. I don't know if it would work with this building right here, but when it comes to that like blue green color,
Yeah.
I think like an orange, like a little orange or something, might be like a nice complement to that.
Ooh. That's it.
Like maybe not hard on each other, but like if it was both of those two things were sprinkled into a build, it would like they would juxtapose pretty nice.
Okay. What? That's something that I played around with. Like, here, if I'll quick field trip.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. So I switched gears on you real quick.
no,
Sorry.
dude, you're good. No. Like, hey, I'm cool to go wherever if you are. But like I had played around with that down here, like in this part of the base. Like before I had these walls were orange for like not very long. I didn't like it. It was clear here it needed to be neutral, but I feel like yeah, the orange and blue is something that like
Yeah,
I've
it's like
tried to
little
make
orange
work.
berries.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
like the orange berries are nice little color pops. Like
yeah.
they stick out. They look nice
Oh,
down here.
oh yeah, the berries. No, dude, for sure. I never even realized that's so funny you mentioned that. Like it does work real
Yeah.
well. Damn, look at professional over here. Well, unprofessional here.
Oh, oh.
But no, I think the orange and blue, like yeah, absolutely would be something that I'd like to try at some point. And yeah, like you said, I don't know if it works in the build here, but I feel like I could definitely make that work somewhere in the city. Just maybe not like as orange as this one. I feel like it's kind of got to be in moderation somehow.
Yeah.
Cool,
I mean,
man.
even like the lantern you got on the front, that's a nice little orange pop right there.
Yeah. Oh, good
Like
point.
little details and stuff. Like maybe not Bloxburg has like maybe just little details you can throw in, like the berries or the lantern.
Yeah.
Those are easy to stick in, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a good point. Like these builds themselves are like fairly detailed with like the blocks that are like, intertwined to make them up, but like they're also not like there I don't know, there's not a whole lot going on here. Like I do have like this little sign, like I don't know what this will be, like a bread shop or bakery or something, whatever. But like I would like to start incorporating more of that. Like maybe there's some like just like chests or whatever piled up here, or like there's some carts passing through the city. So like some more detail to kind of bring
Yeah.
the attention to these builds. And then
Like even like you could use like oak barrels or something on the wood one to like maybe vary up the texture on that. And there's
ooh,
barrels in this game, right? I'm pretty sure there's barrels.
yeah, there are barrels. I know
Okay,
it's
yeah.
been a little while since we last played together, but yeah, we got barrels.
Yeah. So like yeah, there's always there's plenty of stuff you can do to like change up like a little texture or something like that. Cause like that wood one, the pattern you have going on there is like really eye catching too. Like it like I like how you have that going too.
Thanks, man.
Because like it just kind of like because you were talking about you want to be able to pull your eyes across that pattern, kind of like keeps
Mhm.
you going across the whole building.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? And that actually, all right, so field trip. I
Oh boy.
wonder if something like this would work because I have like these composters down here, is what these are,
Oh
but
yeah,
they also work really well. Like maybe something
no, it
like
looks really
that
cool.
could go well in there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually like really cool.
Yeah. You know that maybe that's the answer instead of these nether bricks. I don't know.
Now, are you doing a scaffolding for all the windows, or is that just like a placeholder?
I am going with the scaffolding. So I think I'd mentioned like at the start here with like trying to keep some like similar themes throughout the city and throughout the builds. And one of them is kind of like this abrupt end with the roof because I have some roofs with like that are really busy up here for like the castle, and then obviously over here I have some more like pointed ones and like these like A-frame type ones. And I
Yeah.
don't know, roofs I struggle with a lot. And I've seen people do just simple ones like this. I think they work pretty well. So I was doing those roofs for these builds, and um then I was doing the scaffolding windows because I kind of like the yellow. I don't know why. There's something about it that just like it makes me happy. I don't know. The yellow just seems to maybe it's out of place or feels weird or I don't know. Did you
No,
have
it's not,
thoughts?
it feels weird. I was just wondering because no, it's a cool little theme. You know, like if you're doing a city or a town, cities and towns, they always have like building codes and certain things you need to have. And
Right.
so, like maybe in your city, the scaffold windows, that's the look the townspeople love, and so that's what you're getting.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think that's a good point. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for here. I do have like some other builds kind of planned out over here that follow fairly closely to this, but like a little bit different. But I think for the most part, I'd like to keep it the same, or like just leave them open, or maybe like a
Yeah,
glass pane or something. But I did a lot of that over here in Midtown. This area is called because it's so bad. No, I'm just kidding. Um, but I did do like a lot of like the open windows and like different like trapdoor type designs with that. And I just want to kind of keep it simple. I've seen more and more like the scaffolding windows and like people that I watch and stuff. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I like that.
no, keeping it simple is definitely a good idea for like what you got going on here because like the walls and whatnot are I don't want to say busy because that sounds bad, but like they
Yeah,
occupy a lot of what you're looking at, and so having those simple windows kind of like breaks it up a little bit.
for sure. And yeah, no, I think it's fair to say busy because yeah, there is like a lot going on. And I think that's kind of why, yeah, part of me I'd mentioned like not doing a whole lot out front here just because yeah, I mean there's there's a lot going on. It's true. There's a lot of like different colors and textures. So well, cool. There is one more build I want to show you, and this one does have an interior. This is the one I was texting you about earlier that I was finishing up. I just kind of built this like the other day, and I am like really happy with this one. So I'm not gonna lie. I'll be you. I want to hear what you have to say, honest opinion, but I would be like pretty
Ah,
gutted if you said this
I
sucked.
hate it. I hate it. Can't stand it.
No.
No, it's great. It's I've been peeping this one the whole time
Oh
actually. I've
really?
been
Oh
yeah, I've been
man.
waiting for you to get to it.
Oh sick, dude.
Every time you
We're
fly
here.
by, I was like, oh, is he gonna talk about this one?
Is he gonna
No,
talk
because
about?
like this is kind of like exactly what I was talking about, where it's like you have this really cool pattern and like color scheme going on.
Yeah.
Uh, love the roof, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Like I like how you focus a little bit more on the green because like you have some of the ones that aren't fully oxidized, but the
Mhm.
nice little couple pieces you have right there, and then the mossy stone brick kind of like it's a nice theme you got going on with that up there. But this is
Thanks,
what I was
dude.
getting at, where I was talking about like little details on stuff, like really make bring it out. Like
Yeah.
you have the cool house built, and that's really nice. Um, but like the nice little details kind of like give it a little more life, like make it pop a little bit more, kind of break up. I mean, it's Minecraft, but it kind of breaks up the blocky structure. Like it
Yeah.
looks less flat. Like because the other ones are really cool. Once you put some like a little like detail or like a little things on them to like make them look lived in, I guess.
Mhm.
They're not gonna look as like flat, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And like this right here, I think just exemplifies like the whole like the full potential of what you can get going on with these kind of houses.
Oh, dude, thank you. I'm blushing. I'm blushing,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, no, this was awesome.
Yeah, I like totally agree. Like this one, I feel like I mean, I probably spent a couple hours just like designing this one, like across a couple days, like taking breaks and coming back to it. But
Damn,
I
even the picture frames. Oh my goodness, that's cool.
thanks, man. Yeah, I like on the bottom here, like I had it originally just like all this tough, but then I wanted to mix in some of like the lighter stone. But still trying to keep this floor darker than
Hmm.
this one because I knew I wanted this upper part to be like the white and pink. And again, the whole idea of like your eye like leading upwards into this like this is the part I want you to pay attention to, even though like I do have some cool details like this is a plant like shop greenhouse type place, so it's like they have
Yeah,
like a bunch of plants and like a flower garden outside, so it's like come inside, check out our plants. But
you got like a little atrium. It looks like from the front window or something like that. It's
y-
cool.
yeah, and there'll be some more I'll show you in the back. Oh, dude,
It looks like
of
oh,
course it's raining. Oh, dude, this world, I feel like it rains all the time. There we go. It's a thunderstorm, so I can skip it. We're skipping it.
oh yeah, looks like a nice little bougie coffee shop or something. You would stop by and got the
Yeah.
flowers. And everything. It's
Yeah.
nice.
Thank you, man. Absolutely. And I think like I don't know, I have fun with doing the details. Like there's like some clay kind of thrown in there, so it does have like a little bit of like the bluish that I think kind of works with the
Hmm.
like the blue green of the copper like we were talking about before. And then some of these like more magenta e colors, but and what a lot of people do, and I am trying to do it. I don't know if I'm executing it, but like the idea is when you put like these glass panes over it, you can kind of like soften the color. So like you could see there, it's like a deeper, like darker pink, but then with the white glass over it, it almost makes it like similar to the cherry planks here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if like up close, like it kind of looks a little weird. Like I'm still unsure on it, but I think it's like if I back up here, like I think it's giving that effect that I want, but like, and I did that with some of the clay, like to mute some of the blues down towards the bottom here.
Well, I think what I think you got going on right here is like yeah, when you get up close and look at every single little thing, maybe it'll look a
Hmm.
little bit weird, but all the little smaller pieces kind of come together and make something greater than the whole. Like they come to be like it's called gestalt, something
Okay.
dirty or whatever, but it's like when a bunch of small pieces come together to make something greater than the sum of their parts, and that's what you kind of have going on here. Like all the small little details, they all add up to be something better than what they would be if they were just by themselves on like individual
Yeah.
houses here or there. You have enough going on, and you didn't go overboard with it because like you could have very easily went overboard with the stained glass, and I don't think you did that.
Oh man. Awesome, dude. Thank you. Yeah, and that's super cool. I love hearing like that the thing that I accidentally did is like an actual term and stuff and like, oh,
Yeah,
that's cool. That feels good because I was like again, I was worried about this one. I was like it's a bit out there, but I think it's like it's cool like here too almost like parts were like boarded up because I like using the back. So this is like a loom block, so where you would dye like your banners and stuff. Um but like the back side of it and like the side texture is like this cool like red, and I feel like this almost like I did some on the side too. I went a little crazy with it. I really like that effect, but I think it works and gives like the very busy like
almost looks
like
like a little ladder like a kid would climb across on the house on. It's pretty
oh
funny.
yeah.
It's nice.
So yeah, maybe somebody's like climbing. You know what? Somebody's got to get up there to clean up the chimneys. So maybe maybe that's what it is.
Get the chimney
Maybe.
sweep.
Yeah, dude. World building lore. There we go.
Oh
I love
yeah.
it.
But
Oh,
no,
and
this is
thanks, man. But speaking of chimneys, too. Last thing, then I'll show you the rest of it here. I did want to make this like chimney on the outside kind of similar to the like more washed
that
out texture
is that
here.
clay on the chimney that I see?
What's that? Oh,
Is that
clay.
yeah.
Yeah, you
So
already
here
know.
it might do you well to mix in some of that clay block on the other White House to kind of
Mm.
show like, hey, if something's kind of white, it's still the same material as this over here too. That way you kind of have like running themes
Yeah.
throughout the city.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea, man. See, it's so funny because I had designed these like I don't know, probably like a month ago at this point, and then I was
Yeah,
just working on this weekend, and I actually field trip. I actually, and you probably saw. I know you have notifications on and everything, but I did use some clay in this build down here that I was working on in my last video, and so
yeah,
like clay's just been on my mind, and I use it like you can kind of see, dude. I can zoom really far. Wow. But you can see like the clay, yeah, down here, kind of used to tie into the copper roof as well. But yeah, I think that's a really good point, dude. Like, yeah, maybe tie it in over here. I guess I just never thought of it because, I didn't
yeah.
plan this out.
It all adds up onto each other, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe tie it in a little more.
Yeah, because like yeah, my mind just kind of goes to like you're probably using the same building materials for a lot of stuff in the city. So like uh, whatever material that may be, uh, got used on their chimney, and same thing was used on that house. Maybe it'll be used on some other things throughout your city.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I even think like when you're saying that, that brings up a good idea in my mind too. Like this, is white powdered concrete, I think it is. But
Hmm.
look, it's like, dude, that's like really similar texture to clay. That's just like I can't zoom out. Well, I guess I could just regular zoom here. It's like pretty similar, like texture wise. So like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Those could kind of complement each other. Like maybe slip them in like a little here, maybe a
yeah.
little like here. Oh, you're getting the ideas going, dude. All right. I'll show you the inside here and just a little bit around the
Oh
back.
man,
So very, very green, very lush. Here's that acacia you love so much.
that's
It
my
made an
favorite.
appearance.
It's
But
just ooh, it's just I can't say it. We got to keep it PG.
I was gonna say the acacia is gonna get me canceled. Damn. We'll get away from that and we'll go up here where this is like the lush interior. Obviously, it's a smaller build, so you're seeing a lot of the exterior walls inside. So it's kind of a lot, but I do like it. Like I feel like the person that lives here, like this would be like their living quarters, and they're definitely like
Yeah,
very maximalist. So they just
yeah. I
have
don't think it's a lot at all. I think
stuff and
it looks like what it's supposed to. Someone lives here.
yeah, yeah, it's very lived in. So crystals and whatnot. So
I take this room. Come on now.
yeah. Hey, you know what? Well, next time next time you stay over, you're staying up there.
All right.
Well, then if we continue back here, this is like the greenhouse section of it. So it's a real small little greenhouse. But you can see like the glass in here
Yeah.
and just a lot more plants. And this kind of like leads out into the backyard where they have some beehives and some more flowers and like shelves and whatnot that you could buy here and kind of looking just at the back. This is what we're dealing with. So maybe a little more gray, but I don't think like you probably won't see it from this angle too much, but I did try to still make it like maybe not as cool as the front, but still kind of works out. I think it still kind of has that same vibe that I wanted to like capture with this.
You know, the devil's in the details. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, maybe it's not going to be seen all the time, but
Mhm.
if you ever catch a peek here, it's not like, oh, he's wearing half a suit.
Yeah. No, exactly.
You put the full coat of paint on.
Yeah, which kind of speaking of, don't look at the side or the back of
I would never.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
actually
just
blind in my left
go
eye.
like that so you can't see it.
Yep, blind in my left eye. I can't see nothing over there.
Perfect. Well, yeah, I think that's about it. Like, I guess there is this little like alleyway, but we kind of already covered like these builds and stuff.
Hmm.
I guess is there anything else that you wanted to mention, or like any like final closing remarks on these as a whole? Like, should I do I delete the channel or
I think you need more acacia.
more acacia?
Yeah,
Uh,
just the road should be acacia. The roof should be acacia. I actually take back everything I said. All of this should be acacia.
all right, well, you heard it here first, folks. Next time you see the world, everything is gonna be acacia.
Minecraft, but it's all acacia.
Minecraft next video, Minecraft, but I can only use acacia. Well, guys, that is it for me today. I hope you enjoyed this video. This was a lot of fun to make, a lot of fun to bring Robbie in. Super, super good time. little bit different, for the channel, but I hope you still enjoyed it. If you did, please consider subscribing and sticking around for the next one. If you guys did really enjoy this, who knows, maybe I'll bring him back or bring some other of my friends on, to judge my builds or whatever. All kinds of cool stuff like that. I'm open to ideas. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
You gotta do the outro. You gotta hit the outro music.
Today in my hardcore Minecraft world, I'll be transforming this boring old ravine into a beautiful lush river that's teeming with life. So stick around to the end to see how it turns out. And if you find yourself enjoying the video, consider subscribing. This video has taken me close to 20 hours, so I'd really appreciate it. Okay, so before I build the entire river here, I just want to build a little chunk of it to show you guys what I'm working with, how we're going to be texturing it, and how it's all going to come together. So let's hop into a time lapse. Alright, you guys, and here it is, the first little chunk of the river. Now, obviously, yes, I know there's no water in here. Let's get that out of the way first. I want to add the water in at the end here, so there will be some more like seagrass and stuff in here, but I definitely wanted to make this, pretty muddy and then have some of the darker blocks in there with like the soul sand and the soul soil. But I also thought it would be pretty cool to add in some rocks here, like kind of on the bends. So like where you see, it's like fairly straight, but it is kind of built on a diagonal here, which, one, makes it harder, but two, gives us the opportunity to have like these rock beds. Like maybe this isn't the fastest moving river, but like the soils and silts and rocks and whatnot are still kind of like they're getting carried this way out towards the ocean. And some of them are getting caught along the bend. So that's where you kind of see the rock buildups. Then obviously I scattered some sea pickles in around here. But then as those are eventually covered up with the water, the sea pickles are gonna, light up. Or at least they should. But they'll be, a little more sea pickly. As for the edge of the river here, I don't want to do anything with this just yet. I kind of want to wait until the water and everything's in and make that like the lush riverbank, like the edge of the river here, and you'll kind of see similar like foliage to this, because obviously there's a lot of soil that's like nutrient rich and stuff kind of along the edges here, so we're going to have to kind of blend that in, and there'll be a lot of foliage because of that. The next thing I want to tackle is with the mountain right behind me. So yes, the river, it all kind of stems from that waterfall, right? There's water inside of the mountain. But the waterfall itself kind of looks a little right now. I'm not loving it. It just kind of turns into this big blob on the way down. So I'd like to kind of make it feel a little set in the mountain more, if that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but just check it out. I think you guys will get what I'm going for here. Just making it blend a little bit more, making it feel a little bit more realistic. Alright guys, and that is the source of the river all done. Now, I didn't super finish up this side here, just because I'm kind of running low on resources, and I want to make sure I save time to do the, river itself. But I am pretty happy with this. I like how it still kind of, it like winds its way down here, because I mean, the trickiest part with this is, right, this only comes out I don't know, maybe like 10 blocks. Like this is pretty steep. So I had to find a way to like balance this. But I think the texturing and everything works, right? And we get some of the mossy cobble in there. It's mostly cobble around the waterfall itself, but you also get some tough and even like in some of the darker areas, some basalt, some deep slate poking out there. So I think this also got me excited to like work on and like texture the whole mountain because I mean, looks pretty cool. Like you could see, I kind of went with this gradient from cobble to andesite into that light gray wool. So this is definitely going to be a highlight. And I mean, it makes sense, right? If we look at the mountain from the side, like this part sticks out pretty far, and we'll probably do some reshaping and whatnot. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. I think maybe we could use like this here to do some like dark spots and more shading and kind of blend it into the rest of the mountain. But I think this is a good shape, a good stopping place for now, and I am excited to get back to work. Yeah, and maybe we will tackle this section next, kind of the mouth of the river, I guess, or I don't know. I'm not up on my river terminology. All right, you guys, here it is. Well, not all of it. As you can see, I still have a fair bit to do, but at least this part of the river is done, aside from some bone meal when we get the water in. But yeah, I don't know. I found it actually like kind of easy because if you remember before, this little section was actually just open, like the mountain didn't come all the way down there, but I actually didn't like, I found it easy, not too hard to really bridge the mountain down here. Obviously the water right now is just kind of going down into this little pool. It's gonna pop out down this rock and here, and then this is like where it's gonna kind of fill out like at this level. But yeah, continuing with the kind of dirty, muddy river feel that we have here. And then obviously a lot more like rocks and sediment kind of deposited around the base of the mountain here. Lots of sea pickles tossed into here because I figure this is going to be like the bigger area before it really starts flowing downstream this way. So yeah, there should be maybe a little more plant life and whatnot. I think it would be cool too. I didn't do it yet, actually, just remember now. But I think it could be cool to kind of blend this in with the rocks a little bit more. Maybe do some like custom terraforming here. I don't know if that's a today thing, but at some point. But as you can see, I do still have a ton left to do, especially if we open our world map here. You can see I still have this whole stretch and then this segment as well as the rest of the river here. So I'm going to get to work and really start knocking some of this thing out. Blocks have been broken, blocks have been placed, and the river is, well, still lacking a lot of water, but it is mostly done here. So you can see I've kind of connected up this area to the section we already had, which this was probably the trickiest part just because it was so, filled with other blocks and stuff. And it's looking pretty cool. I'm really liking it. I'm anxious to get water in and work on like the edge of the river here. But I also brought down the rest of the pattern here, the texturing, into this little cave. Now I left this intentionally blank because I think I talked about it earlier, but I want to make this like a big rocky stone archway. So somehow the texturing is going to have to blend into that. And then the same thing goes for this side. So this will be a big like stone, maybe tough, deep slate kind of arch. And then if I fly on over here, I also dug this out. So no texturing here in the part with water, but it is kind of ready for us to go. All right, guys. So I am here working on the river, and as you can see, we've got a lot of progress here. But I figured I'd kind of jump in here and show you what I'm doing, how this is all kind of coming together. So basically, I found the easiest way is to do this in sections or chunks. So kind of think like if you do, if you've ever cleared an ocean monument or like seen somebody like drain one of those, kind of similar how you might section that off with the sand. Which actually, now that I say it, I guess I could have used sand for this part here, but well, not exactly, because then what we're gonna do next, since we're flooding it, is we need to cover this top layer with water. So I gotta fill this in and then cover it all up. All right, now that this is all covered up, I'm going to fill it in with water and just hope we didn't make a mob spawner beneath us right now. There have been a couple of mobs down there when I break all this dirt, but you know what? It hasn't been too bad. I'm working pretty quickly, so let's get this all filled up with water. And now that this is all filled up, we're going to go ahead and break all of this dirt here just to let the water flow down. So it's important that on the top everything is nice and even, because we want to have this all be source blocks on the top, and then I'm going to show you a nice and easy way to get the source blocks there on the bottom too. And before I go ahead and just make everything a source block down here, I like to go ahead and waterlog the sea pickles and slabs that we're using as part of the rocks and boulders here. Now that everything has been waterlogged down here, we're gonna go ahead and just start placing kelp everywhere. That's right, we're gonna totally kelpify this place, because as you can see, these little particles are kind of telling us that not everything is a source block yet. My main reason for doing this is because, well, I don't really want to swim through all these particles. I feel like this kind of takes away from all the hard work I've put into the rest of the river. So it's a bit of a pain, but we're going to kind of kelpify everything, and then we're going to break this kelp to get rid of it. Now's probably also a good time to mention, I kind of forgot about the whole bubble column mechanic with soul sand. So in hindsight, maybe not the best idea to include soul sand, at least on the floor here. But luckily, I've just kind of been covering that up with kelp. And hopefully seagrass can cover that as well, because maybe we'll change it out so we don't have to have as much of this kelp stuff in the river. And with these last few pieces of kelp in place, we have officially kelpified this section of the river. Check it out. Everything but those slabs is nice and covered up. Now comes the more satisfying part. That's right, whew, get to play on the bubble columns, but I also get to go ahead in here and break all the kelp. Now that the kelp's cleared away, the last thing we have to do is connect this up to the rest of the river. And just like that, this section of the river is flowing nice and naturally. So tell you what, why don't we hop into a quick time lapse here and finish up the rest of it? Now that the river is all connected up, all filled with water, I just went in here and added some bone meal into here. Got rid of a lot of our kelp and left some of the bubbles, and I'm pretty happy with this, guys. I think, like, for the inside of the river, I think it's pretty much done. I mean, I do want to make this, like, pretty lush, and I think we've accomplished that on the inside. Like, it is pretty heavy on the seagrass and, you know, little bits of kelp here and there. But I think now we need to start working on the edge of the river. For the edge of the river, I think it's going to be best to kind of keep consistent with what's going on behind me in the Pale Forest. Just kind of keeping it very lush, very mossy, grassy, all that good stuff. just to make sure that we're kind of keeping consistent, but also sticking to the theme that this is a very vibrant, full of life part of our world. So that's what we're going to do now. And here it is, the start, at least, of the lush riverbank. And yeah, this is looking pretty cool, you guys. I mean, I only really did up to here, but I'm pretty happy with this. You know, it's not as colorful as this side, right? Obviously, this is the painted forest. This is supposed to be like very colorful, but still very lush, just like this. So I tried to keep more of the, maybe it'll be easier in free cam here. Tried to keep more of the, you know, bamboo, the sugarcane, and then the custom like little cattails. I did a couple variations, one with the sea pickles, and then one with the brown candles. But I tried to keep those mostly towards like the edge of the water here, and some leaves and like mossy carpets and whatnot. And then obviously as we get farther back, we still have like pretty like high, like a lot of vegetation here. But mostly just like the grass and the ferns and a couple like little bits of bamboo sprinkled in. Same thing to kind of continue down this way here, which obviously I didn't do the whole thing yet, but yeah. And as you saw, the base for this is all moss now versus doing this as all grass. So I think that'll be a little bit easier, a little bit better, and just a little bit like brighter if we have this being all the moss versus like maybe over by the city more, it's still, oh, that's moss too. Bad example, but maybe over, yeah, here by the city, it's more of the grass. But by the river, it's a little bit more vibrant and lush. All right, guys, everything around the river has been put in place. Take a look. It is very lushified here. Everything. We got these, ooh, boat's a little choppy. Sorry about that. Got all kinds of bamboo. We got some really cool little cattails and stuff. Got the sugar cane, just like I showed you here before. And I think the best way is to see this on a boat ride. I mean, just look at this. You guys, I am so happy with this. And honestly, this project has already taken me a lot longer than I thought it would. Like, a significant amount longer. But I'm really happy with how this has turned out. I mean, just look at this, looking down the river at the mountain. So cool. Like we get the cool view with the forest, and it really blends in nicely to the painted forest here. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like over the moon about this, you guys. But now that that's done, I think it's time to tackle this little archway here, which I've been purposefully avoiding for a long time because I'm not really sure what to do here, but you know what? I have an idea. I have a concept here, and I'm just going to go for it. So let's see what I can come up with. Little cave is officially done, and I mean, I don't think it's my best work, right? I think it looks a little, oh, dude, this view. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I think it's a little weird. I meant to drop the water down one going into here, so it's maybe a little higher. Maybe we'll change that at some point, but for now, I think the way it blends in kind of with the stone creeping in here and like the combination of the rock and whatnot, and the dirt and everything, I think it works. You know, we do have a little bit of shading like on the roof there. Could maybe be a little bit better, but honestly, like I'm pretty happy with it. And I've been working on this video for a while, And I just kind of wanted to get this done. So maybe this will be something we come back and touch up. Maybe like this needs to be more rocky here, blended in with the moss a little bit better. But I'm pretty happy with it. I like the idea of having like the foliage and stuff. I think the rushing water in the cave looks good. And I haven't done too much. Whoa, sorry about that. Haven't done too much on this side, but actually, I mean, the dirt and stuff, this will need to get, terraformed a little bit, do some more landscaping. But I actually kind of really like the like natural progression of this. Maybe like a couple more pieces of stone, but it looks pretty cool from this side. Obviously too, I continued the water. Oh, that's cool. The leaves there. But it's bone mealed up. Everything's good. And then we get to this point here around the crop fields and the farmlands here. And yeah, this is kind of like the home stretch, this last little bit from the cave to here, which is decent size, but you know what? I did all this. This is going to be a walk in the park for me. So hang tight, you guys, and pretty soon we'll be done with the river. And plus, I got one last thing to put all throughout the river that I think is really going to tie it together. Okay, the final stretch of the river is done. So this last little bit, just kind of in the farmlands here in our farming area, is all nice and tidied up. We got a nice little rock here, some more kelp, seagrass, sea pickles, all that good stuff. And I think my favorite part with this is just kind of the edges. I wasn't sure what to do, if I should mix it in a little bit more with the farm and everything and like the crops, but I think this is like a pretty nice compromise. Like you can see from the aerial view, it kind of blends in with like the outline of the leaves and whatnot that we had before. And then there's some glow lichen every now and then, just to make sure this is all spawn proof. I don't want any mobs spawning in the middle of our crop fields. That would be pretty bad. And speaking of blending these edges in, one of the big things I wanted to make sure I did here was kind of blending in the river with, well, this other little river here, right? It kind of spills out into this bigger body of water, which eventually becomes the ocean over there. So I just tried to add in some more seagrass, some more kelp, and you can see the mud that kind of sputters out into here a little bit more, and the sand and dirt kind of makes its way in to our river a little bit more. So yeah, I don't know if I did the best job there, but I'm pretty happy with it. And actually, that means our river is officially done, believe it or not. Well, almost done. There's one last thing we have to add in to really bring this to life. Think about it. What's one thing every good river has that this one is fishing? I mean missing. That's right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and add in some fish here to just kind of really make it feel alive. I'm hoping these guys don't die or despawn. I don't know. Maybe I have to name tag them. But yeah, I think just having some fish here and there, maybe in the safer parts of the river, away from this little bit here, is going to make it just feel a little bit more lifelike. There we go. I just add a few of these guys in here, and I think it feels a lot more lifelike. Final thing I want to do here today is add somebody to the world book, and that is to my friend Robbie, who helped us out last video. He was the artist, if you don't remember. And yeah, just throw him in here as a way to commemorate him and just say thank you for his hard work and his time on last week's video. Also, I appreciate you guys just absolutely crushing it with the views and everything last video. That was a nice little surprise, and I appreciate the support and positivity from that video. That one was a lot of fun to make. So if you want to find your way into the world book here, go ahead, leave a comment down below. Tell me what you enjoyed about today's video. Tell me what you want to see next. Make me laugh, whatever, anything like that. I love including you guys in the world book here, and I think it's just a fun way for us all to stay connected and make it feel less of like, a single player world. That is going to do it for me today, guys. I really hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, if you made it this far along, please go ahead and consider subscribing so you don't miss out on more adventures in the hardcore world here. But anyways, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Last episode, we worked on this beautiful river just ahead of me here, and I think it really connected up this whole area together. I just really like the way that it ties all the different areas of my world together, and that's really what the inspiration was for this video. Just setting aside some time to kind of connect up things, whether it be pathways or some little builds to add lore to the world, all kinds of things that maybe I've been putting off and doing it all in one video here now. So, in the spirit of staying connected, we're going to literally connect up some pathways here, starting with the countryside all the way over to the village just over the hill behind me here. Now, the first part of the pathway here is all done, but before I show it to you, I think there's something we have to do here first. So, this is our fastest guy here, and I think it's time he officially gets a name. That's right, guys. We're going to be calling him Relish. So now we have, where's our other guy? He's somewhere down here, isn't he? Manchego, there he is. We have Manchego and Relish. Those are our two named guys. So Manchego, he was our fastest horse for a while, but now he gets to live it up here in retired life. So maybe we'll take him out for a ride every now and then. But right now, Relish is our speedster. So I figure the best way to show you guys this path is just going to be by taking Relish for a little stroll here. I started, somewhere about here, right? I had a good bit of the way done. And there's not too many points of interest now, but I did want to add in some flowers here. And I think, as we start to build up the countryside, we're going to add in some more, points of intrigue and whatnot. But we kind of come up over the mountain here, and we can kind of look on the village, which will eventually be redone, but kind of bland right now. But then the other thing to point out is like the transition between the pathways. So obviously I didn't continue this pathway on because, well, there's no real reason to, right? When the village is looking like this, when I redo it, we'll continue it, but going with kind of a beachy theme, I think, on the borders or, like the sidewalks here instead of coarse dirt. We're going to go ahead with, I think this is cut sandstone, or maybe even we'll use some sand. Yeah, sand might look good next to the dirt, who knows? But then we also have birch here along with, these are the red mushroom blocks. Oops, I use slabs because I'm cheap. Sorry, you caught me. But use red mushroom blocks, which if you place a block on the top here, it actually gives you this kind of like weird little sand grainy type texture. So that's a little tip I believe I learned from Flip. He does some similar pathways, so be sure to check out his stuff. He gives me lots of great ideas. Now that this pathway is all taken care of, I think it's time that we connect it up to the city so that the city and the countryside are officially linked up. Okay, guys, and all of the pathways are complete. Well, at least leading over to the countryside here. So, a couple minutes ago, we completed this one that takes you out to the village. And now we have this one that leads you all the way up here to the city. But as you know from the time lapse there, I did a little bit more than just, the pathways connecting up to the city. So we have the two kind of going around this big hole, which I do have plans for this, but not going to reveal that yet. That's still a ways away. But as you saw, I did kind of come up with a little bit of the layout of the city here. So as mentioned before, I do have these builds like already pre-planned, but here is just kind of whatever. Like there's some ideas I have for like maybe some of these ones in here, but yeah, it's still kind of a toss up. But I'm glad to have these pathways done. I already feel like if I pull up this map here, you can see how everything's just a little bit more connected. And then obviously eventually this won't be stone, so it won't blend in as well. And we'll have all the buildings, throughout here. So yeah, city's gonna look super cool. As for this section over here, I do have a plan to do some sort of custom terraforming. So, this isn't just floating above some of my older builds. There will, be stuff the city will extend here. I don't know how much farther it'll go. Probably not too much, but it'll give us this really cool view over the village once we have this fully transformed. And it also kind of has a cool view over like Midtown and the painted forest there and the farmland. So we got some cool stuff going on here. And then the last part of this pathway was past our little plant shop we built 2 episodes ago. And it kind of takes us down over to the back side of the castle, which, I mean, not going to be as grand as, like this entrance here. This is just kind of like a little side entrance, an easier way for me to get into the storage system. But eventually, when we have more stuff over here, we'll do like a whole big pathway here and, plan out what's going to go over here. But for now, we're just going to kind of leave this little area blank. Taking a break from pathways, I want to take a little bit of time to work on a couple of new tools. Last episode, we built this beautiful, beautiful river with all kinds of custom texturing and these really like lush river banks here. And I thought, you know what? I got this trident like a year ago, like 1,000 or so days ago, and I've never done anything with it. But now that we have a river and it rains pretty frequently in this world, it would be pretty cool to, repair that and get like a Riptide Trident so we could just kind of fly around the world real quick. So I think that's what I'm going to do now. All right, and we're over here at the first thing I built in this world, and definitely not the prettiest, but it's here regardless. And this is actually still our enchanting setup, like, yeah, 2,300 days later. But I went ahead and I got some of the books that we're going to need here. And actually, I don't think we need loyalty because you can't do loyalty in Riptide. So, oh, and there's no anvil here. Huh. Well, that's fine. We'll start with just this then. Let me grab some lapis. And it looks like it has Impaling 4. We'll just take a gamble on that. Let's see. Oh, okay. Cool, so we got Unbreaking. That's pretty good. I think I did. Yeah, I did grab a book for that. And while we're here, I think it's time to finally retire our bow and arrow that we've had since just about day one. Yeah, it's definitely sad, but I stupidly never put Unbreaking on this bow, and I've repaired this like 5 times, and it's just gotten to the point where I can't repair it anymore. So we'll go ahead and retire this, and I have prepared a new bow, which we're going to put all kinds of good enchantments on. But let's just see what we can get here. Okay, not bad. I don't, no, I didn't have an infinity book, so that is awesome. I am very much an infinity bow person. I don't like having to carry around a lot of arrows, so I'll take infinity. All right, back over at Castle Viper, let's go ahead and put on some of these enchantments. So we don't need Unbreaking anymore. Let's see, Mending. Okay, so Riptide's going to be more expensive. Let's do Mending first. And then Riptide. Cool. And I think that's all that we'll need on here. Maybe get like Impaling 5, but I think for at least a Riptide Trident, we can't. And let me just check. Can you do? No, you can't. Okay, cool. I didn't think so, because yeah, Riptide, you don't throw it. I'll demonstrate this in a minute here. And then actually, I think I have a villager with power 5. Let me check real quick. Okay, yeah, this guy has power 5, and oh, he's selling it for a high price, but Honestly, we'll just do it. I have so many pumpkins and melons and just so many emeralds at this point that it's fine. Okay, I have gone ahead and finished up enchanting these tools, and I gave them all some pretty dumb names, I'll admit, like the Life of Pydent. Yeah, based off of the book Life of Pi. Then we have my shovel didn't have a name, so it's Doug. Meet Doug, Doug the shovel. And then be on your best behavior because that was that was the best I could come up with. So stupid bow related pun. That's yeah, not gonna get me in trouble. And then of course to add to our little retired tools wall here, gonna add our bow. And I was gonna give it like a fun name like the Bow G because you know it's like our OG bow. But it costs like 40 levels, and as you can tell, I am like all out of levels. So it's just gonna go there for now. We know that's the original one. And of course I gotta show off the new trident. Let's see. Let's jump into the water here. And oh, that's so cool. So you can just kind of quickly turn on your elytra and oh, man, I haven't had a trident for like a really long time. This is pretty awesome. I mean, I could see this being great too since it rains so much in this world to just get around. All right, let's do one more. Let's try from the waterfall here. All right, playtime's over. It's time for me to get back to work because this trident is great for me to travel around the world and, you know, fly around when it's raining or when there's water nearby. But you know what's even better to get around the world? Rockets. And you know what I'm running out of? Rockets. You see, a couple of months ago, I built this area called the Farmlands, and while I love it and it's beautiful, behind me, this windmill used to be a gunpowder farm, but it's not anymore. So I've just kind of been running on my excess supply of gunpowder, but I have a little left. It's kind of running low. So I think what I should do now is rebuild the gunpowder farm. And luckily for me, I kept all of the materials tucked away just in the corner here of my storage room. I also saved the schematic of it in Lightmatica so I could place it down super fast. But the only problem is, where do I put a big ugly farm like this when I'm really trying to make my world pretty? Well, it just so happens that the giant mountain I built behind my base is hollow. Yeah, so what better way than to store a bunch of ugly farms inside of the mountain, and they're going to be running like 24/7 since I'm always around here. It's kind of the perfect scheme, really. Now I just need to figure out where I want to put the farm in here and make sure I save room for a couple others, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal. This thing is huge. With the creeper farm up and running again, I want to turn my attention to finishing up some things in Lower Midtown. The biggest thing I want to do here is just taking some time to get rid of the torch spam. I mean, I think this area looks awesome and it is really starting to feel so full of life, but I just can't help but hate the way it looks with these torches around here. So I need to come up with a creative way to stop mobs from spawning, but also make it look a little bit prettier. Well, I was gonna do this whole big time lapse and, you know, cool little bit with me going around the city and lighting things up, but I just went through here and broke the torches, and as you can see, by the way, this mod is called Mini HUD. That's how I get these little lighting effects here, but everything's green. There's nothing bad here. So I guess, yeah, now that it's turning nighttime, we can see how it looks, but I think this is just a classic case of me, you know, overcompensating with the torches because, I mean, yeah, this place looks a lot better. There's no torches just kind of thrown around here. You can walk around. It feels open. It feels nice and naturally lit. You know, certain parts feel darker than others. Certain places feel lighter. and kind of as they should. So around this tree here, for example, right, just kind of at the edge of the park, it feels a little bit darker, right? But I mean, that makes sense. Usually, like if you think of any like parks or whatnot, like maybe around where you're from, usually at nighttime, right? Maybe they have a light or two, so like maybe we have some of the overhead from that lantern, but there's usually not a whole lot because well, usually they're closed at nighttime. Same thing with like over here by this bench and like this little park, we have some of the light from the lantern, but not a whole lot. But then, if you go over to the Prickly Pub, which is our cactus farm slash pub area, it is pretty well illuminated. So is the pathway here, because well, the pub is going to be open a lot later than something like the park. So it kind of makes sense, I guess, from like a lore and world building perspective too. Although Midtown is all lit up and looking nice without the torch spam, Lower Midtown here behind me is sorely lacking in the pretty much everything department. So I think maybe we'll light this area up, get some more paths in here, and see how it looks then. Okay, and just like that, you guys, Lower Midtown is completed, or at least the pathways are here, and some more moss just around, just kind of mossifying everything. But here are the pathways, and they all connect up pretty nicely here. I'm pretty happy with them. You can see I sprinkled in some like little bits of mud and then some more path blocks into here. Yeah, kind of just blending the different variations of pathways together. Oop. And same thing, connecting it up to the little side staircase here. Yeah, there is still a little bit more to do around Lower Midtown, but I really just wanted to get rid of the torch spam and get everything kind of connected up. I also think that these lanterns look pretty awesome here at night, just kind of hanging around the city. So who knows if we'll come up with a new design for, that part of the city, but at least for Midtown and Lower Midtown, I think this looks really nice. And it's pretty dark, but as you can tell, everything is spawn proof. So it's really close here, but this is spawn proof. And I'm thinking eventually maybe we'll put some like little market stalls here. I do want to have like a dock kind of going out into the water with maybe like a little fishing boat. So maybe this section of Lower Midtown, since they're right off at the lake here, they do a lot more fishing and stuff like that versus, maybe there's more shop type stuff up here. So maybe these guys down here in Lower Midtown associate more with the people over in this village because their main import, or not import, export rather, is going to be fish. So yeah, stay tuned for that. The only other thing I was really hoping to do today was to get the trees right here behind me lit up a little bit more because believe it or not, some of them are still spawnable. We had a close call with the creeper on stream a few weeks ago, so shout out to you if you were there for that. But I'm kind of running low on time here, and I really want to get this video out in a timely manner, so maybe I'll take care of those off camera. And to wrap things up today, I'd like to go ahead and read the latest addition to the World Book. So this is from Uni, and Uni says, "I like that you put the waterfall between the peaks of the mountain. It's the little details that make it feel real." Now, for those of you that don't know, Uni is another member of the Afterlife SMP, and Uni is absolutely fantastic at landscaping and just really has an understanding of geology and lots of things that I don't super understand, but I like, and that really meant a lot to me. So thank you, Uni, for leaving that comment, making me feel good about my terraforming here and the river. And thank you so much to everybody else who left lovely comments on that videos. I read them all, and I really, really appreciate the support. And remember, if you want to make your way into the World Book, then be sure to leave a comment and let me know what you enjoyed about today's episode, or maybe even let me know what you'd like to see next time. I really love including you guys in the world, and this feels like a great way for us to stay connected, so be sure to let me know what you're thinking. And before we wrap up today, here is the current map of the world using Zero's world map mod here, but Yeah, it's looking pretty awesome. You can see everything we did, at the start with these pathways, the pathways connecting up here. A lot of the little details we did over in Lower Midtown. Yeah, it's really coming together, guys. But with that, you guys, I really hope you enjoyed the video. This was a fun one to make and honestly a little bit different, but a lot of projects that I've just been kind of wanting to do for a long time here. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. I feel like there was something else I was supposed to do, like something I needed to clean up. Wasn't this shulker box? Was it maybe... Oh no. Okay, yeah, we're saving that for another episode. A few weeks ago, we started working on this countryside area, and honestly, I've been dying to work on it ever since. So today, we're going to add to it by building a cozy cottage right behind me. And I have gathered up all the materials here, lots of different colors, including a lot of white that I had to go to the Pale Garden for. And without further ado, let's build this cottage. Now, before we talk too much about the build here, I just want to point out that this was heavily inspired and influenced by a build I saw from ted146.builds.mc over on Instagram. So I will leave their links down below. Be sure to give them a follow and check it out. They have some really, really cool, inspiring builds, some really out there stuff using like colors and whatnot that I really enjoy. So I would highly recommend checking them out. And of course, later today when we do the interior, I will be putting a credit book in here for them. But yeah, I absolutely love this build. I think it's like what I tried to do in my rendition of this here, this little cottage, is just really add in some like wild colors. Like, yes, obviously we have some more shading across the front here, right, with like the basalt, and it kind of gets darker as we go. But then even like on the sides, trying to bring out some of these like blues and the whites and the grays and browns. And then you can even see back here, we have some like different little pops of color with like some of the like warped wood here. And I think the biggest thing with this is definitely the signs, which kind of like, it makes it look busy, but it helps tie everything together. And I mean, there's definitely like a little bit of block vomity-ness to this, but I kind of really like how it turned out. And I think this is kind of, in the style that I want to go for the cottage over here, or even the countryside, because we take a quick trip over here. You can see a lot of similarities to the horse stables. So like, for instance, we have this same kind of roof, right, with the copper roof. Similar gradient where we have, darker colors like grays, more monotone things, but we also have stuff like the clay that's incorporated in the other build. And then the big thing here is the wooden signs, almost to like show that this is older and falling apart. Oh, and also the same kind of chimney style as we have over here. So lots of similarities, trying to continue that theme, but also trying to bring in all of these different colors and, tie everything together a little bit with these signs. And it gives it this very like, I don't know, old, kind of cozy, but very like run down kind of feel. Now, we are going to be doing an interior for this. I haven't really planned that out, but I do also want this to have a function. And I think for that, we're going to have to do like a little basement here. But for now, it's going to stay blank because I think what I want to do next is get this all connected up, right? Last episode we went through, we added pathways to everything. I don't want to just all of a sudden have a build that is not connected to the rest of the world. So sit back, relax, and enjoy another time lapse. Okay, guys, and the pathways are all done here. Everything is all connected up. Yeah, and I'm pretty happy with how these turned out. I mean, pretty standard, right? Especially if you saw the last episode, but I tried to make these, a little more windy. They're kind of coming down this steep hill here, continuing that, muddy brick mushroom kind of gradient. And so two different ways. So if you want to go up to the city a little bit quicker, you can. Or if you want to go out to the rest of the countryside, you can go out this way. But the one thing that I wanted to show you that I didn't really show off, I guess, in that time lapse there is this little retaining wall, which I really, really like. I'm using the tough brick here because I think the tough feels a little bit older, but no mossy variants of the tough yet. Which what's up with that? Give us a mossy tough. But we got a little bit of mossy. What is that? Mossy stone brick mixed in with a little bit of pale moss, some regular tough, and it just kind of looks like this wall is like decaying, right? Because we have this part up here, which I think is pretty awesome. And then the wall kind of comes down, and then in the middle here, you can see like maybe where it used to be, but it's kind of all, I guess, decayed's not the word. It's all destroyed and it's all broken down, right, over time. And then when we get closer to this little lava pool, which I don't know if I'm gonna keep that here, but it's gonna stay for now. Maybe we'll put like a tree or like flowers or something. Who knows? But yeah, as you get closer to the lava pool, you can see where the wall kind of comes back in. And I also think here, if I just go ahead and fly up to the top here, like this is a pretty cool view. You can like kind of see, you get the intrigue, like you can see the smoke, but then when you come around the corner here, yeah, now you can kind of fully see it from the wall here. So this is just another, idea or example of trying to like play around with the sight lines. Although I don't love how like jagged this is. This feels a little too straight to me. Maybe we'll change that up. But yeah, you can kind of see now as you're coming down, you get a better view of the cottage. And yes, this still desperately needs an interior, but I was thinking since this sets like, I feel like this stands out a little bit too much from the environment, right? There's not a whole lot going on over here. I figured maybe we would go ahead and plant a field. So I'm thinking maybe we start down, I don't know, close-ish to this tree. And yeah, maybe along the pathway here, we just kind of throw in some of our leaves. And we just go ahead and make a little field here. So I think that's something I want to start doing more and more in this area. Just adding in some little fields, and yeah, maybe it'll, so yeah, maybe the field will just cut off like here. I don't know, maybe it cuts in a little closer there. Break a few of these blocks. And then just have it be like this big kind of circle. And then who knows, yeah, maybe we'll put like another field over there. Yeah, I feel like I'm fairly happy with that shape. Kind of leaves room to do some more stuff up here, maybe like a custom tree or, a wheat field or something, and then we can kind of put some other fields in and around here. Little trick I picked up from watching Whip here, but instead of just placing, a random, bit of water here and it kind of sticks out, it looks a little too blue, is using these mangrove roots and waterlogging them. Serves the same purpose, right? So I can still go ahead here and, hoe all this ground or till all this ground, and it's not going to dry up because, well, it's still waterlogged. But yeah, now we just don't have this big gaping blue hole, I guess, in the ground. So little pro tip for you guys. See, you stick around, you learn something new. And I have decided that this is going to be a beetroot field because I like how the beetroot looks when it's like fully grown, right? You get a little bit of that red, but also just this more like a vibrant kind of green. So I think we'll definitely have a good blend of crops over here. Not as condensed as the farmlands necessarily. Maybe a little more spread out. But I do think it would be pretty cool to have a lot of crops covering around here. And, maybe some more windmills and stuff, kind of like we have in the farmlands. And that is the field complete. Yeah, that looks a lot better. I think it'll look even cooler too when we have a whole bunch more fields around here. But with that being said, I have put it off for way too long, so it is finally time to do the interior of this building right behind me. And at last, the interior is all done. So I definitely wanted to make this feel like very lived in, right? Very busy. So they got a lot of paintings on the walls here, a lot of like pots and stuff on shelves. And I think definitely this is like this person definitely has a green thumb. In fact, I think we might add some more fields over to the side next to the build eventually here. But they definitely have a green thumb, lots of storage. And then we have this beautiful, kind of hard to see there, this beautiful all natural wood cabinetry and countertops and whatnot. And I thought it was cool to use the chiseled bookshelves. I think that's what they're called. But basically, we could store stuff in here. Maybe like they have like pots and pans, or even like recipe books and stuff like that. And then some more crystals, flowers, plants, and a little brewing stand, maybe to make like their coffee or something in the morning. Who knows? And then kind of continuing with like the lush green lively theme, they have a green bed, and then they have like a little mossy carpet here with some more plants and whatnot. Then if we continue upstairs, this is supposed to be pretty dark, but I do have some like glow lichen, and maybe it doesn't quite give the effect I want, where it's like the light is like calling you over here to this lectern, just because these blocks are so much lighter in the middle. But oh well, I think it works well enough. And this is the credit book I had mentioned before. So again, right, this was heavily based on a design from Ted146 Builds MC over on Instagram. Definitely go check them out. They have a lot of really inspiring stuff, some really cool builds. So yeah, wanted to make sure not only to mention that in the video, but again, to put that in our world. So to give everybody a place, whether we are inspired by them or kind of recreate one of their builds. And then down here at the bottom, what is this? Oh, great question, valued viewer. This is a grass and fern farm. So the idea, oh, and I made some enchanted shears here. But the idea is there are 16 little spots here. All of these are filled up with bone meal. And then, yeah, I can just kind of double. If I do that, I can kind of double my grass. So now if I go back in and fill this in, this is basically just a super duper easy way for me to get grass quickly without having to like go out and break a bunch of it in the world. So maybe that is quicker, but I do kind of like leaving the like natural grassy areas. So I think that this is going to be a cool little compromise. And this works with ferns as well. So I can do this to get ferns, which is going to be super helpful because, well, I mean, ferns, usually you have to go kind of far away, or there's a spruce area not too far from here, but still, I don't want to waste durability on my elytra, so yeah. And I am trying to give all of my builds, function as well as form, so including the ender chest, storage for this, and then even upstairs here, like if I get caught here for a night and I just want to, spend the night. Oh, just like that. Wow, that worked. I didn't know it was nighttime. But yeah, if I get caught here and want to spend the night, or if I need, things for my ender chest, or if I need to smelt some stuff, I guess I could put coal in here. Oops. But, trying to give them function as well as being pretty awesome and building the lore of the world. I am going back and forth on this door because I know I want this, if we walk away a little bit, I know I want this to be very like colorful and whatnot. But I've been playing around with the idea of doing this with like the pale wood, and it kind of brings out the chimney a little bit better. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and switch that. Yeah, I think the white works a little better, especially with the chimney, and just kind of ties it together. I mean, we do have a lot of colors already, so this just makes it feel better as a whole. And for those of you guys who have been around for a little while, you might remember up in the stables here, all the way up, we had, yeah, kind of come up with this like ideas for the countryside book, where we wanted to add in a fern farm, a grass farm, and a couple other things here. So we do still have some ideas going forward. And I don't know if we'll add ruins today. We'll see how much time I have, how motivated I am here. But we did officially come up with the fern and grass farm. So I'm going to go ahead and check that off. And yeah, we'll keep going. Okay, nice. Making some good progress. Yeah, I thought this field was a little bit lonely, so I added in a couple more paths and a couple more fields here. So we have some carrots for the horses and some potatoes just for whatever, aesthetics, I guess. And yeah, as you can see, these paths, right, they all kind of connect up. If we look at the little map here, yep, everything's looking good. Maybe we'll add some more fields in the future here. But I think at some point, at least, probably not today, I'd like to add in a couple like little docks and maybe we can have a boat or two here. Because I do think like for as much as this is kind of like a cozy little cottage, it also kind of looks like it was made with like ship parts or something in a way. I think because we have all these signs and stuff, like it does feel very fitting, like on the edge of the sea or the edge of the ocean here. In fact, oh, maybe we'll do a lighthouse at some point here, like maybe out here. I have a plan for this area, but I mean, it could include a lighthouse. That'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't know. That would make sense with the ships and stuff. So. And I do want to do a custom tree, probably next episode though, because I am out of time. So I hope you all enjoyed today's episode. I know I did. This was a lot of fun to make, super cool and very unique build. And I'm just happy to be working on the countryside a little bit more here. So thank you so very much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Chicken Jackie. Whew, you guys, it feels good to be back. It has been far too long since I sat down and pressed record. Honestly, I've tried this about 3 or 4 times now, but I'm getting the hang of it, getting back into the swing of things, and honestly, just super excited to be, back and recording and playing in this world. Last time we were out here in the countryside working on this cute little seaside cottage, a couple of farms, and I want to do some more over here, maybe later today. But what I've been doing in my free time on and off here is planning out the city. You see, all these shulker boxes here are full of all the materials that I need to make all these buildings. Now, I don't have all the builds done yet or all the materials for the builds, but I actually do have all of these like outlines already planned in a creative copy of the world. In total, I think there are like 40 or 45 different builds I've already come up with for the city, so we have a lot of work cut out for us. But today I want to start with this building right here behind me. And if you saw the title and thumbnail of this video, well, then you probably have a good idea of what it's going to be. But I won't give it away for those of you who might not know what I'm talking about. So tell you what, let's just go ahead and jump right into the build. Alright guys, here it is. The first building on this street of the city is done. And this was inspired by the Minecraft movie, as some of you might be able to tell, for those of you who saw it. This restaurant is called Chicken Jockey. And this is a lava chicken restaurant. So inspired by Steve's very own lava chicken in the movie there. And as you can see here, right, we have this little mural. I guess the idea is kind of going to be like this was spray painted on the side, right? Because eventually this is going to be a little like side alleyway through the city. So you only see it from this angle. But for right now, we can kind of bask in the chickeny glory. And then I used some of these like little blocks here that I've seen other people do to kind of make the letter. So it's chicken, CHKN. And on the other side, jockey. If we take a look at the inside, there's a whole bunch of places to sit down, some beautiful scenery, very like nice open. It's almost like a modern kind of restaurant, or like, I guess kind of that meme where people take something that's like old and then they make it, very pricey. Hence the lava chicken here, right? But they're, it's not just any chicken, right? It's lava chicken. Then we have, the Apple computer here at the cash register. And then we get to this big open area here. So I've talked before about wanting a lot of my builds to have function, 4-man function, right? They need to look pretty first and foremost, but they should also have some sort of function. And I've been using mostly golden carrots, but I don't have like a dedicated food source. So I figured maybe this should actually work. Like maybe we should actually have a little lava chicken machine here just in case I ever run out of food. So let's go ahead and add that in here now. And I think we'll call this one complete. Okay, and the final thing we gotta do is add in some eggs. And also, I'm gonna break that for now because that's driving me crazy. We just come right in here. Oh, try not to crush these guys. Okay, there we go. So what, I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not bad. Not bad. That's a good start. I mean, honestly, I don't know that I'm ever super gonna use this, so I think it's okay. I think it's more just like the gimmick. So yeah, we'll go ahead and close them in here and call it a day. And with that, you guys, Chicken Jockey, our first restaurant in town here, is all done. And we're gonna stay outside because that is really noisy, but maybe we'll check back in later in the episode and see if we're actually getting anything from this farm. Those chickens have to grow up and lay some eggs first, so I don't know, but we'll see. With the restaurant all done, there's something else I want to do now. So I just recently updated this world to 1.21.5, and I'm really excited for all the new foliage and things. So I came up with this. A little book that's going to help us go on an adventure to find all of these new items. So this is all the new flora, fauna, and whatnot. And yeah, I think I'd like to get it, and who knows, maybe create a farm for some of these as well. Now, the first one on this list is the cactus flower, and I thought that might be one of the harder ones to get, but I was over here in this part of the world that will remain nameless for now. But I spotted this while I was over here last time. Yeah, check it out. So I guess these flowers. Oops, what am I doing? I guess these flowers will spawn on already existing cacti. But it kind of looks cool here, so I don't know if I want to break it, especially for our buddy, the lonely villager up there. Yeah, he's nodding along. He said, "No, leave that thing." Also, look how cool this looks just flying in. Oh. It's going to suck to have this covered up by a building, actually. I am really growing fond of that, but I have another really cool build and one here even, so I think it will get covered up. But for those of you that might remember, down here, I have a cactus farm, and would you look at that? Yeah, okay, so they do spawn on here. I don't know, because like I break these like not very often, but sometimes. So I wonder if I break these, will these respawn? Is that how that works? Like if I break these cactus or cacti and they grow again, will they respawn? I don't know. But let's go ahead and, well, let's do this. Let's do this smartly. Let's be careful. Maybe I'll break these guys for now so we don't lose the flower. Then if I just do that. Oh, okay, I missed. Okay. There we go. Oh, cool. And you can get pink dye from that. That makes a lot of sense, but you never know. All right, I'll go ahead and grab some more, but we can go ahead and check this one off of our list. Our next part of the trip is probably going to take us to some new spawn chunks, so I restocked on rockets, and then I packed up a couple of new shulker boxes, just so that we can collect all these materials. I plan on getting a fair bit of them, so it makes sense that we'll need a box or two. Our first part of the journey took us through the new Pale Garden, and then over into some new chunks that I haven't generated before. And check it out. Look at this. I think, yeah, I can just break them by hand. Oh man, this is going to make dyes so much easier. But yeah, we got some new flowers, some wildflowers. And these things are cool. I also am totally going to steal these cornflowers because I feel like I use cornflowers in like all of my builds. And I never have that many of them. So super handy to know that there's a bunch out here. And with that, we can check another item off of our list. So there we have it, wildflowers. And I think, yep, I thought so. Got some leaf litter over here. Now, honestly, leaf litter, I wasn't all that excited for. And I don't know why. I saw there's a lot of people, you know, with hype building up around the leaf litter blocks and whatnot. And I think you can also smelt these, or like smelt leaves to make leaf litter. Yeah, I think that's right. But it wasn't until I saw one of Flip's recent videos where he did something like really cool along his pathways with these that I was like, okay, yeah, I can figure out something awesome to do with these. So I'm definitely looking forward to using some leaf litter in some upcoming builds here. Maybe even some stuff in the city. Okay, there's leaf litter checked off. We're about halfway there. A couple more things. But I bet we can find the bushes out here. Okay, now these... Can I use Silk Touch? Oh, I can. There we go. Okay. Awesome. And hey, is this new too? I think like the new fallen tree? Dude, I'm finding everything like right here. Like the first place I tried. Okay. Awesome. Very cool. Let's grab a couple more of these bushes. Were there any more around here? No. Okay. That's fine. I think I can bone meal these. These ones I want to make a farm for because they look really cool. You can make some cool fields with them. And with that, we will check off bushes. I do want to try to find some more bushes around here, but I don't know... Oh, hello, bees. I don't know if there's... I don't know what else would be around here. None of the dry grass, and I don't think the firefly bushes would be. Maybe like down here by the water we could find them, but I think they're more in like swamps and stuff. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out though. Maybe we'll keep flying out this direction, see what we can find. I was just about to fly out of this area when all of a sudden... Oh, there's more than one. Oh, what is that? 3. Okay, I only saw the one, but hey, that works for me. The more the merrier. So, there's 4. And I think, well, okay, Silk Touch definitely works, but I heard, yeah, you can break them by hand. That's cool. It's weird because, like, no shade Minecraft, but, like, okay, there's no more grass. I broke the only piece, but yeah, why can't I Silk Touch this? Because I have Silk Touch on here. I don't know. Either way, though, that is another item to check off our box. The Firefly Bush, and honestly, I think that's the one I'm most excited for, although I thought they gave off more light. I think they only give off like a really subtle light level. But it's cool because you can still get the like ambient particles and stuff. So hopefully I can still do something with it. I do have a cool idea for somewhere in the base. We're gonna put it later this episode. So stick around for that. Also, I think, yeah, unfortunately, these like little beaches are even over here. These beaches do not spawn the grass, like the short dry grass and stuff. So I think we gotta find an actual desert for that one. So I'm gonna keep flying around. I don't. Is this still really rare? Are you still really rare? I found like another like little flower forest kind of biome, super pretty, but I just found this guy. I think this is pink, right? I'm not crazy. Hmm. Okay. Maybe. No, I don't. I can't take him back. We'll let him live here. I was gonna say maybe we'll have to take him back, but he's so happy here. But it's nice to meet you, buddy. We'll let you be, and I will be back hopefully when I find the last few blocks. Nothing yet. Doesn't look like we have any desert around here. Okay, no grass yet, but check it out. These are the first like mob variants I found. We got the worm chicken. And there was another one around here somewhere. I guess two warm chickens. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and some parrots. Hey, buddy. Aw, you look so cute with the fresh animations. But yeah, a couple of chickens, couple of parrots, and no dried grass. Some melons though. So I mean, I guess that's cool. Not new, but hey, who doesn't love a good melon? We got cows. Got the warm cows. Oh man, they're like all here. The warm cow. Warm chicken, well, warm sheep or, brown sheep, whatever you want to call it. And some firefly bushes. No pigs, I don't think. Are those? They are pigs, okay. So we found all the worm variants. That's cool. I mean, I think we must be getting closer. Also, I don't know if it's a bad time to mention this, but I am like pretty thoroughly lost. So yeah, getting home's going to be real fun. Okay, I'm getting farther and farther away and still no luck. But this is pretty cool, this pretty little village. It's at the top of this beautiful mountain. And they got a whole bunch of like alliums and they got a whole bunch of wheat that I'm going to steal. Found another village up in these rolling allium hills, whatever you want to call them. But they had a bundle, diamond horse armor, and some obsidian here in the blacksmith. Thanks, dude. I'll be taking that now. Well, I'm back at the base, and as you can see, I still haven't found the tall and short dry grass yet. So, yeah, I think I went about 11,000 blocks away from home here, and I couldn't find a single desert. But I do know where one is. I'm just not sure if it's going to have the grass. So, tell you what, let's go check it out. Maybe we can look out in that area and get a little luckier. No, guys, your eyes don't deceive you. I found the tall dry grass and short dry grass. And I'm only like 4,000 or 5,000 blocks away from home at this point. So I guess it wasn't that far. I guess I just went in the total wrong direction. I did stop out by the other desert, my mining desert by the mesa there. And of course, nothing had loaded because those chunks have, already been loaded. But yeah, it seems like we can get a ton of these here. So we'll go ahead and check these off. And I will meet you guys back at the base. Back at the base here, and here is everything we got from our journey. So I got a ton of the tall and short dry grass because, well, I think you can bone meal it, but you know what? I didn't feel like making that journey again. Then a whole bunch of other stuff from like the lot of like ruined portals out that way. And then in here you can see we got a whole bunch of leaf litter. Bunch of bushes, firefly bushes, and some of the wildflowers here as well. I also went ahead and named this book the 1.21.5 Journey, and I think it would be cool. Maybe I'll put a chest over here or something so that when eventually we make this the library, I think it'd be cool to kind of like document all of our adventures so that we can like have the memories of them. So yeah, we'll have a section in the library for our journeys and whatnot. Okay, this barrel right here, where we'll store all of our books and whatnot from now on. So I'm trusting you guys, right? If I forget, it's this guy, this barrel right over here, okay? And now we are heading back over to our little cottage here in the countryside, down in the basement, because I want to plant a couple of fields. So I went ahead and brought these plants over, and I think some of these will work with the farm. So the idea behind this, which by the way, shameless plug, go watch last episode. But if you've already watched last episode, cool, thank you. And you should already know how this works. And basically, I put down, all the grass, and usually grass or ferns, right? It makes them too tall, and then you can just shear it and kind of double your grass. I don't know if that'll do. Aha, okay, so that will work for our bushes. Sick. And I think, actually, so then here I can toss this in there. And I think bushes, okay, no, they can't be broken by hand. So bushes, we can silk touch maybe to save our shears a little bit. And I'm just going to keep harvesting up some of these guys. Okay, so I've gathered up about a little over 2 stacks of these regular bushes. It was actually pretty quick. That took like 2-3 minutes. Now though, I want to see... Oh, our firefly bushes work too. Okay, cool. I'm going to go do this, and then we're going to see if the dried grass works the same way. Okay, moment of truth. Short dried grass. Oh. Turns it into the tall grass. Okay. You, I think, have to be, yeah, silk touched or sheared, whatever. Okay. So... I wonder, you guys. Let's see. Okay, so that works for that. I guess short dried grass, I guess there's no way to get, because yeah, that's tall. Well, lucky for me, I don't think I need a ton of the short. I don't think wait a second. Wait, hang on. I am... What? Okay. Okay. If I... Is it because these ones are firing first? Oh, I think it is. But if... Okay, alright. Let's try something here, guys. Let's try this for science. For science. Oh, damn it. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Let's see. If I do this, then... Yes. Okay, let's see it one more time. Okay, we'll ignore that. Maybe I did something wrong. I don't know. That's all good. Oh, okay, one more time. I lied. And then if we do this, then it should... Okay. So I might have accidentally created an easy way to get the short grass. So that's cool. So I guess I can get the short and the tall grass. Awesome. Now that we have a reliable way to get all of these new foliage blocks, I want to go ahead and add in a few more fields over here in the countryside. So sit back, enjoy, and let's hop into a time lapse now. Okay, you guys, there you have it. Two new fields here over in the countryside area. The first, we're using these bushes, and I don't know, I think this kind of looks like cabbage or lettuce or something. Yeah, probably lettuce is probably more accurate. If you ever played like Skyrim, I guess the idea I was going for is kind of like some of the fields like outside of the Whiterun area, or just in general, right when they have all the cabbage. So yeah, maybe cabbage or lettuce. You know, got to use our imagination a little bit, but I think it's a cool way to utilize the new foliage. And carrying on with that idea of using the new foliage in different ways, we have the dried grass wheat field. So this took a lot longer than expected, but it looks really cool, especially on this map here. You can see how the different fields look like. The farmlands over here look pretty awesome. Although, you know, we have like these like I don't know, the wheat is like this more, I don't know, I guess yellowy color, where this is almost like a little lighter, a little whiter. So it'll be cool to add in like some big wheat fields out this way versus some more of the dried grass fields over here. I also went ahead and added in some of like the short dried grass here because I think it looks cool as maybe like, I don't know how many of you guys are farmers or have farms and crops and stuff in real life, but it's a lot harder to grow on hills. I mean, that just kind of is like common knowledge, right? It's a lot harder. You want to have it usually like pretty flat, like, you know, the farmlands is all pretty flat. So I think it makes sense that maybe some of the ones on the hills here are like not growing as well, or maybe they're just taking a little bit longer. Yeah, and I guess maybe I could add in some water for like irrigation or something, like if we want to get more realistic, but I don't know, I'm pretty happy with the way this is right now. Like I'm liking this a lot. And I did mention wanting to do something with these firefly bushes, and that is exactly what I want to do to wrap things up today. So a few episodes ago, right, if we travel back in time here, we had worked on this lush river. Now, for whatever reason, particular, which is the mod I use to get the cool like water flowy effects, is not working right now in 1.25 or 1.21.5, whatever this update's called. So that stinks. But I thought it would be really cool to make up for that if we just added in some firefly bushes like along the edges here. So I'm going to go ahead and just dot them around. If I can find a place, maybe. Oh, no, I can't do that. Well, I'll find some places to put these, and I'll jump back in and show you guys what we're working with. All right, I put like, I don't know, a little over half a stack in here, and you can kind of see them already twinkling along the edges here. But I figure the sun's going down. Oh, yep, there's some particles there. Some fireflies. I think maybe if I really, really quickly go over here, grab a boat, it might be really cool to see this at nighttime in like a boat ride, you guys. All right, I gotta be quick. I don't want too many mobs spawning around me here. Especially on the mountain. They can very much spawn there, so... Alright, let's see. How does it look? Oh man, this is pretty cool. It's like really subtle because I don't have too many, and maybe it has to get darker, but oh, I think this adds so much. Like, yeah, just a little bit of life. Even though this is like the world's most like janky boat ride here, but oh, dude. Okay. This is awesome. And look, with like the forest. Oh, yeah, I definitely got to add some more of these in the forest. Oh, hey, fish. I'm glad you're not all dead. Awesome. All right, guys, and that concludes today's episode. If you stuck around to the end, thank you. I really appreciate it. go ahead and leave a comment down below. Let me know what your favorite part was. Was it the building? Was it the adventure? Was it the beautiful firefly forest we got going on here? And yeah, stick around for next one. I have a whole lot more coming up in the city area and the countryside and even over here in the forest. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hey everybody, welcome back to Viper's World. Hope you're having a great day. I was just walking around the Midtown area here and admiring how beautiful and like how complete it feels, but it got me thinking, you know what really isn't complete right now is the city up here. Yeah, this is looking pretty pathetic. It's a pretty sad excuse for a city right now. I mean, obviously we have this little street corner here, right, which I really like. And then last episode we went ahead and built Chicken Jockey, our lava chicken farm, in honor of the Minecraft movie. But today I was thinking we change that and we make some really big progress in the city. And I actually want to add in this entire block here. Yeah, this entire little section of the city. So I think we have, I don't know, 5 or 6 builds stretching like from this corner right here. And we're going to go all the way down to this tower here at the start of Castle Viper. So grab a snack, maybe even a drink, and get ready because it's building time. Raining time. Aww. Okay, here it is, you guys, in all of its blocky glory. The first build on this street in this city. I guess we'll probably have to come with street names and the city name. Let me know what you're thinking for the city name down in the comments here. But yeah, here it is. Not a lot going on, on the back or the side here. By design, right? That's kind of intentional, but I wanted to make this, I don't know, kind of like this more industrially like rundown kind of building. Nothing inside yet. Not sure what's going to go in here, but I just like the idea that like you could enter on either level. And I'm thinking maybe like a blacksmith or like an armor or something. And we can have like a big forge here kind of connecting up with, if I can get out the door. There we go. Connecting up with this outside. I also wanted to mention this was inspired by a build Schuler did, which if you are not subscribed to Schuler at this point, then what are you doing? You are missing out. It is like totally common for me now to take inspiration from all of Schuler's stuff, so go check them out. And speaking of subscribing and enjoying videos and inspiration and whatnot, if you find yourself enjoying this video, then why don't you go ahead and subscribe, maybe leave a like or a comment. But no, for real, if you are enjoying yourself and you're feeling so generous as to subscribe, I would super appreciate it. And I mean, hey, that way you can go ahead and see the rest of the city, because it's going to be a couple more episodes for this, guys, but trust me, there's a lot of awesome stuff coming. Okay, back to the video. Alright, but if I want to get this city block done anytime soon, I need to get back to work. So let's hop into another time lapse and add another building right here. I know I said I was only going to do one build here, but got a little bit carried away. Obviously, there are two, right? Your eyes do not deceive you. There are two right here. So we'll go through those one by one, but let's start with this guy here. This one, and I don't like how this connects. I might change it up. So I guess just a little background on this whole street. This was actually the first, like, if I go into cheaty cam here for a second, this whole street along here, like this side, was the first street that I designed of the entire city here. So this, like, gosh, probably like 5, 6, maybe 7 months ago. So there are definitely some things that I like might want to go back through and change, like this little awning. That's what it's called. I was gonna call it pavilion overhang thing. No, this is an awning. Not sure I like these, but I might change it up a little bit. But I do like that it adds a little bit more color. You know, it kind of ties in with this roof and almost again like the castle. You know, we talked about down in Midtown how they might have designed some of their buildings to almost like honor the king and stuff, and like they very clearly look up to the people in the castle here. So kind of trying to incorporate that in here as well. But I did definitely do some different stuff with the roof. So I thought maybe like adding in some unique colors along this street would be cool, hence the green there. But I do like the darker blue of the roof, and it's, you know, it's obviously right, very jagged, something a little bit different. That does mean we have to add some glow lichen up there because it is not spawn proof. We don't want creepers spawning and jumping down on us. But yeah, it gives us a little more of that like wood tone, almost like this building. And I do like kind of splitting it up, right? Having the lower section be like maybe more tough or rocky, whereas these other builds are more of like that noisy, more like that noisy gradient. So we'll get a little bit of each of those, you know, throughout this city as we continue to build it here. One of my favorite features with this build, though, has got to be this little ladder here. And yep, there's no interior, right? So I just kind of fall down. But I do like the idea that, and you'll see with the next build we're going to add into the city, I really like the idea of having like split level, like living slash store. And that's actually a common, not just on the street, but throughout, like where maybe this is like a shop front or something. Like this is, I don't know, like a bookstore or something. I guess this kind of does look like a book a little bit if you use your imagination. But yeah, let's say maybe this is a bookstore. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think it should be down in the comments. But like maybe this is a bookstore down here, and then like the librarian or, you know, bookseller person would live up here. So then each day at the end of the day, you know, they go back up to their house there. Also added in a little touch of pink that I thought worked nicely, just like a simple kind of like window shutter design. And it felt a little bit plain with just like the planks and the logs, like the strip logs. So I added in some signs and some ladders just for a little more detailing and texturing. Around back here, we're going to work on this in a little bit, but same kind of vibe just to keep the street lit. We have these little hanging lanterns that I first introduced way back when we started the city itself. And yeah, pretty plain, honestly, but again, that is by design. Now, if we look at this one, this is our very out there, interesting green kind of gradient house, you could call it. I don't know, maybe this one's just a house, because like honestly it's given like plant shop to me, but we already have a plant shop there. So maybe this could be like another plant shop, or this could be like an herbalist, like somebody who uses like makes like medicine and stuff with the plants, or like a potion house or something, because obviously I didn't do the interior. Guys, why would I do the interior? No, I will do them at some point, maybe on like a live stream or something, but for now, no interiors. But talking a little more about the exterior, right? They are divided up, very like earthy tones, right? Even like the bottom here, like the mud, the dripstone, it's all very like brown and earthy, divided by our little like chocolate square trap doors here. That's what I think these dark oak ones look like, but they're cool. I like it, right? It works with the roof. And then for the walls themselves, this is where it gets a little interesting. Using what is that? I think that's terracotta. Yeah, green terracotta. Yeah, that's not, I don't think that's concrete. It's not vibrant enough. I should. Oh, it is concrete. Oops, never mind. Using green concrete. We'll just pretend I didn't say that. With a little bit of moss, and then I was using melons and glow lichen, and it was actually Ash's den over on the Afterlife SMP. Shout out Ash, who showed me the joys of building with melons. But honestly, it was a little too vibrant, so I've used the glow lichen to kind of dull it down. And it does look cool. Like, I feel like it's fitting that, like whoever lives here, right, if they're an herbalist or whatever, like they might have lichen kind of growing on the side of their house or store, whatever. Yeah, and then for the roof, right, nothing too crazy. Pretty basic roof. For the most part, the city's gonna have these roofs, like I talked about a few episodes ago, and obviously like our like blacksmith smithing place. But I do have some unique ones here, and a couple more unique ones today. But not as much throughout the rest of the city. There's like kind of sections where you'll see like different roofs. Oh, last thing I wanted to point out, because we're actually going to have an alleyway here, I thought it might be cool to put some of these like divider-y shutter things here. Also because there's going to be something else in these blocks. It's kind of hard to explain now. You'll see in a couple minutes when I add this build. But yeah, I thought this might be cool to make it look like, maybe this house, right? Like they're more focused on their plants and stuff. Like they're not upkeeping the house too much. So like some of these have fallen off and, the moss is spread down here. But obviously their plants like in pristine shape here, as you would expect for a house like this. Okay, enough of my yapping. You guys saw the builds, you know the gist of it. Let's go ahead and add one more build here behind me, and then I want to take a little break from the buildings and focus on that alleyway that I keep showing you guys behind me. But for now, go ahead and grab a snack. Man, you guys having lots of snacks this episode. Sorry about that, or you're welcome, whatever you prefer. But go ahead, grab a snack, get comfy, and we're going to work on this build right here behind me. I think this might be my favorite of the day. And there it is. Build number, I was at 3. Actually, that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count. I promise, guys. I made it past the first grade. But yeah, build number 4 is done. Now, obviously, this one's a little bit different from the others. I mean, it still has that kind of like split level feel that we get with these two. But this is supposed to be like, so I guess when you come into the still nameless city, it's just kind of going to be an area where if you're going to be shopping in some of these stores around here, like visiting friends or whatever, you can just come and store your horse here. I don't know, maybe the owner who lives upstairs here, like you have to pay them a fee or fine, like they have like parking meters or something. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. And in fact, I think maybe if we go out to the countryside, maybe I'll bring my horse over here for a little bit, and yeah, we can ride around the city a touch. But I thought this was a pretty cool design, right? Like it still kind of ties into the castle back here. And it fits well with everything else. And I think I've talked about before in previous episodes, like I want this kind of roof style and shape. And obviously I like the copper roofs. But I want this roof style and shape to kind of be the dominant theme here in the city. So that I'm carrying that. over. And I really like the like texturing here. So we kind of go between like this white gradient, right, with a lot of diorite and like bone blocks, and every now and then a touch of that white wool, just ever so slightly, and then it goes into the wood, which don't worry about it looking like really bad and splotchy over here. There's going to be a building covering this up because yeah, I got lazy. I guess you can kind of see that down here, but no, it looks fine. It looks fine. I also, just kind of like we added a ladder for house 2 over, I want to include this little staircase, right? And it makes sense now what I was talking about with the dark oak trapdoors like falling off, because actually, they couldn't be here because these occupy the same block, so gotta get a little creative with that. No interior yet, but, similar kind of roof here as down in the barn. And kind of cool, like you'll be able to look out and see these other builds here and like look around and see the city. And then there's just going to be an upstairs here. So maybe, I guess my thought would be maybe this is like the bedroom. Oh, I guess that is off angle. Don't worry about that. You guys can see that. But yeah, down here, maybe this could be like a kitchen and like living room, just like a small little house, maybe like a, family of 2 or something lives there. But it's plenty big enough for them, right? And then they have a nice little area down here. Of course, if the horses are hungry or thirsty, they have everything they need. And then the next thing I want to do is kind of continue this path. I want to take a little break from doing builds here. We have 2 more. Yeah, 2. Again, I can count. But I want to add in little path. There's going to be a little alleyway going just down here. And then I have something special planned for later in the episode that we're going to put right in this area. But before we jump into that time lapse, I want to show you guys some of the stuff I did in between episodes, because I did do a little bit. So one of the things you'll notice around here, especially in the countryside now, is just like little mossy carpets everywhere. Just to spawn proof things, I had initially like put down some glow lichen, I don't know, back when I built the stable. But I don't know, it looked kind of bad, especially when we open, oh, nope. There we go. When we open the world map, you can see like before there was glow lichen over here and it looked really weird, although kind of looks strange now, some of this stuff I'm going to show you in a second. But I think this works a lot better. I mean, it's not my favorite, like you can see the carpets, but I think once we add in some more like grass and like texturing and whatnot and make it feel a little more like natural and like landscaped, I guess, or terraform, not landscape, that would be less natural. But once it feels a little more natural, I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Just like some of the things I added into this little field here. So for starters, you can kind of see around the edges, it's not grass anymore. I added in moss because I didn't really like the brown we get, when looking at this. Like everything's so brown, but I do want this to feel rather like green, I guess. So I tried this. I'd seen some people do this before when they do terraforming. Oh, got a little patch to finish up here. But added in some of that moss there. Obviously the mossy carpets we talked about. And then just like little touches of blue, as well as sprinkling in some bushes and some firefly bushes, because I think I just want this to be like an open, grassy kind of meadow, right? This should feel like the countryside, right? Like it needs to feel very spaced out, right? And we have like these beautiful trees every now and then, but just like little pops of color across the street, and like this flower bed that we built a couple episodes ago, right? Like your eyes just kind of get drawn to them. But as you're going along the way, there's just little touches of color here and there. And then I think at nighttime, this looks really cool with the firefly bushes. Although I don't love, like, again, if you're looking at the map right there, showing up in that yellow, I don't love how they fit into this field. But honestly, I think when we're looking, back from up on the ridge there at nighttime, I mean, it's really cool. This just comes to life. Like, this feels like you're out in, again, the countryside. Also, a little side note, I know I keep calling this place the countryside, and it is the countryside. Here, we'll grab Relish real quick. But I wouldn't be opposed to, giving this, like, an official name, right? Like we can come up with something more creative than the countryside, I think, for this. So we'll have to work on that. A lot of names that we're gonna have to come up with this episode. All right, Relish, and we'll just pop you down. Oh, oh, right there. There we go. Maybe a little tight for space in here, but probably won't be too many horses here. And now that Relish is enjoying his new parking spot, I invite you to enjoy this brand new time lapse. Doesn't look like too much yet, but I promise you this is going to be a pretty cool little area back here, especially this part. I don't want to spoil too much of it yet. We'll save this probably for the last part of the episode. But this little pathway is, yeah, just kind of continuing. Here, if I go on a free cam real quick, continuing like sort of like this pathway, but it's meant to be a little more run down, right? So obviously the main roads in the city are going to be made out of cobble and this granite border, you know, with like the little sidewalks here. But this one, obviously a side street, not really too well maintained. And luckily, you know, we have these lanterns here to kind of light it up. But you can also see in some parts, right, we have this glow lichen that's kind of doing the heavy lifting as well. And then thought this was kind of cool, like where the path, you know, narrows or redirects a little bit, almost like it's fenced off, and that'll kind of come into play more with here. God, I'm having a hard time not spoiling my own build. But there's some cool stuff here, right? Some like more vegetation. And then this little like shrine almost I thought was cool. This is something I saw Fwip do, where he like built into like the walls of his city. So in this case, it's like the exterior castle wall. And maybe this is like a little shrine to a, you know, deity or something. And, you know, there's like a little flower here, Lily of the Valley, as an offering. So, yeah, just something a little cool. Maybe we'll add like more of these around here, or maybe even like upgrade this, make this a little more mosaic. This is like a small one, but we'll see what we can do. And then this, pretty cool. It's supposed to be like just graffiti, so obviously you're gonna use your imagination, right? I'm gonna add a few more builds in here, but you know, it's gonna be like the CDE back alley almost, and like I don't know, some kids came here with spray paint cans and sprayed the exterior wall of the castle. But the nice thing is, right, you can't see it from the inside of the castle, so it's almost like they don't even really care about it, right? Because it's kind of out of sight, out of mind of the king. And then, yeah, there will be a little courtyard kind of thing, or like work area attached to this building. And then eventually, I'm kind of working on a design for it now, but eventually there will probably be like a wall that attaches here. So this will look like less abrupt. But for today, we're just going to have to live with it. All right, let's go ahead and get started on these final two builds. All right, you guys, the final two builds are in place, and we got some visitors. Our first visitors in the city in the new block. Yeah, don't you look at me like that. I was excited, but uh, I mean, honestly, okay, brain coral. Give me emeralds. Oh, give me emeralds for spider eyes or fermented spider eyes. Okay. All right, you know what? Not bad, buddy. Not bad. Maybe he'll set up a shop. Ooh, he's going upstairs. He lives there. But distractions aside, here they are, the final two builds of the day, at least building builds. We're going to do a little bit more, but let's focus on these two first because they are different. They are out there. With the little bamboo build here, right? I wanted to tie in some more color, you know, because we had some neutral builds in a row here. Honestly, a lot of neutral builds aside from maybe this green one. So yeah, get a little more color in there. And then this one, obviously a little more neutral. Again, kind of like this one, very like natural feeling. Almost kind of looks like a little witch's hut. So maybe this is a potion shop. Although I have a cool design for a potion shop. But hey, I mean, this city, if we go into free cam, this city's going to be huge. I mean, it's going to expand like all the way out here and around. So like, I don't know why we couldn't have two potion shops. Yeah. What do you think about that? Look, he thinks we could have two potion shops. So one thing with this build is that I really wanted to use dirt because, I mean, well, who uses dirt, right? That's kind of a weird thing, but I think it works, right? In this mud and packed brick, and maybe like, I don't know, maybe this was one of the first builds here in the city, right? One of the first like settlers in the area, so we can almost tie that in from a lore perspective. And then you can even see that maybe with like the glow lichen growing, and then, you know, again, doing like the very split level thing that I've been doing before, and it's almost like deteriorating here. So maybe like, I don't know, they got some foundation issues, stuff that I do not want to have to deal with in real life, but luckily this is silly block game. It is kind of weird going straight from the dirt to here. Like with all the other builds, I have like signs or trapdoors or something to divide it a little bit more. But honestly, I think it kind of works. And especially from the front here, right, we have these little supports kind of sticking out with the stairs and the trapdoors, which I think works really well. So I don't care too much about it from the side. And like I mentioned previously in the video, there's going to be like a big wall here and maybe like a big gatehouse. So you're not going to really see that too much. You're kind of going to be in awe of all the builds around you. So not too worried about that. Just like I was not too worried about building an interior for this one just yet, because you know what? Who has time for that? Last little part of this one, I'll show you guys the roof. This is supposed to kind of be like a gutter system. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really go anywhere. So I don't know. Maybe this is a little like too high tech for the city right now, since it's more like medievally, but I don't know. I like it, so I'm gonna leave it for now. Maybe we'll change it eventually. And then of course we gotta add in a little fireplace here, right? A little chimney, because well, we added one down here on the block. Oop, I'm on the greenhouse now. We added one down here and we had one over there, and then one that doesn't work here, but eventually, right, we're gonna see kind of like, oh, that worked perfectly. Kind of like you could see with Midtown, all these different chimneys and the smoke going up. But eventually when we have like, I don't know, 100 different builds in here, maybe we'll take some out because, I don't know, that could cause a lot of lag. All right, moving on to this build. I think this is going to be like the bamboo barracks or barracks. I never get that word right, but basically where a lot of our soldiers or guards for the city are stationed, which makes sense because this is going to be like the main entrance, also the main entrance into the castle. And inside the castle, you know, eventually we'll have a place for guards, but I think it makes sense logistically at least, right, that they would have some guards stationed right around here. This is a pretty important part of the city. And then, you know, if Midtown needs help as well, they can just kind of come down from here too. Starting out on this side here, This, I guess we could make it more of a training yard. I don't, the wall might be right here, but we could also add in like some like little archery things for them to like shoot at, like training dummies and stuff. But more so than anything, maybe they're just out here like they have storage, or they're like, you know, smithing and making weapons and stuff on the anvil and the grindstone, all that good stuff. Around back too, now you can kind of see how whoa, little light, but now you can see how the alleyway works, right? It feels a lot more like narrow, especially here. Like you definitely can't get a horse through. Somebody would have to jump off and spray paint, or you cut back through here to make your offering to your deity or whatever. So I think that works a lot better. And again, not too pressed with the backs of the builds, right? They look fine, but nobody's really going to see them. I also wanted to point out I didn't do any windows on the backs of these, almost as if like they're not allowed to, like, because this goes over the castle walls. Maybe there's like a law that says like, hey, if you are in this first row here, like you can't have windows here, you can't see into the castle, like official business. I don't know, that feels kind of like Big Brother 1984ish, and I like that. I think maybe that's yeah, maybe that's a cool little bit of lore that we can incorporate in. So it's not that I'm lazy and didn't want to detail the back, it's that the king won't allow it. But back to the front of the build, it is very yellow. We have the scaffolding that we can kind of see throughout a lot of these windows. And then I decided to go with the loom block, which is, spoiler alert, a really common theme in the city. I have like totally fallen in love with the loom block. I think it is so cool, like the side texture. Don't really care for the rest of it, but the side, and actually I use the bottom in a couple places too. So there's a little life hack for you. That looks like a cool, like, I don't know, some sort of cool rooftop, or like roof, like when you're looking up at it. Yeah, though, loom block, guys, underrated. I like building with it a lot. But just to wrap things up with this build, right, we have the chiseled tough block around the bottom, just something a little bit different to kind of break up the random pattern. And then we have some bricks, a little bit of lichen, same kind of vibe, where this is maybe in need of a little bit of attention. And then inside, no guard post yet, but maybe we can change that eventually. And with that out of the way, the entire city block is done, but I want to work on this area right here behind me. I'm not going to give it away yet, so you guys will have to sit through the time lapse to figure out what it is, but trust me, it is worth it. So if you stuck around, thanks, and you are in for a treat. And here it is, the surprise that kept you guys on your toes all episode is here. So obviously the main part here is the cemetery, or I was calling it the graveyard. And I just kind of mixed in a whole lot of the foliage, right? We got a lot of glow lichen, the new bushes, firefly bushes, grass, tall grass, whatever. And mix it in with a bunch of like dirt and mud and stuff. Almost like this is kind of unkept. again, right, it's, outside of the king's eyes or whatever, so this has kind of just been left untouched. And then obviously a couple more trees dotted around here. We had this tree there before, but I really like the idea of maybe putting like a little forest here, and it's nothing too special right now. Like I was hoping it would have more of an effect, but it is really cool kind of how as you get closer, to this dilapidated gatehouse, right, you like kind of have the mountain framed. Like I think it'd be really cool. I think I counted, maybe we could add like, I don't know, 10, 15 more trees like along here, just like a little forest along here. So it really feels like more grand as you enter the city. And then, you kind of get to this point right here and it's like, wow, oh my God, like the mountain, like you're just hit with it. Obviously still very untextured and totally finished in the back. But from here, at least, right, you're like, whoa, it's this big, huge, awesome terraforming project that kind of totally doesn't just jut up out of the ground on its own. So I think that would be pretty cool, though, to add in like a little bit more here. I don't know, maybe we'll do that next episode or something. And then, yeah, for this gatehouse, right, I guess the more trees would kind of frame this a little bit better as well. But I think it looks pretty awesome. Like this is another entrance into the city, right? The whole idea is, if I go into free cam here, like at all the entry points, like there'll be some over here as well. And then like the main area over here by our bamboo barracks, right? They're all going to be, walled off in some sense or whatever, but not every area is as well kept. And that's kind of obvious here, right? With the plant life, a lot of this pale hanging moss, I think it is called, is taking over. And then a little building tip that I picked up from Fwip to get some of these, greener blocks and like grass blocks and stuff. You can use the new gray pale moss. I say new, it's been out for like 6 months, but you guys know what I'm talking about, right? New-ish pale moss, and that way you can kind of keep like the gray black theme we have going on here. But you can get some of that green like overgrownness in there. But yeah, I'm super happy with how this turned out, right? It's obviously unkept, like parts have fallen off. And it looks like, it's kind of chiseled away. Like you can see some places where like the stairs are gone or there's slabs, whatever. And then same thing for the cemetery, right? Almost like this is falling apart. Some of the bars are missing, but you can still walk in here. Like even this wall over here from the little alleyway, right? Or maybe this used to be the entrance. Who knows? It looks like everything is kind of pretty unkept here, but there are definitely still some signs of life, like people putting candles here. But I want this to be a little more immersive, right? I don't want this to just be a build. I want this to serve a purpose. So if you've been following the world for a while, you might have a hunch as to where I'm going with this. So way over here by our little starter village, we have a couple of buddies that we've lost along the way. The first one here is the Frienderman. Actually, he was the second one we lost, but the Frienderman, right? I was working on the castle, the undertow of the castle, and he unfortunately turned on us. So in the end, he was not a friend, but we still, mourn his passing. And then of course, Golemy the Golem, who I accidentally aggroed when we were moving our villagers from here all the way into there. Gosh, that was 2 years ago at this point. And yeah, it's actually crazy. Some of these guys were like, Frienderman was around for 2 years, and a lot of these other people in our world, or I guess friends in our world, like the lonely villager who's just been hanging out up here for coming up on 3,000 days. And then, a lot of our pets and whatnot. I think that it would be pretty cool to use the cemetery for them when, in the unfortunate event that they pass, as, some people do, then, yeah, we will use that for them. So right now, we're going to very carefully transport these guys over to their final resting place in the city. And there you have it, guys. Golemy the Golem and the Frienderman move to their final resting place, and hopefully this doesn't fill up too soon, but God forbid, right? We do have a lot of space in here, and it's been a little over 3 years since I started the world. Wow, that feels crazy to say out loud, but we've only lost these two, and hopefully it stays that way. So if need be, we will start filling this place up, but hopefully, knock on wood here, we will not have to fill it up anymore. But with that out of the way, that rather somber note, sorry about that, it kind of got serious there for a second. Don't worry, this is just a silly block game, it's not that deep. But with that out of the way, I just want to thank you all so much for watching. If you're still here, wow, that is awesome. I super appreciate it. Maybe one final plug, like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you want to see next. I am waiting on a few mods to update. I'm hoping to go hunting for the Happy Gas next episode, but we'll see. I'm gonna have to come up with something cool for the Happy Gas here in the city, but I'll get working on that. And in the meantime, thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hello everybody, welcome back to Viper's World. This is episode 25, and I hope you are all having a fantastic day. So I was just over here with Relish, admiring the new section of the city we built last episode. We had built this entire city block, and then a little bit more right the graveyard behind it, and the little gatehouse over here. So if you didn't get a chance to check it out, go ahead and check it out. But thank you guys as always for the support on that one. That was a lot of fun to do. But today, guys, we are going to be in the city again. We're also going to be in the Nether a little bit because, that's right, I have officially updated to 121.6, and we're going to get ourselves a Happy Gas today. So instead of working in one of these areas over here, because I actually have had these planned out for a while, we're going to be down here, actually right on this corner and down some. So yeah, we might have to extend the pathways a little bit, the roads of the city, but I want to build a Happy Gas garage here today. So a place for our Happy Gas to live in and a place to park him. But I've been seeing a lot of like really compact parking spaces and stuff, and I wanted this guy to have some space to roam, right? I want him to have, you know, ample space to fly around and be happy and enjoy himself, and he's going to be a super useful part, I guess, or tool, helper, whatever you want to say, for building the rest of the city. Because like I said last episode, I have like 40 or 50 different designs already laid out for these, and some of them are pretty tall. So I think he's going to be very helpful for that, and also just pretty fun with all the new lead mechanics and stuff. Now, before we go get our gas, I need to get the materials for this building because, well, I don't have anything for it yet. Like I said, I just built this one in my creative world, so I'm going to have to gather up these materials, but I'll do it really quick and I'll meet back here, and then I promise we'll get into the gas, okay? Okay, so I'm about halfway through getting our materials here, and I've started getting in the habit of drying out my coral blocks over here because, I mean, well, just look at the view. I mean, sure, it's not the best angle of the city, but it is really cool just to kind of see a little glimpse here of everything that we've worked on so far in this world. And, well, then, yeah, this behind me. But if we focus over here, this is a pretty cool view of the city that, honestly, I should take more time to enjoy. Okay, guys, I have gathered up all of the materials here, and no, your eyes don't deceive you. We are going to be doing a little bit of redstone here, but before we get into any of that, well, one, sorry to keep bringing up the views, but like, ooh, the world just looks so beautiful today. I don't know what it is, man. Maybe I'm not spending enough time just admiring our creations, but other than that, I do want to go ahead and head to the Nether first because I want to try to get the Happy Gas. So I feel like it's not going to take me too long to build this thing. So why not just get the gas? And then I know it takes like, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 minutes for it to grow up. So let's just go ahead and get it, and it can kind of grow up as we build its home. I also wanted to mention that I know you can craft these guys, but I want to find one out there in the wild, in the Nether, so I think we're going to go ahead and do that and maybe save crafting as a last resort. Okay, making our way down into the nether for honestly the first time in a hot minute. Um, I really don't know what direction to go in. I I guess I was gonna say I haven't loaded a lot of the nether, but I have been up on the nether roof quite a bit, so I bet that, yeah, I guess that probably technically counts as loading it. So we're just gonna fly here because I think I do. I'm pretty sure I need to find new chunks for this, so I don't think I have a whole lot out this way, so we'll see, man. I'm buckled up. I have some fire resistance potions handy. I have my ender chest with everything I need to build a new portal, so if we get like stuck out here, yeah, we're all set. Trying to keep like a general idea of where I'm going and coming from. Ooh. Let's see first. Fossil? No, nothing. Oh, there's one over there. Wait, I was gonna cut all this so that like you guys didn't have to see, but I've been in the dude. I've been in the Nether for like 30 seconds. Okay. Well, he's floating. He's already flying. Look at this little guy. Aw. Well, dude, there's like 10 more fossils. I guess I gotta check all those, but. Ooh. Oh, that was laggy. Oh, please don't crash. Okay. Whew, I think we're good. Okay, well, tell you what, guys. I'm gonna look around, and if I find any more, then we will stop and get them. Oh, I don't want to kill any of the guests. I feel bad now. You know, kind of knowing their backstory a little bit here. Okay, I found another dried ghast. I'm gonna go ahead and grab him, and actually, oh, there you go. Oh, they stack. That's kind of horrifying and morbid. But actually, the other fossil was like right up there. So I don't know. There's like one or two more in the area. Let's see what we can find. Oh, okay. There's number 3. A fourth one. Okay, this is all still in the same Soul Sand Valley. Oh, hello. There's the mama ghast. Really only needed one. But I mean, I guess it's good if they have friends, and maybe I can have them like in different places throughout the world. So yeah. Yeah, that works. Number 5. Okay, well, that was more than I expected to find. That took like 10 minutes. So cool. We got 5 dried gas, and I mean, this garage is like really just for one, but we could probably put like 2 or 3 in here. But we're gonna go ahead and put this guy here. Aw, there we go, achievement. We'll let him go, and eventually we'll get all these guys too. I don't want to keep them dried. That's not very fair. That feels kind of cruel. So we'll figure out something for the rest of them. But for the time being, we need to figure out something for this little fella. So let's go ahead and get started on the build. Wait, he's so cute. I was just finishing up, still, spoilers, still adding in some more details here, but look at him. Oh my god, the sounds he makes. Also, he's cute on the sides here. He almost looks like he has like gills, like a little axolotl or something. But this guy is, oh, he's adorable. Okay, so I need to, well, stop him from wandering off. Wait, let me see. I think I have a lead in here so we can tie him down somewhere. You might have seen, oh, hang on, time out, I gotta find this. Found a lead, so we're gonna take you, we'll just put you right over here for a second. Well, there we go. Hi, buddy. And I want to get him a name tag, and I want to get him some snowballs here, just before he grows up. I thought I lost the little guy, but as you can see, there's a hole here that's gonna be... Yeah, buddy. There's a hole here that's gonna be filled up with some redstone in a couple minutes. And look, he's down there. Come on out. Stop. He's adorable. I don't know how many of these he needs to eat to become a full-size ghast, but here you go. I'll give you the whole stack. Yeah, he's pretty cute. He's pretty cute. He deserves it. Oh, are you gonna go back in there? Wait, I was gonna name tag you. Well, regardless of what our little friend is up to, I think I have a super cute name, and I hope some of you guys get this reference. As he is going to be Jasper the Friendly Ghast. So obviously a play on Casper the Friendly Ghost, but I just thought it was like way too perfect when I saw the Happy Ghast. I was like, okay, I need to write this down and gatekeep it for the next like 2 months until he comes out. But yeah, this is Jasper the Friendly Ghast. And then obviously the other 4 Happy Ghasts we have, we'll have to come up with silly names for, but yeah, for now, I think we'll leave our little friend here. We'll check back in on him, maybe give him some snowballs here soon. But I have a couple little more details on the outside I want to finish up, and I want to talk about this build too. Well, I was going to talk about the build real quick, and we still will, but as you can see, Jasper here is all grown up. And, oh, okay, the name tag is still on there. Oh my gosh, dude is huge. He's massive. I'm starting to have concerns whether or not this is going to be big enough for him. But you know what? That's okay. That's a future Viper problem. But right now, I want to give this guy a little bit more snow. I don't know if... I think I would assume you could still feed it to the adults. Yeah? Hello? Note to self, do not do that. Can I gotta get closer to you. Oh, I don't want to hit him again. Come here. Hey, buddy. I don't know, I'm scared. I don't want to hurt the little guy. Come here. Hey. Oh. Hello? Nope. I guess you can't feed him. I'm like, I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'm like spamming my mouse right now. No. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll find something else you like, buddy. Let's go ahead and talk about the build real quick. So obviously, this is meant to look like a pretty rundown old garage. Oh, and on the front here, oh, that's, wait a second, time out. It's missing a couple things. All right, there we go. Now you can see it's connected a little bit better, but it says Happy Ghast. I've coined the term of ghast garage, like a ghast garage. It would be cool to fit that on here, but that's like way too long, and the building would have to be super big. And I guess I could write it like this way, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So we're gonna leave it like that. Fun little play on words though. The ghast garage, the Happy Ghast sign here. And, you know, kind of taking inspiration from some of the buildings over in the countryside where we have like the looms with the like boarded up parts, like it's kind of falling apart. Keeping the same like roof design. And I do, if I go on a free cam here, I love me some copper roof, but like with a little bit of that jungle trim to tie it in. And every now and then some granite, right? But it looks just very like old and worn down. This is a cool design. I can't remember where I saw this. I think Fwip did this with something with like his fishing village. But I thought it'd be cool to do this with a garage door. So this one doesn't work, but it's like an old garage door type thing. And then on this side here, I was thinking about putting in some like ghast pixel art. But I actually just watched Bars's video where he builds a ghast station, another fun play on words, and he does something like that. So I was like, I don't want to like totally copy what he did, even though, you know, he totally stole the idea from me, guys. Totally, he was in my head. But let me know if you guys think that would be something cool, you know, something similar to maybe the chicken over at Chicken Jockey. I think we definitely have the space, but I'm doing some stuff on the inside, so I don't know if it would super work, but maybe. And then if we go over on this side real quick. We'll save this for last, where Jasper is. There's actually going to be another building here, and there's going to be some exposed redstone, but it's going to get covered up by this build. So you won't really see this side, but at least from the inside, right, it looks kind of interesting. Huh, buddy? Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't look interesting. Never mind. Oh my god. He is like really not happy with that. Okay. I wanted to add in some like chains and pulleys here too, but maybe like this side it doesn't work as much anymore, so like they refurbish it and they put a lantern, maybe like this grindstone, or I guess this kind of looks like wheels. Yeah, doesn't it, Jasper? They kind of look like wheels. Maybe this one fell off, so they just put a lantern there instead of fixing it, you know, because it's kind of run down. And then this is actually going to be a working garage door. But before we do that, right, because I didn't do the redstone for it yet, I want to do its own little segment for that. But before we do that, I want to take Jasper here for a test ride, and then maybe we'll do some interiors. But first, let's try this guy out because I am dying to go for a ride. Okay, so I made Jasper the absolute unit a lime harness. Yep, that's what it's called, lime harness. And hopefully if he gets down close enough, can I... Oh, maybe I should not have taken that off. Maybe that was a bad idea. Oh, I forgot the new lead mechanics. Yes. Okay. Come here. Come here, dude. Oh, guys, this is painful. Okay, maybe I need to go this way. Let's see, maybe I just need to like fly up there with my elytra. Okay. There we go. Wait, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Oh my gosh. Wait, cinematic view. This is pretty awesome. Oh man, you know, maybe I should have, geez, maybe I should have built like the door first or something, because now I can like fly up to the top. Yeah, a lot easier this way. So maybe I shouldn't have built the tall things first. Oops. So let's see. I can, yeah, if I get off him. Oh, this is so cool. He stays there. Wow. Okay. He's definitely a little bit slow, but I wonder, I don't know if you could do like speed potions or anything. I think that would be really cool if you could do like a swiftness potion and maybe he moves a little bit faster. I'm not sure, but I think maybe later we'll test something up there. I think I have a really cool idea for something to build that's going to be a lot easier with him. So for now, let's take Jasper down. And I know this garage is really just for Jasper here, but I think it might be cool somewhere in the city to have like a helipad or have like other little like stations maybe for other gas, or maybe I have one out in like the countryside and like over in this little nameless area, you know, stuff like that. So like I can land him there, or like if I'm bringing back other mobs, like I want to do some stuff with sniffers soon and maybe I need to transport them, like I can put them in boats and use him to transport them around. I think that could be really awesome. So I don't know, super cool update. I have to say this is probably one of my favorite ones in recent memory, and honestly, like Mojang's kind of been hitting out of the park. I don't know, there have been some like really cool little things in the recent drops that I've really enjoyed, and yeah, I'm just excited to keep going with this. But for now, let's go ahead and create the interior. What do you think, Jasper? Interior time? Yeah, it's interior time. Alright guys, the interior is fully complete, so let's go ahead and check it out. So here it is, pretty spacious, right? It is a garage, so I wanted it to be pretty open still, but I wanted it to feel pretty homey, pretty, you know, comfortable for Jasper. So I included a lot of his favorite things, including some of his favorite flowers, all of his some, well, not all of some of his favorite colors here, but as you can see over here on his bed, we have his real favorite colors, hence why he's out there wearing the green harness. And you might ask how I know all this. Well, I know because he told me off camera. So this is what he said he wanted inside. So you just gonna have to trust me on that. He also let me know that he likes potatoes a lot. So we have his little water bowl and some potatoes cooking up here on the campfire. Obviously not lit though, because that could be really bad. Don't want to remind him of the nether. And speaking of, we have a little snowball here for him, as well as a bundle, maybe for him to keep his toys or something like that. In this corner, this is more for me. Like, there's a lot of storage here, but I do want to toss in like a couple of leads, maybe some different harnesses, things like that. Even like boats and saddles and whatnot, since you can tie like boats to him. Yeah, so just like where we can kind of keep some stuff and it looks very storagey. The lights, that's what I wanted to talk about next. You can kind of see, and I don't know how much time you guys have spent in garages. I wouldn't say that I spent a lot, but all of the ones that I have been in, we kind of have this like fluorescent tube lighting kind of thing. So it feels like a little more futuristic maybe than I'd like in the city, but for this kind of vibe, I think it works. And kind of continuing in the garage theme, right? We have like this very gray, like the walls they're pretty busy, but gray, it's all old. And even like maybe the coal here is looking like some oil stains, stuff like that. So just trying to get creative there. And then if we head upstairs, trying to keep everything, we'll ignore that hole in the floor in the redstone line. We'll talk about that in a second. But trying to keep it functional. Oh, hey, buddy. He wants to see the tour. Yeah, come on, take a look. Try to keep it functional. Right, I do have a bed here, as well as another chest. So maybe like the leads would go up here. Some more water for Jasper, and then a crafting table with a little torch flower on there. Over here, and then I have some similar ideas that I want to do on this wall. That's why it's a little bit open. But over here, I have these like trophies. So I think maybe like if we want to create more lore and like backstory for our happy ghast, maybe Jasper used to be like a competitive race ghast, and these are like some of his trophies that he's won from tournaments in the past. So you kind of use your imagination, right? Like the totem definitely looks like a trophy. This could maybe be for like a more outdoorsy competition. And then this was kind of, I guess end crystals aren't like super tough to craft, but I didn't really have all of the materials for it, specifically the ghast here. I had to do some digging to find one of those. Oops, it's kind of ironic that that's in here. Didn't plan it that way. But kind of, yeah, a fun little idea. Like maybe, I don't know, this was some like really challenging tournament or something like that. So those are some of his trophies. I also wanted to add in some fence posts all around here. So, not that he can really get out, but if like we need to, like if we're bringing other ghast in this door, then like we can tie him here so he doesn't get out or whatever. But I wanted to make sure he had plenty of room to fly around on the inside. So that's why it's not very like section off. It's very open, but still keeping that kind of old, worn down feeling. All right, so now we have to go ahead and open the door and let's bring him inside. Nah, I'm just kidding you guys. I didn't even build the door yet. And the reason I didn't build the door yet is because I wanted to introduce you all to a lovely new segment that I like to call
Redstone with Viper. This concludes Redstone with Viper.
The door is done. Now, obviously, being super technical, I am going to explain to you how it works. Obviously, very, very much designed by me. Totally not at all tutorial. You can find in the link in the description. But the most important thing is testing this. This is the first go. Let's see, does it work? Obviously, because I'm a genius, but... Okay, I am a genius. Dude, wow. That works pretty seamlessly. Oh, look at that. Let's see, is it gonna work from this side? Whew. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was pretty nervous about that. I'm still kind of worried it's gonna break, but I mean, it seems like it's working pretty well to me, so the thing I might be most worried about is, can this guy fit through the door? It's pretty much only is big enough for him, so maybe, like, I don't know, I feel like my head's gonna smack off the wall here a little bit, but I can deal with that. So let me, do I need an inventory slot for this? I don't know how the new leads work really, but, oh, okay. We're going down. And let's see. Does this work? Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, maybe... Okay, maybe we can lead him through. Maybe we can lead him through. Come on. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, dude, that is... Oh, that is heartbreaking. Can he really not fit? Let's see. All right, let's get one more try. Then I'm gonna go back to the drawing board. Man, the door works so well too. Okay, I think after some testing and tweaking, I have it working. It only took me like, you know, an hour or so. But it, well, that's the wrong button. That's why it didn't work. So you could see that on the out. So it's weird. For whatever reason, this has to be a wall. But in here, these need to be walls. I guess I thought of the idea because I was thinking, I guess, okay, he is a, you know, 4x4 basically, and the door is 4x4, so it makes sense we need a little bit of a gap here. But surprisingly, there's nothing that really needs change on the top. I think the reason that it was a little goofy and he needs some more space here, hence the slabs and the walls, is I think just because of probably this light here and the stairs, like with the sign sticking out, and then the carpet, like the combination of the three is a little bit weird. So I just did it like this. It looks, if I close it, it looks a little goofy on the inside. But that's okay. It still works, right? It functions, and it still looks pretty good. Even if I close it again here at the end, I'm also stalling because I don't want to, I don't want it to not work, but I think it should be good. Yeah, and like you can kind of see in here, but if anything, that adds to the garage door experience. And I guess, would this? No, never mind. It wouldn't change. I thought maybe if I made that a full block, but nope. That's stupid. Okay, enough stalling. Let's go ahead and check it out. Come on, Jasper. You can do it. Pave your way. Put your back into it. Come on, buddy. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Oh, dude, that was like easy, buddy. Oh, except now I'm gonna like push him out the door. Wait, come back. I can close the door. And then, actually, yeah, we can go ahead and we can I break this? Yeah, I could do that. And now he's all free. So I'll pick up my lead and I'll put that in one of the chests or something, but he's free, buddy. Jasper, this is your new home. Go ahead and explore it. We'll toss that there. And yeah, let us know what you think, buddy. Oh, look, he's already looking around. His really likes that wall. There's totally enough space in here for him. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's plenty of space. It's really long too, and he can totally enjoy his bed and all the stuff I put down there for him, okay? You guys have no idea how relieved I am that that actually worked. So I guess little backstory on the build. I thought the ghast was a lot smaller. I don't know why. I've seen them before. I've been playing this game since like what 2009, I think, when it came out. Maybe even a little before, like when it was in beta. I was originally trying to make this door open, and then I came up with the genius idea when I couldn't get that to work to just do it like this, like a 3x2. And I was like, yeah, I can just fly in. No. He's huge. So when I realized my error, this was only going to be about half this big. So I was like, okay, we'll expand it down, make it more like a big warehouse. And we'll go ahead and do a big door down here. And it can be in, a little bit. Just, because of the design, which it is in the link below if you guys want to check it out. But yeah, I was like, there's no way I'm ever going to get this to work. But I finally found one. I went through like 6 different tutorials. I found that one down below, and it works pretty awesome. I did have to like slow down the tutorial a little bit, but obviously, I don't know what I was thinking. He is 4x4, so it doesn't make sense that I could ever ride him through. So that was stupid of me. But then the fact that he has to like be aligned perfectly. So at least with the walls here, again, it doesn't look great, but it kind of goes with the whole like grungy, like this place is falling apart vibe, and it works. And I might, if I play around with it even more, I might even be able to get this to like be a wall, or I'm sorry, this to be like a full block, and then like, I don't know, I could leave this open or something and go from there. So before we wrap up today's video, there's 2 things I want to do. First, I want to show you guys something here behind me, and then secondly, I want to build something with the happy ghast. Before we get to the ghast though, we gotta visit I guess these guys are still kind of new, probably been in the game for like 2 years now, which, wow, feeling old. But I do have plans to do some stuff with them soon. So off camera, in between episodes, I built this little secret area here with subscribe to ztVypr. Well, I mean, who am I to argue with that? A little weird that somebody put that sign here, and then, oh man, this sounds really dire, you guys. I mean, hey, little weird that that's down here, conveniently placed where I was going, but you should probably listen to what the sign says. It sounds urgent. But anyways, I went ahead and added in this little minecart with a hopper, just track here, and you can see it's like fairly efficient. I've already cleared it out a few times. In fact, we'll use this to breed these guys up real quick, because in a near episode, I don't know, maybe even next episode, I do want to make a little sniffer farm. So I'm going to start using the torch flowers and the pitcher plants more often. So I think that this is a great start for that. And the final thing I want to do is over at the castle. So let's go ahead and open the door, and we're going to let Jasper out, and we're going to fly on over there. All right, buddy, I know you're enjoying your new home, but it's time for you to get your first day of work in. Maybe. He doesn't want to go to work today. I understand, Jasper. Me too. Totally seamless. This is exactly what I had in mind when I built this. There we go. Okay. To the castle. Very slowly. I did try the swiftness potions to see if it helped at all. They do not, unfortunately. Okay, we have finally made it to the castle, and I want to tell you guys a little bit about my idea. So I saw somebody, it might have been Fwip, honestly, when isn't it Fwip, doing something though in their hardcore world, and I'll just go ahead and show you guys. I have a whole bunch of candles here that I kind of laid out in a schematic, and it looks really weird up close, right? It looks very like Harry Potter-esque. But I think that this is going to give us like a cool, almost bird effect when we look at it from afar, especially from down in the city. It almost looks like there's a flock of birds like landing or taking off on the castle. And I think that's really cool. So I'm going to go ahead and put these in place here. And I'll let you know my thoughts and see how the happy gas, how Jasper performs. All right, now I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I thought that if I had this schematic here, that I could just kind of place the candles in midair. So, as you saw from the time lapse, that was not the case, right? I needed to place dirt. I needed to have some dirt or some breakable block under here, and then break it, and then the candles would go there. So that's kind of on me. It ended up maybe being a little harder, honestly, because of Jasper, but not to any fault of his own. That one is totally on me. And as you can see, Jasper is just kind of having his own little playtime here. Oh, I'm gonna jump on him, but he's been getting to fly around on his own as his reward for this. Because yeah, I mean, honestly, this looks pretty cool. He did a good job. Job well done, right? Again, not his fault. I take credit for that one. So we're going to fly him back over here to the garage and take a look at our latest addition to the castle. And there it is, you guys. It doesn't, I mean, honestly, like if we just are kind of looking at the city and stuff as a whole, it doesn't really look like much, but it's just a subtle little detail, right? When we zoom in, you can clearly tell they're candles, but from far away, right, from sitting on top of Jasper, you can see like it almost looks like a flock of birds. Maybe they're like flying past it, or hey, maybe they even have a nest. I mean, that's probably a good place for a nest right on top of the castle towers there. Yeah, it just kind of adds, you know, more very like atmospheric stuff. I mean, honestly, maybe we should add like a flock of black candles or something over there. And the very last thing I think I'd like to do today is watch the sunset over the countryside with our new friend Jasper. And with that, you guys, I just want to say if you made it all the way to the end here, big thank you from Jasper and I. I hope you enjoyed the video. It was a different one, trying out the new update, trying something new, doing a little bit of Viper Redstone, which is always fun. And yeah, I just want to say thanks again for watching, and I will see you, or rather, we will see you soon.
It was a typical night in the big city. Cold, rainy, too many mouths, not enough food to feed them. I was finishing up another night of trying to sniff out crime. Nothing of note though, just more loose ends that needed tying up. Something didn't sit right with me. I had all the pieces of the puzzle, but it didn't quite add up. Well, not unless. Final clue. Could it be pointing to the old abandoned house by the chicken restaurant? No, it can't be. No, that is impossible. No.
Huh, that was weird. Anyways, I think what my friend Detective Viper is trying to say is that today we're going to be building a sniffer farm. And I have just the place in mind for our farm, and it's going to be right over here by those shulker boxes. So for the past few days off camera, I've just been gathering up some materials and breeding up the sniffers over in Midtown because I want to build this big sniffer pen right here. And I'm thinking maybe we have a couple nice like custom yellow aspen trees right here in the background, just because I think this is going to be beautiful right with the mountain and the trees. And I want this to be really scenic, kind of like the rest of the countryside is so far. So let's hop into a time lapse and see what I come up with. Yup, this is it. This is what I was hoping for. These trees, oh, guys, they turned out so well. I am super happy with these. I mean, obviously, this is just a little fence, pen, whatever. I almost said fence gate. That's not right. It's a little pen, but these trees, man. Whew, I just been standing here for a couple minutes just looking at them. I have wanted to build some of these like yellow aspeny kind of trees. I think, yeah, yellow aspens. I think that's what they're called. But I have wanted to build these for a long time. And I found a couple really cool references online. But I don't know why. Yeah, I just never thought that I could do this well. But I think it turned out pretty good. I've also been trying like even you'll see with the fences, like there's some darker dark oak mixed in with the spruce, trying to paint out maybe like where the shadows would be a little bit, still a little like random, but obviously like it's a lot darker over here from the trees. And then doing the same thing with the trees. You can kind of see, I don't need to go into free cam, but there's a lot of the lighter, like yellow wool on the back because, well, of course the sun's right there now, but the sun, right, it rises and is shining down on the trees from there. So it makes sense, like maybe these are, here, I'm going in free cam anyways. Makes sense these are a little bit lighter. And then towards the front of the trees, right, we have the darker stuff here. So with the yellow concrete, and then even like in more where you like wouldn't get too much sun peeking through, I've added in some honey blocks and some of the glazed terracotta just kind of sprinkled around. But yeah, I wanted to make them feel a little bit unique as well. Like a lot of them have like the little candles on the top, but some of them have the full blocks. Obviously, they're all a bunch of different heights. And then we have, if I go back down here, some of like the smaller ones, right, that are maybe just babies. They're only like a couple years old, where these ones have been here for a while. But I just love this view with the mountain in the back. Like the idea is the path's going to wind from there, or maybe both. But you get this beautiful view with like this like little farmhouse here, the sniffers, and then the trees. And who knows what's going to be over there. There'll probably be a path, extending over to the back of the castle, front of the city there, or front of the mountain rather. City's over there. But yeah, I am just super happy with how this has gone. But more importantly, I have 10 sniffer eggs here that I've been getting from breeding up our sniffers over in Midtown. And I think we're just going to go ahead and start placing these guys down. I know they grow up quicker on moss, so maybe eventually we'll add in some moss here. But I think what I'd like to do right now is add in the redstone collection system because, well, there's 10 of them. Hopefully they're going to be digging up a lot of stuff so I can make some torchflower and pitcher plant fields all kind of around the world here. But I'm not going to be around to manually collect these all the time. So we're going to run some hopper minecarts underneath of here and just make a simple little collection system. So you guessed it. That means it's time for another installment of everybody's favorite segment,
Redstone with Viper. This concludes Redstone with Viper.
Well, that has got to be some of the most Viper redstone I've ever done. As you guys could see from the time lapse there, that was a little more complicated than it had to be. But we are up and running now. So initially, I tried to make the rails underneath of here, like in the shape of the pen, just to like, you know, quite literally cut corners. Didn't work out. Honestly, terrible idea in hindsight. Like just having like 11 different hopper minecarts. No, silly idea. I don't know what I was thinking. But now basically this whole entire square, and if I go into free cam, you can see that this whole entire square reaching out even into our trees a little bit is all covered up by this minecart. So yeah, it just kind of goes back and forth along here. It picks up all the pitcher pods and everything, and it works pretty well. So I have this little scaffolding here, and basically just like a little basic collection system. And I've already picked up a good bit from it. Yeah, like as you can see, 26 pitcher pods and then 6 torch flowers, but I was using those torch flower seeds to really breed these guys up. I think we're getting close to 20 sniffers. So yeah, the pen's starting to fill up. I wouldn't mind getting a couple more guys in here. I don't want it to be too crammed, right? I want them to have comfortable living conditions, but I do want this to be pretty efficient. And now that this thing has been painstakingly rebuilt and quite honestly taken way too much time off of my life, I want to build something fun. So I think we're going to hop into a time lapse here, and I'm going to get started on the farmhouse. Yeah, this is like exactly what I had in mind for this, you guys. I am so happy with this build. I mean, I know I said that with this, but it's true. This has like quickly become one of, if not my favorite areas of the world, which is cool because like a couple of days ago, I didn't really have a plan for this. So yeah, dude, this build, it's very much, I don't know if you guys watch Flip. If you don't, you should, but it's very much inspired. He did like a woolly cow ranch like a few months ago. And I saw that and I was like, yeah, I want to do something kind of like that. Cause I really like the idea of, at least in my mind, like this used to be like a really beautiful, like white farmhouse, ranch house kind of thing. But now like the paint is like weathered away, right, from being so close to the coast here. So you can see how that's kind of taken its toll, and that's why we get some like the moss and the lichen glowing on here. And then this little like side piece, maybe this actually like used to be the original house or something from like, you know, 100 years ago, and they kind of built on, like maybe it was like a little shack and now they'll use this as like a little tack room or something, or like a little shed. And then kind of transitioning into the full build here. If I go into free cam for a second, lot to talk about here, right? Like the bottom half is pretty much entirely stripped away of that paint. And we do have like the weathered grates for windows down here. I thought that was really cool. And like the shutters. And then in front, right, we have just some azalea leaves here, right, to get some like more foliage, and maybe we'll do some more. Like I want to add in pathways here soon. Lodestones, almost forgot to mention these. So glad they're cheaper now because they're such a cool decorative block. I haven't done a whole lot with them, but I think they're like perfect in here, right? It makes sense that they would be more of like a foundational kind of block here, and what we could, I don't know, might call like the Sniffer Manor, or Sniffer Ranch, whatever. We'll talk more about that later. But at least for the upper half, I couldn't really decide on what type of windows to do. So I said, you know what? This is an old house. It makes sense that at points this was like kind of cobbled together. So maybe we have more of these almost, I want to call them like boat cannon windows. You know what I'm talking about? Like on a ship like Pirates of the Caribbean, they have those little flaps with the cannons. Kind of reminds me of that, but I like it a lot. And then obviously this little protrusion maybe was like an addition later on, because you can see that wood, so it kind of sticks out. But I really like that, and I tried to add in I don't know the exact name. I always call them yellow frog lights. We'll call them yellow, the yellow ones, just for like a little bit of lights, especially at night and you're like far away up on the hill. You can see the light coming from the windows, like somebody is home, even though again it is empty inside. Oh, and then windows up top there, those gosh, I'm totally blanking on the name, but those cool little roof windows, dormer windows maybe, I don't know, somebody correct me. And a little weather vane there on the top. Then we have this big chimney. I would imagine, to heat this whole thing back in the day, this is like a big wood burning chimney / stove. This is kind of like the central point of the house. And then, a little ladder so they could get up if they needed to do maintenance, or like a chimney sweep needs to clean it. And then, keeping the signs wrapped around. We come around to the, lava. I didn't know that was there, but towards the beach here. Maybe one day we'll do some like terraforming along the edges. Maybe even like a boat or something would be cool. But much of the same. We have the windows up top there. Another little weather vane in the back. Our little cannon-y type windows. And then more of like the yellow frog lights in here. I'll give you guys a little better view of that. And we do have a back door, because this door here, right, is just kind of fake. It's a faux door. And then we can also get in here. So I think I would like to do an interior one day. But right now I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. I've also been itching to use this like just regular pale log, like not the stripped version. I think I used some of the stripped in the aspens over there. But this looks just really cool, like almost like this dilapidated texture. And then I didn't want to use lodestones again, but I always think that these like tough blocks, especially these chisel tough ones, they look very like fancy, sophisticated. So, at one point in time, this probably was like, wow, like a beautiful, like wealthy kind of house, whatever, like a big like status symbol. But obviously now it is still very beautiful, but in its own way, very different. And another cool thing about building the sniffer farm here first, then the house, is if we come down here, this thing has been running, and look at that. We have almost a stack of each. And I want to say I have even more back in my storage system in the castle. The other thing I want to talk about is this chimney, like the smoke coming out of the chimney. I took a long time designing this, and I am really happy with it. I shouldn't say that, but I think maybe I could do better. I think maybe it goes like angled too much. Maybe it needs to come up and then angle like a tiny bit more. But I worked on a couple different iterations of this, and I think I mentioned it already. I'm trying to get this all recorded and out because I am going on a trip here soon. So you know what? Maybe that's something we'll revisit. But for my first ever like glass anything, like chimney glass feature, whatever, I'm really happy with this. But if you guys have any, tips or ideas for how we could redo this, or like videos and things that I need to watch to get better with glass work, let me know, and I would be happy to take a look at them, because yes, that's something I want to perfect. And don't want everything to be a campfire chimney in this world. I think especially out here in the countryside, having this effect is like very whimsical. I do still want to plant some new fields with our new sniffer seeds, but before we do that, I think we need to get this guy connected up to the rest of the world, because, well, it's a little lonely over here. And plus, that gives us more time to get more seeds, and more seeds means more plants, more fields, and just more happiness overall. So sit back, relax, and enjoy
the time lapse.
And the pathway is in place. So I just kind of took this pathway here, heading down to our little seaside cottage. And I wrapped it right in between these fields. So our little like cabbage, lettuce field, and then, you know, our like secondary wheat kind of thing with the dried grass we did a few episodes back. And it winds you nicely around here. And then we get this really cool view of the sniffer farm, the sniffer farmhouse, all that stuff. And then it wraps us very nicely, kind of winding our way up to here. And I think it might be nice to add in some of those fields, like the sniffer pitcher pod. Yeah, pitcher pod. That's the one. I know what I'm talking about. Maybe some of those in here. And I think just all around the world in general. And I do like if we go back up here that we have this like unobstructed view. Like I think the fields would look nice, but I thought about putting some trees, but then that totally blocks this beautiful view you get from here. And there is one more view I want to show you guys. I thought about putting the pathway here, and maybe there should be a pathway here, but I do think it is kind of nice, like if we play around with the sight line. So the city, I think eventually we are going to have some like castle walls and stuff. So you're not really going to see, and maybe we'll have some like trees or something here. And then maybe we have another pathway that like brings you, and then like you step here and wow, you get this big open view of it. But like we could put like some rocks or like boulders or trees or whatever to like play with the sight line, because I think that this, yeah, is just kind of another magical view of it. I also wanted to point out before we get working on those other fields that I did go around and light this whole area up. So I like doing the mossy carpet with the green, I think they're ochre, verdant frog lights, the green ones. And now this whole area, as you can see, is spawn proof. So pretty much nothing can spawn here. There's like some areas in between here in the mountain that are spawnable, but for the most part, it's all spawn proof. And the benefit of working in this area so closely to the sniffer farm is that it has been working really well, guys. We have more than enough to build these 2 fields that I want to build before the end of the episode. Before we jump into those time lapses though, I just want to say thank you guys so much for the support last episode. That was awesome. You guys crushed it. I appreciated all the nice comments and whatnot as well. So thank you so much for that. And stick around to the end here to see the comment of the day. And I also wanted to mention, if you've stuck around this far, maybe consider subscribing, maybe even liking the video. I would really appreciate it. It would mean a lot to me, and I do love getting to hear from you guys. So let me know what you think. And yeah, it's just a good way to interact with the channel, and it is much appreciated. But with all that yapping out of the way, let's go ahead and build some fields. Yep, these are definitely some of the fields of all time. But no, I Surprise, surprise. I'm really happy with how these turned out. The shape of this one, the torch flower field's a little weird. Maybe I might like wrap it around more. So like it expands out a little bit, like almost like they're kind of grown into one another. But I'm pretty happy with this pitcher plant one. Gosh, guys, it only took me the whole episode, but I know how to say it finally. But yeah, I think that this turned out really cool. Now, I know with these, like, all right, tell you what, let's jump over to Midtown real quick. So over here in Midtown, I know we can place them down like this. And then I do have a resource pack that lets me get like little clusters of flowers because I think it makes them look a little bit better. But I wonder if we do this, like we break them when they grow and place them down like actual flowers, because I think, yeah, so you can just break it and it's a pitcher plant. So I don't, instead of, yeah, the pod. So I don't know if maybe that's what we should do. But I do kind of like the little base that we have here. And I think that only goes away when you break it. I guess I could, oh, I just broke that. But so then, yeah, so see, then we could place that on the dirt. Although maybe we could do a little bit of both. Honestly, it is kind of cool to have, maybe some fields of each. So maybe these ones, like, are being grown because obviously they're growing them. They have the seeds from the sniffers, and then maybe elsewhere in the world. Oh, guys, look at this. We're coming up with lore on the fly. Maybe elsewhere in the world we have them actually grown like flowers because they're buying them from the sniffer market, and maybe we'll build like a little market stall in the city, something like that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think that's a pretty good little tidbit, little bit of lore. I really want to show you guys what these fields look like when they're all fully grown, and I don't really feel like bone mealing everything, so there's one or two little things we can do to pass the time. One of those things is texturing the sniffer pen a little bit more. So I've brought some moss, some coarse dirt, and leaf litter among other things just to kind of make this look a little bit more like the sniffers are, actually in here digging things up, so maybe it's not as pristine and perfect, although I'm kind of terrified that they're gonna fall in. So I'm trying to do just like little baby sections at a time, but I think all these guys are grown up already, so we shouldn't have too much of a problem with that. And there we go. I gotta say, I am glad that these guys move slow and have big hitboxes because I was really worried that they were just gonna like fall down and get caught under here, and then I didn't know how to get them out, and yeah, that would have been kind of a nightmare. But honestly, they weren't too bad. If anything, I did some bone mealing in here, as you could tell, but I didn't want any flowers. If anything, I was just really worried that I was gonna hit them. Which I did not want to do. I love these little guys, and they are super efficient and helpful as well, so definitely don't want to hit him at all. I also went ahead and did some more bone mealing to make some fluffier kind of grass along here and just fill it out. And I left in some of the dandelions as well as some of the white flowers, so I think that's like the oxy daisies and the azure bluets. And I think, yeah, they really add a nice little pop of color just every now, kind of tying in these yellow aspen trees. But I specifically got rid of any of the blue and red ones because, well, the blue and reddish colors, right, are coming from these fields here, and they look so cool. Oh, this could use some bone meal. But this looks so cool, guys. Like, I want you to see this at night, too. Maybe I'll add in a little clip here at night, but like this... thumbnail potential right there. I mean, look at that. That just looks so pretty. I can actually see a couple little places I need to add in some bone meal just to get some more grass, but wow. Like this is exactly what I had in mind when I was picturing this area just a few days ago. So, whew, I am super, super happy with this. And yeah, there's a few more things I want to do. I'm going to add in some more bone meal and stuff, but that'll probably just be off camera in between episodes here, but before we wrap up, there is one other thing that we have to do. All right, and I have the comment of the day here. We missed a few episodes. Oops, my bad. But from Xander. Xander said, "Sick. What inspires your builds?" And yeah, that is a great question. I would say there's a lot of different things that inspire my builds, like going out in nature and, just kind of walking around, taking pictures, observing my surroundings. I also use a lot of like references and stuff on Pinterest and just in general, like absorbing, Minecraft content. So some creators I've been really into lately are Bars. I would also say Schuler. Beans and Apples, always Flip, anybody on the Hermitcraft server, Oh My Fish, lots of great creators. I try to find big and small creators out there and just, take inspiration and make sure to support them along the way as well. But that is going to do it from me, you guys. And here it is at nighttime as promised. I think it looks beautiful and I hope you do too. If you stuck around to the very end, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you'll stick around for more content with me. But with that being said, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. If only we had something to change our luck. Maybe something with magical powers, like of the monetary variety? Huh, Hugo? Yeah, I guess a magic coin would be perfect. What do you mean grab it? It's not like it's right there in front of us. Oh, wow, it is right there in front of us. Good call, Hugo. Let's head down to the old pond in Midtown and make that wish come true. Wow, now that we're here, I almost don't know what to wish for. Yeah, Hugo, solving world hunger would be a good one. Yeah, I guess world peace is good too, but I have something else in mind. I'm gonna wish for the one thing this world is missing. A really cool boat. That's right, you guys. Today we are going to be building a boat. I actually just got back from vacation and it was lovely. Thank you so much for asking. God, you're so considerate. But I took a lot of pictures, a lot of inspiration from all the boats down by the beach and the marina and whatnot. And yeah, I am just super inspired. And I think I know exactly where we're going to be putting the boat. Last episode, we were out here over in the countryside area and we worked on the sniffer farm. Check out that video if you haven't. This was a lot of fun to make, and thank you guys as always for the support on that. But we built up the yellow aspens, this little aspen grove, and the sniffer pen with the farmhouse and all these fields. And I think, how cool would it be off in the distance to have a boat just kind of sailing through here, like maybe somewhere right out there. And I don't know what we're going to do with, this island or if we're even going to keep this, but I think this would be a pretty cool place to put the boat. I think we'd get some pretty cool views of it from the city too. So like if you're leaving to go out to the countryside this way, we'd be able to see it out there, even if you come down along the paths, or if we're like coming from the horse stable over here, you can kind of get glimpses of it. So yeah, I think that's perfect. And I even have a little bit of lore for it too, as to where it's going in the world. I think I have a design that I'm pretty happy with, so I'm going to go ahead and grab the materials and get started on this build. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, whatever it is you do, and enjoy the time lapse. Also, before we take a look at the boat we just built up, I just wanted to say I hope you enjoyed that little skit at the beginning. If you guys enjoy those and you want to see more, let me know. And I wanted to give a very special shout out to my buddy Hugo, my co-star there. He really stole the show, if we're being honest, but that was a lot of fun to make. I have some cool little ideas like that, and I think, it's cool. Hugo's a part of our world now, so maybe we'll introduce more characters like that through these little skits, sketches, whatever you want to call them. I just think they're fun, and I hope you guys like them too. So let me know if you have any ideas, and if you want to see more of them. And here it is, the moment you guys have been waiting for, the boat or ship, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, it just, it looks so good. I am so happy with how this turned out, like up close, far away. Oh, it's just awesome. I'll show you some views too from around the world, but for now, let's go ahead and fly over there and we can check it out up close. So I have been calling this the Copper Maiden. I think it's kind of fun little play on words, kind of like, Iron Maiden. Any of you guys are into them. But the idea, I think, is that this is a like fishing or like crabbing kind of boat. But maybe they have, like some storage here above deck, right? Some pots, maybe, who knows, maybe they found some treasure. And I think the reason they're going this way is because eventually that village over at spawn there, I want to turn that into a fishing village. So maybe they're going to dock over there and, see they're pulling up their crab traps or whatever on either side here. So for the deck itself, I used barrels, and this is the bottom texture of the barrels, and I think it looks so good, like these like old wooden planks, and it just works so well with spruce. I mean, spruce just works well with everything, but it works especially well. And then for the wheel, we have a grindstone with some lightning rods. My only concern is I don't know, like if there's a thunderstorm, if these can get struck, because they're kind of covered, but I don't know. You guys can let me know what you think about those. We already kind of talked about the details here, but you might have caught in the time lapse. I thought about like, and I don't know, I'm not great at, organics or boats yet, but I tried to put like my version of like the mermaid or whatever on the front of the ship, with these wither skeleton skulls, which I think looks pretty cool, kind of menacing. So maybe the idea is like this is an old like pirate ship that's been repurposed, and now they got these little like crab traps and everything around. Nothing on the interior yet, but I think maybe we'll save that for another day or like a live stream or something. Okay, let's talk about the boat itself. So we have these sails. I tried to do like angles so they look like they were blowing in the wind a little more instead of being like straight on, but I couldn't really get anything I was happy with. So, you know what? For my first ever boat I built, this is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I tried to make them like a little more tattered with the texturing. So obviously like we have the mushrooms into the smooth sandstone with a little bit of sand and then some birch and birch logs. So I think that turned out well. And we got the big sail and the little sail. If I did this bigger, I would have put one here. A lot of the references I was using, right? They had some here, or even like 2 sails per mast. I think these are called the mast. But I don't know. I'm really happy with how this turned out. And the little, flags at the top, I think are a nice touch as well. And they're kind of waving in the wind, so it works out. On the side here, I did add in this little buoy. I think this was something I saw from Beans and Apple's video. But yeah, just super cool, super creative, and I really like that. So I said, you know what? Let's add those in here on both sides. And then this is kind of meant to be like the anchor. I did design an anchor with blackstone and stuff, but I don't know, it was just way too big. It didn't really fit the vibe. So maybe we can just imagine that the anchor is like, right, well, it's definitely up because they're moving, but it's chained up right now. So this is what it looks like. So use our imagination with that. And then for the actual boat itself, on the bottom is mud. Then it goes into copper, and then it's kind of split between the tuff with a nice little row of jungle. And I think that works out really nicely. I did also see a couple videos here, and I have to say, I probably watched like 100 different videos of boats in Minecraft and looked at a bunch of references. So, because I mean, again, I had never done this before, but I am pretty happy with how it turned out. And I saw quite a few videos using chains like this. Almost if we go far away, it kind of looks like the boat has like stripes, or maybe it's like a little more worn. So I think that's kind of the idea there. But I wanted to add in a touch of brown, maybe almost like they're like barnacles on the side. And I think those candles, you know, from a distance kind of give that effect. Or maybe even it's like if this was a pirate ship, maybe those are like the ports where the cannons used to be or something like that. So I don't know. We gotta have to get a little bit creative with it. I know I mentioned watching like, I don't know, 100 videos about boats, but I think the most helpful was a tutorial from Builds by Zay. I'll leave a link down in the description for that, but it was basically them talking about how to build up, you know, the shape of the boat, right? So it doesn't look like it bows out way too much and, you know, becomes like a big sphere, and then how to build up this bottom part. And they also had a couple really awesome references with like the copper boat. So that's kind of what gave me inspiration for this, along with a few other like merchant schooner. I think that's the right way to say it. But along with a couple references of that. But yeah, super helpful and a lot of fun to make. But I'm not quite done with this yet. And no, not because of the interior. We'll do that another day. But because I have this little trapdoor here. And I think it could be really cool to put, I don't know, something like some chickens on leads. Try to tie them up here to make it look like, you know, we actually have the leads. Because with the lead mechanic, right, we can make it look like there's like ropes hanging in between here and stuff. Now, I don't know if it's... Now, I don't know if that's going to work. I couldn't really get it to work in my creative copy, but I want to try it out and see. Okay, so I don't really have any eggs, but I went over to our chicken restaurant there and I was able to gather up a few. So let's see if we can get a chicken from this maybe. I hope so, but I don't know, 4 is not a whole lot. Oh, okay, there we go, that's lucky. Let's see, can we get one more? No, okay, hey, that's fine, 1 for 4. I am okay with that. So if we, well, come here little buddy. Come on, come on. There we go. I am now stuck in here. This is great. I don't think I could cheese my way out of this one. There we go. Okay. Turn that off. And then let's see. I think maybe we have to close this. Good, he's still attached. What about to like right there? Oh. Ah. Okay, what if I take this off? Can I take this off? Okay. Is he still... I'm kind of scared to open this. I don't want to like fly out. No, okay, he's there. Okay. Awesome. You know, I kind of thought building the boat would be the hardest part of today's episode, but I guess I was wrong. I guess it's dealing with chickens. Let's do a little higher, maybe like here. Okay, so we have to go lower. Fair enough. Can we do there? That kind of works. I think that kind of looks cool. Like if we go into free cam. I guess you can't really see it. But maybe I'll add one more and do the same thing over there. I mean, I guess if nothing else, it could be like these guys also move livestock. Like they do a little bit of everything on this boat, right? They do fishing. Like we got a net here. They're carrying like, I don't know, buried treasure or like shipping stuff places. And, you know, they fish, they crab, they do it all. So yeah, there we go. We can add this in even though it's kind of lame and make a lure purpose for it. So there you go. Okay, that didn't take like 30 minutes or anything, but now that they're both in place, I mean, I guess it looks cool. It adds a little bit more to the boat, but I don't know if we're going to add any more today. You guys can let me know down in the comments, so if you think we should add more of these or if this is kind of a waste of time, because I'm not sure, honestly. Now, I do want to do a little bit more with the ship here today, but before we do that, I want to go ahead and plant a field or two because I want to start getting in the habit of making this world more and more beautiful and more lived in. So I think adding in some more flower fields today is going to be a great way to do that. And there we have it, you guys. 3 new fields in place in the world. First off, we had this lovely, oh, it's kind of hidden, but this lovely little sunflower field, this little patch here. And I think, like, oh, dude, beautiful shot of the boat of the Copper Maiden over there. But yeah, I think that this is really nice. I mean, this whole area, like the main color that we're going for is obviously yellow. Like you have the little yellow dandelions. Now we have the yellow sunflowers. We got like the yellow scaffolding, obviously the yellow trees, yellow in the sniffers. I think that's just kind of cool to have like a color or a theme to an area, right? So we have a lot of that around here. And the sunflowers, they just make sense. So maybe we'll add some more fields in here. I don't know if I want this area to be too overkill. I do like how there's a lot of like openness to it, but there's definitely some spots we could add more. And that's exactly what I thought when I was adding in these fields over here. So the second field here today is this little lilac field, and I've been wanting to do something with purple for a long time, which is a weird sentence now that I said that out loud, but I think seriously, like this lilac color just looks so pretty, especially if we look at it, you know, from over here, like you're coming up the hill, or even if you kind of like are coming along this pathway from the city as you round the corner. It's not going to be the first thing that catches your eye, right? You're going to see like the boat, right? The main focal point of the episode, and then you see the cottage, and then as you kind of come around here, wow, you get this beautiful like purple foreground with, you know, some more purple down there, and then just kind of like your eye leading you to the horse stable. So I think this is a really nice addition. I think even having more fields like running down this hillside, probably less of like crop fields and more of like flowers, because, well, crop fields are a lot easier to tend to on the flat land like this. So maybe more like flowers kind of coming down the countryside, or the countryside, coming down the hillside rather, is going to be cool. And that's kind of where I got the idea of adding in a touch of red, but not like this, you know, more bright in your face red, but kind of a dulled red with like, if we zoom in, they have like these like darker crimson, and I mean, in fact, they're called crimson roots, but these pinks and these like darker, almost purple colors, like these undertones. So I think that the crimson roots were a nice touch, and I didn't want to do a lot, just subtle, something kind of right up against the wall here. This dilapidated little wall we built a few episodes ago. And again, I think we could add in some more flower fields along here to just kind of make this like colorful little hillside come together. Also want to point out that if I open up my map here, I think it's a nice little pop of color. We have the purple, the red, and the yellow. And I guess maybe I could remove a few of them so it's less of like this one big color, but I do kind of like it. You can see also right over here with the farmlands where we added in these flowers here among our crops. It looks cool. It's very interesting, and it's like kind of draws your eye, takes your attention on this map. And speaking of maps, how about we go update the world map? It's been a few episodes since we've done this, so I'm curious to see what we're going to have. Yeah, we don't even have like the sniffer farm over here, or or I mean, a lot of the countryside. Wow, we don't even have the cottage over here, the little seaside cottage cabin thingy. Okay, let's go ahead and add this in. So I'm going to take, oh, my inventory's full. All right, so I'm going to grab these maps if I could figure out which one's which. There we go. Yeah, we could take this one. I think we're missing some stuff in the city, sure. I think if we take these 6... Actually, no, we might need these ones as well. Well, I'll just take them and update them, and let's see what we can get. Alright, there we go. Everything is now updated on here, and unfortunately the boat, the Copper Maiden, right, is just right outside of here. But everything else is in here, right? We have our little sniffer area. The rest of the countryside has been updated with our new fields all around here. And then we updated this area, and you can even see the connecting pathway between our soon-to-be fishing village and the countryside. One thing I like about these maps is that we can add in names, unlike in our world map here, although this might be a little more accurate, a little more colorful, maybe even a little more high definition. Oh, and we can see the boat, which is super cool. But I would like to add in some more names around here. So I think I have some ideas, maybe like the Sniffer Grove, or like the Sniffer Manor, or the Sniffer Farm. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think for that. And then I don't know if I just want to call this area the countryside, or if we want to come up with something a little bit better for that. But I do have a really cool name for our fishing village, but I'm going to keep gatekeeping that until we actually start working on it. But anything else is kind of free game, so let me know. Even the city, I still need a name for that. So you guys comment down below what you would like them to be named. Last thing I want to do with the boat before we wrap up here today is give the boat a captain. Now, I've been thinking, right? Every good ship has a captain. So why should this one be any different? I've done some thinking, and as much as I would love to captain this ship, that's a lot of work, right? That's kind of a full-time gig. So I think I have the perfect replacement for me, and I think you guys are going to agree that this is a great hire. That's right, you guys. The captain of the ship is none other than Hugo from our little skit in the beginning. So actually, after we were finished recording that, Hugo made a wish and said, you know what, I would love to sail the 7 seas one day. And we're granting Hugo's wish. So Hugo is officially the captain. But I think it would be cruel to leave him out here alone. So we actually got Hugo a buddy, his first mate, and that is none other than Polly, the parrot. And she sits up here and watches over. She's kind of like the lookout, so, you know, maybe they're going to need to turn around this ruined portal, or if I don't break it for them soon. So Polly is in charge of that while Hugo is down there steering the ship. And I mean, who better to be a fisherman than a cat? Because cats love fish, and historically cats and water don't mix well, but Hugo isn't your average cat, right? Hugo is quite literally built different. Speaking of builds, random little side note, but I think it would be pretty cool to make like a functional interior for this. So if you guys could think of like any little like micro farms or anything that should go in here, let me know, because I want to have a reason to come back and visit Hugo and to set sail on this ship a little bit instead of just admiring it from afar. But with that, you guys, we are all finished. So if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. Maybe consider leaving a like and a comment, maybe even, dare I say, subscribing. I know, crazy thought, but if you enjoyed it, I would really appreciate it and love to see you back here for the next video. But with that all out of the way, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is episode 28 of Viper's World, and I figured we'd start this episode off a little different. Right, instead of our typical intro, me yapping, which, although fair warning, I am going to yap quite a bit now, but I figured we'd just jump right into this build here behind me. And this is going to be our brand new wheat farm. Now, obviously, right now, there's no interior, but we're gonna get into that in just a second here. I want to take a minute or two and talk about the outside. So obviously this is meant to look a lot more like a factory, right? Which we can tell from these big industrial smokestacks that I'm now realizing I forgot to texture. Oops, please don't sue me. But also just like the lack of windows, right? Because throughout the city here, we have a whole lot of like scaffolding windows, even over at the Happy Gas Garage and here at Chicken Jockey. But in here, I wanted to go with like there are windows, but they're kind of a fake, right? These are the what are they called? The chisel bookshelf. That's what they are. But you get the idea, right? It's supposed to be very industrial vibe, big factory looking building. I tried to emphasize that a little bit with like some graffiti on the side here. It doesn't really look like anything or say anything, but I don't know. I thought it was cool. Maybe this could be like a different language or something, or like minimalist depictions of like, you know, the Steve skin, right? It's kind of those colors are kind of like the zombies from Minecraft, the game that I'm playing right now that you're watching me play. I don't know though. I just thought it really needed something, especially with this abandoned building here. I mean, come on, this is like prime graffiti territory, right? Anytime you see like an abandoned building in the city or, you know, a more rundown place, right? And like these big industrial looking builds, you're gonna see some graffiti. So I figured that this side should definitely have the bulk of it. And then, of course, the roof, right, kind of keeping in line with a lot of these other roofs. We have some copper, although up there at the very tippy top, right, there is some prismarine just kind of mixed in. So a little bit of everything, trying to vary it a little bit so it's not all the same, but similar, like, variations. This build is pretty awesome. Originally, when I designed it, though, it was going to be something totally different. So this is not nearly big enough for a wheat farm. So I have to do a whole lot of digging if I'm going to want to fit that in here. So what will probably take me a couple hours of my life is going to be an enjoyable 30 or so seconds for you. So enjoy. Hey guys, Editor Viper here. Not sure why I said it would take like a couple hours. This wasn't really too bad. I don't know, maybe like 20, 30 minutes. So yeah, not sure where I was coming from there, but I also kind of figured that this would be a pretty boring time lapse, so I figured I'd jump in here and say if you are enjoying yourself, subscribe maybe. We're trying to hit 6 billion subscribers before the end of the day today, so it would really help me out if you would go ahead and click that button. Maybe let me know how you're liking the video so far. Anyways, back to me. Alright, it is done. It is a hole. You've probably seen some holes before, so we're not going to spend too much time on this, but I did want to give you a quick look at the villager setup here. And by villager setup, I mean the schematic for the farm. I have no idea why I said it that way. But essentially, right, it's, well, the nice thing about this is that it's too tall and it's stackable. So I think I dug down enough to have about 5 or 6 layers of this. Yeah, so if we want to stack it up, I think we need 2 villagers. You know, these guys, they're fake. Thanks, Late Matica. But I think we want to have 2 villagers per layer. So we might not do like a full 5 or 6 today. But yeah, we will definitely get a couple of layers in here. And they're each like fairly efficient, but I really like this design because, well, one, it's stackable this way, but if we want to go out in other directions, we can. So we could have like 4 farms here and then stack it up 5 times for like 20 farms, which would be kind of crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and actually build this thing so that it's not just a hologram. This guy right here, bit of a menace, but he is a total game changer. Oh, he's flying away. But he is a total game changer for moving villagers. Like, I don't think I have a boat on me, but for moving villagers, you guys saw in the time lapse, so much easier, right? So much easier now with him to move mobs around. And oh, look at this, we can watch the sunrise. Oh wait, no, this is the sunset. Sunrise over there. We can watch the sunset. But no, seriously, this guy is awesome. Although I have a mod that makes him go faster. And that means he flies away a lot faster too. So kind of a pain there, but you saw I was having some trouble with the villagers, but honestly, definitely much better than, building like a minecart rail all the way through the city, or, trying to bring them in a boat, just hooking them up to a happy gas. So yeah, if you need to move mobs, the happy gas is the way to go. But I already moved. Well, I'm gonna get some more mobs in here, but for now, this thing is working pretty well. I ended up adding in just a couple more layers. I don't want to add in one back here because I want to have a collection system that goes up and do some cool things that way. But I did add in a couple more on the side because I figured, well, you know what? If you can expand it out to the sides, we may as well. And that way, right, for every layer we add up, we can have, 3 more villagers. So if I do, another 2 layers, then I'm going to have to get 8 more villagers, but because right, we need another one in the center, I believe. But then it's going to be, 3 times as efficient as it is now. So it's kind of worth it. I don't know if it's worth it too, though, to bone meal some of this to make it grow a little faster, but it was pretty efficient, though. See, this was like 15, like, I don't know, 30 seconds ago, a couple minutes ago, maybe. So it seems like it's pretty efficient on its own. But I am worried, like, so there's a lot of wheat in here. I don't know if this guy, like, I don't know enough about their mechanics, but I'm wondering if he just goes around and we'll get it all at once, and then it's going to take, like, another 10 minutes. So maybe you get, like, 40, but then it's like, okay, this is really slow to grow back, and then you got to wait. So I think maybe having those other layers would be helpful because, I mean, honestly, I do use a whole ton of mud brick, especially in the city, and especially for some upcoming projects. So I think that, yeah, we should expand this a little bit. So without further ado, I think it's time we go ahead and add another layer or 2 to this farm. And just like that, I've added not 1, not 2, but 3 total layers to the farm. Well, I guess I really only added 2, but there are 3 total layers to the farm now. Oh, and some mobs around here. Oops. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. But yeah, there are 3 total layers to the farm now here. And obviously we have the 3 different sides here. So that brings us to a grand total of 9 little farm modules. And yeah, obviously this up here is not looking too great, but we'll address that in a second. But my way to get down there right now is this little scaffolding elevator type thing, and this is working pretty well. I mean, the top layers were literally installed. I don't know, like they maybe been running for like 5 minutes, before the start of this clip. So this is working pretty well. This is probably more wheat than I'm gonna need, honestly, but that's good. I want to never have to worry about wheat again. But I definitely have to worry about bad interiors, and right now this is absolutely one of them. So I have a couple of cool ideas for a more futuristic, I guess you could say, or even a better sorting system, transportation system, storage system, all that good stuff. Something a little more industrial, I'm thinking. That's the word I'm looking for. So let's go ahead and see if I can't put that in place for us here. Because, I mean, well, anything is better than this right now. Believe it or not, guys, I actually got this all to work on the first try. But before we talk about the actual mechanics behind this thing, I want to show you the interior because I just kind of freehanded this. And I'm like really happy with it. I didn't do too much up like top up high because I kind of wanted it to be like these high open ceilings almost again, like this big like industrial warehouse factory kind of thing. So that's kind of intentional, also kind of just me being lazy, and it's a little late. I want to get this video out to you. I want to go to bed, but you know what, here I am making interiors for you all. So this is that little access hatch that I had showed you before, and we'll go down there soon, but I put this little authorized personnel only sign here because I thought that was kind of funny, kind of fitting. Again, using these lights like we have over at Jasper's house, right at the Happy Gas Garage. This is our fire extinguisher totem, which I think is kind of funny, but kind of useful to maybe start dotting around our world. Like, I carry, sorry for the messy inventory, but I carry 1, 2, 3 totems on me at all time because this is hardcore after all. So maybe I start putting these around the world, like, I don't know, something happens, I like pop 2 totems and, I just need to come and get a second one or like get one on hand. So I thought it's kind of like funny, but it could also be really useful if we start dotting these around the city and the world. So this is the actual collection system for the farm. Now, these copper bulbs don't work. I would love to hook it up, or even like redstone lamps like behind here with the chests so that, they do work, like if it's full. But I'll tell you what does work is the wheat farm. Ooh, there's a lot of seeds in here. Interesting. Well, there's also a ton of wheat in here, which is what I'm mostly concerned about. And honestly, I think it would be really cool to add in an auto crafter here, but I have been working on this thing for, I've been working on this thing for some time, so you know what, maybe you guys can take a look and let me know, because I've never used the auto crafter. I don't know if it's possible to do it in here. We'll get into this more in a minute, but yeah, working really, really well. Super happy with this. And I just kind of added in some more like redstone-y, like control type components, redstone, ender chest. Jeez, gosh, guys, it is late. It is too late. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be recording right now, but ender chest here. It is, obviously pretty practical. Same thing, like we have some barrels dotted around. Over here, another sign, right, machinery in use, but it's also useful because, we have a crafting bench, stone cutter. I'm always running back to my base for my stone cutter. The floor is actually the smithing table, so that's pretty useful as well. That's how we get like this gritty, top texture. So there's a lot of like practicality here. Another like goofy little redstone component. And then I did add in this ridiculous ladder, which it's kind of ironic because it's right next to the big sharp thing that says danger. But like a ladder and a little bit of railing, kind of like an access hatch if you need to get up and access the pipes. This pipe is all decorative. So that is just decoration. But this one is fully functional. So if you take a look here, this pipe actually leads to like 5 or 6 different water streams that go all the way down here, and then they actually loop back up to these guys. So essentially, right, the villagers inside the farm will harvest the wheat, then they come over, they try to throw it to their buddy here in the middle on either of these layers, doesn't get to them, hits the fence gate, falls down, and then follows the water stream all the way up this pipe into here. And because I'm really happy that I got this right on like the first try, I did flood the farm a few times. That was kind of a pain, I won't lie. But because I got this right, like pretty much on the first try, I want to give you guys a little bit of a demonstration. So I probably should add more wheat on me. You know what? Let's toss my blocks of bamboo. I'm pretty confident this is going to work. So if we follow this, it goes up our first elevator. Oop, I already lost it. There we go. It's going to go into the second elevator, and it's going to make its way into the chest. So if I pop back up to the top, we open this chest. There we go. 20 blocks of bamboo. So this thing is like lossless as well. I would have been fine if it lost some because it's still pretty efficient, but it seems like it's like 100% lossless. Yeah, I'm just super happy with how this looks with the pipes. It's very industrial. You know, it's a very cool addition to our city, but not only is it cool, right? It is functional. Well, with that all being said, you guys, we have reached the end of the video. I think this one's going to be a little bit shorter. I wanted to get this out to you in a timely manner, but just didn't have all that much time. But honestly, I am super happy with how this turned out, and I hope you guys are too. So with that all being said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Viper's World. I hope you enjoyed that little time lapse kicking things off. I know I enjoyed making and designing this bridge here behind me, and I figured before we continue on with the build, let's just dive into it a little bit. Let's talk about it. Also, can we get a minute and just appreciate how cool this view of the world is? I feel like I'm never walking around here. But I kind of hope that this bridge today is going to change that, right? It's going to inspire me to walk around the world more, use the pathways more, and take in more views like this. But enough about that. Let's talk about this bridge because I'm really happy with how this turned out. The idea is, you know, I kind of, when I designed this initially in my creative copy of the world, this is all like tough brick. And the idea is, you know, that over time it's kind of weathered away and eroded, hence where we get like this mud and this granite and, you know, like some of the glow lichen, the hanging pale moss and the roots and everything. That's where that's coming from. Also too, just in a minute or so here, we're going to add in another build attached to this, and this is going to help kind of blend into it more. Because I will say right now, I like it, but I do think like it sticks out a little bit. Like the reds in the granite and stuff are nice, but maybe a little too bold and brash, if you will. But I think that they're going to look really, really nice once we tie it in with the rest of the build here. In terms of the shape of the bridge here, I'm definitely really happy with how like this archway turned out. I found a cool like little reference for arches online, and I knew that I wanted this to be pretty functional. And I mean, honestly, building a bridge is something I've wanted to do for a while. Like you see a lot of people's worlds where they have these like huge, massive bridges, but I mean, obviously, there's not too much space here. You even saw I had to clear this back, I don't know, 10, 15 blocks just to be able to get the full bridge in the water. But I do think it looks really cool. We're going to add some more stuff in here, maybe change up the bottom, a little bit of the like lake river area, just to make it look a little more cohesive. And yeah, it is still going to be functional. And then, of course, if we come over here, this looks a little goofy right now, but don't worry, we're going to clean that up. The bridge itself, though, is fully walkable. And I went with this cool, almost checkerboard pattern, but like on a larger scale. So just with regular diorite and then the polished, and then right down the middle, we just have a strip of the polished tuff. Yeah, just polished tuff, I think it's called. And then, of course, same thing for the stairs. But for those of you that noticed, right, this doesn't really go anywhere. So I think we should fix that now. So that means it is officially time to get started on the build behind me. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, and most importantly, enjoy the time lapse. Now this is looking a lot more like the thumbnail you guys clicked on. Yeah, I mean the bridge is cool and all, right? I am really happy with it, but with this build, it just adds so much more. So this area down here is definitely a little off, right? It's floating and it kind of looks a little weird, but that's because I have some terraforming I'm going to do here, right? I have a whole big plan that we're going to get to on this side as well, so don't worry about this too much, but I want to take a minute and talk about the interior of the build because yes, this does have an interior. So this is meant to be a gatehouse. So when you're coming from the farmlands into this section of the world, or, you know, vice versa, maybe if you're bringing like livestock through, or you're bringing crops, or like this area is going to be a little fishing village, maybe you have to like, you know, there's some records or reports of who comes through here, or like you have to declare what you're bringing into this part of the world. Things like that, that I thought is just, you know, kind of cool. Nice way to add lore to the world. Before we go too much farther, though, and I dive into the build itself, I did want to mention that this is inspired by a bridge that Schuler did in their survival world. And I thought it was really cool, but I, you know, not trying to steal build credit or take credit for anybody's ideas. It's heavily inspired by this. So as you guys know, I like to add these like little credit books anytime I take a lot of inspiration from other content creators. So there is a link to that video as well. And yeah, definitely check out Schuler's stuff. I really, really enjoy it. But back to the interior here, right? I do try to make it somewhat functional. So I have an ender chest. And then if we go down here, I feel like this is kind of, it could be like a storage area, but I feel like maybe this is more for like, I don't know, confiscated goods. Like maybe somebody's trying to smuggle slowness potions, into the farmlands or whatever. We can kind of use our imagination. So I have a whole bunch of like chests and whatnot. I do have a crafting table. So if we ever need to craft anything on the fly coming through here, a whole lot of storage, just very dimly lit, very dingy, like basement storage kind of vibes. And then up here, just for like a little bit of creativity, maybe this is like an illegal crab trap. Maybe this one is like inhumane or something. So they confiscated this and it's just kind of hanging in the basement now. As for the exterior here, I thought it would be kind of cool to have this contrast from the tough and like more stone type build. So I went ahead with more of a warm palette, where it kind of goes from this like reddish, reddish brownish that you get from your terracotta, your granite, mud, all that good stuff. And it kind of works its way up into these lighter colors with little patches of, mushroom stem and bone blocks. Along the sides too, we do have these nice big windows. So, I wanted this to be, right, very open concept. Of course, if it's coming, it's on a bridge, you're coming through this big, huge, open, like archway kind of deal. So it makes sense that we have that. Then we also kind of like to tie in with the buttons, have some of these dark oak signs. And of course, wouldn't be a Viper build without looms. You guys know I love looms, specifically this side texture, but especially in this context, right? It just fits so well. We get some more of those red tones that I love so much. And then the border of what this almost looks like a stripped jungle, stripped oak kind of vibe on the sides of the loom. And that fits in perfect with our, stripped jungle and stripped oak right there. So it all kind of works out, even on the underside here. And then if I show you guys the opposite side, yeah, everything fits very nicely together. And last but not least, the roof here is very much inspired by that roof that Schuler did on the bridge in his video. I think that this looks so nice. Here, let's get a little less close up. But I tried some other blocks, I was trying tough. I tried blackstone, but I think deep slate is just the way to go. And it's, this arch and the, kind of like Victorian looking things at the top, like little spiky bits, technical term, by the way. But I think it all just looks so nice. It all works so well together and it ties in to make this whole build feel just complete. But there's probably one thing that you guys have noticed that's maybe taking away from this build a little bit, and that is not the cats in our old base behind me, but these guys here, our quote-unquote monuments, as I've called them throughout our time in the hardcore world. For those of you that don't know, I started, because this is a hardcore world, I started every 100 days adding in one of these monuments, just kind of themed based off of, what we had done over that 100 or so days. So for instance, 500 days, I had built a little like guardian prismarine farm. 1,000 days is when I had built this and the giant cherry tree over at the castle. So cherry wood was very fitting. Then we went to every 1,000 days with, if we look at my F3 screen here, we're coming up on 3,000. We are at 2,731. So we're getting there. But as the world has kind of grown and expanded around here, and now it's going to rain. But as the world is growing and expanding, the city's coming out here. I have the countryside over there. I'm going to be transforming this area soon into a little fishing village that I like to call Salmon Cove. So a little spoiler for you, a little sneak peek, Salmon Cove. But as this world is expanding, these are feeling more and more out of place. So I don't want to totally remove them, but I am going to take them down from here. And we're going to keep them in storage until we can find a better place for them. So as much as it's going to break my heart, and it's very fitting that this is raining, I am going to remove these now, and then we are going to find a more permanent home for them another day. So I'll take a couple screenshots here just so that we can rebuild these properly. And I think maybe one day we'll build a museum or something like that to house all of these. So let me know down in the comments what you guys would like to see me do with these monuments, because again, they hold a very special place in my heart. All right, it is done. And honestly, the rain and the atmosphere, that made it like a lot sadder and more dramatic than it had to be. I mean, I have them all right here, nicely laid out in order from 100 to 2000. So don't worry, these monuments aren't going anywhere. I'm going to keep them stored safely until we have a better place to put them that's not really going to obstruct the view. Because now, I mean, before they were going all the way up to like the build limit, and now look at that. Look at that. You can see the castle, you can see the bridge. Everything looks beautiful. Quick little side note here too. I don't think I pointed it out before, but I did put these little signs. So, hey, you're leaving the farmlands, which is this area here. Or welcome to the farmlands, or you're leaving Salmon Cove, our future little fishing village. It's going to be like the rebuild of this village. So I thought that was kind of cool. Like you'll see that, like if you are from the US, like if you're crossing state lines or whatever, you might see like now leaving this state or welcome to this state, and like their little motto or whatever. So just a little something. But now I want to get started on this area here. And by this area, I mean a couple little just retaining walls along both sides of the farmlands and here. So both sides of the bridge, rather. So I want to try to do this live to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. So basically on both sides of the, river, or I don't know what this is. This where it spills out into the ocean. Essentially though, right here, I don't want to fall off the wall, but what I do want to do is try to tell a little bit of story with the different types of walls that we have. So over on this side of the water, we have a like really rundown, rickety, wooden kind of one. Maybe that you would expect to find more, with these farmers, right? Because the thing that matters most to them is their crops. And so what if this wall is a little bit run down? It's still doing the job, right? It's not affecting their harvest, anything like that. Whereas on this wall, you can tell that they take a lot more pride in this here across the harbor in Salmon Cove, right? Even though this is pretty mossy, it can be, honestly, it's probably a little bit worn down, but it's kind of like an iconic piece of their history, their culture. Is this wall, right? This is one of the first things you see as you enter the city. So it's important for them to not only maintain its appearance, but also just kind of is a rich part of their history. So I think maybe they take a little bit more pride in this. And that's kind of how we get these two very different walls, right? So if we look over, we have, if I turn that off for a sec, we have this very wooden, almost like rundown wall, like it's kind of being held together with the signs. Whereas this one, again, maybe not in the best of shape, but it's, a big part of who they are, of who the people that will live in this future village transformation. And it's giving fishermen a little bit more here, I think, than maybe this one over here. And now with a little extra foliage, I think that you can really see what I'm going for with these different walls, right? The story is pretty much complete with these two. Also added in the warp trap doors on top here for a pop of color, as well as some lanterns. So maybe there'll be like a pathway along part of this where you can like walk at night, have it nice and lit up. Whereas again, over here, still pretty run down, and it just serves from, having anything come up out of the water and get the crops, or, having the soil erode away into the sea here. As you guys saw though, I did add in a good bit of foliage, a lot of like azalea leaves with mossy carpets, these little cattails, lily pads, mangrove roots, mangrove roots, and then some small drip leaf, which I got a ton of just a few minutes ago here in a lush cave. And I am really glad I did that, because they're just, I wish they were easier to get because I would use them more often, but they are pretty awesome. They add a lot. But yeah, as you can see, just coming through here, there's a whole lot of, moss and like algae built up. especially as you get towards the middle right. It's kind of built up around the bridges, and honestly, like here might be too hard to get anything but like a little boat through, but maybe eventually on the lake we can add in, you know, nothing huge, something that would fit under here, but like a couple like medium to small size sailboats. And then this kind of wraps around here, and it looks pretty weird right now, but that is because I want to add in a little bit of terraforming. So to kind of start wrapping this area up for today, I want to add in a cool little field over here, just kind of like a pop of color for when you first enter Salmon Cove, the fishing village. And then right over in here, I want to add in a little like rock formation, maybe even two if I'm feeling it, but at least one right over here. So you know the routine. Go ahead, get comfortable, and enjoy yet another time lapse. And just like that, you guys, we have added so much with honestly so little. I mean, just a simple little lilac field here on the other side of the retaining wall, and then a fairly simple little terraformed rock. And it looks pretty awesome. I mean, I added in, you know, just some some of the pale moss, regular moss, just a whole lot of foliage, right? And before we had all this kind of foliage algae stuff around there. Oh, how did you get there? Okay, I'll deal with that in a second. But, you know, just if I go on the free cam here for a second, you can see, and actually I have that turned on, and I'm about to get attacked. But if I talk real quick, you can see I did hide some firefly bushes under the rock. But as you can see at nighttime here, it looks so great just with the ambience from the fireflies, right? The little kind of lights going around. And I have a couple of firefly bushes out along the bank here, but I was trying to go for like a very brighter green, very like vibrant kind of terraforming here. So a lot of these firefly bushes are hidden underneath. And then same thing over here, there are a lot of firefly bushes. And I think I'm going to swap these out for brown carpets. This is just to hide the frog lights to keep it lit, but keep it nice and safe. And yes, it is spawn proof over here. But yeah, I think brown carpet would blend in a little bit better here. And for our last build of the video today, I want to go ahead and add in a tree and maybe decorate the river's edge a little bit more. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the final time lapse. And the tree is all done here. You guys, I'm well, one, I'm out in a boat, but two, I am really happy with how this turned out. I mean, just the extra little bit of terraforming around it, I think really sets it apart from, everything else, obviously from this boring vanilla terrain and whatever this is, whatever I was thinking here when I started the world. But this, when I look over here just at this area, I am so happy with it. This might be the thumbnail. I don't know. You guys already know that. I'm not sure, but yeah, let me just walk you through the idea here. Because the terraforming, this was all just kind of freehand. And I'm pretty happy with how it came out. I tried to add in just some of the like little dried bushes from the desert everywhere. A little bit of our leaf litter scattered in just like that, right? Little pop of yellow, little pop of brown, or I guess the brown is really more to mute some of these stony bricks. But I like the idea that maybe this tree, since it is so like spindly, right? It's very like branches out a lot. It maybe was like had a hard time sprouting up through the rocks. It's kind of the way that I think about it. And I did, I like trying to tell a story with these builds and stuff, right? Trying to get more in the habit of that. And I think this tree, I'm calling it like the birch willow, right? Because obviously it has these glowberry vines without the glowberries, just kind of trickling down. And then there are some, you can see the particle effects, some firefly bushes, actually quite quite a lot of firefly bushes hidden under here. But the story I'm trying to tell is actually, it's kind of I guess a more personal one. Where growing up, we used to, in my yard, there was this tree that I always really liked back home where I grew up, where it had like a lot of these branches, right, where they kind of split off, and we're kind of all over the place a little bit, right? It was very like spindly, tree branchy kind of thing, but I always liked it a lot and I always gravitated towards it. And the story behind it was my grandfather always used to come and help cut the grass, and I guess when it was a young tree he ran it over like 5 or 6 times, so they weren't sure it was gonna make it, but sure enough, now it is this big, huge, beautiful tree, just like this tree here. So and I also, anytime I see that tree, anytime I go home and visit my parents, I get to think of him. He has since passed, but I think it's kind of cool now that this will kind of remind me of him every time I log into this world. So just kind of a cool little, maybe a little extra sentiment for me personally there. So this tree is definitely one I'm proud of, and yeah, definitely a personal one to me as well. But more importantly, I think it looks really cool in the world, right? You come across the bridge. This is one of the first things you see. If I go back out over here into free cam, it looks beautiful from, the water. If I get you guys some more views, right? Even from over here, seeing it is just really, really awesome. And I am super happy with how this whole project has turned out, really. Before we go, though, there is one other thing that I wanted to talk about here, and that is actually I have some fan art. I want to give a very special thank you to Magpie over on the Afterlife Discord server, which if you are looking to connect, that's where you can find me a lot of the times. I'll leave a link to that down below. But Magpie, and I'm going to put this up on the screen now, made this beautiful fan art of me and my cat, which I think is so cool. This is awesome. They even have my wings in there for my elytra, as you can see behind me here. And yeah, I was so excited to see that, and thank you so much, Magpie. It is super appreciated, and if anybody else is feeling inspired to make fan art, I would love to feature it in the video. So yeah, please reach out to me or find me over on the Discord for the Afterlife server. And who knows, maybe if you guys would like, I can make a Discord, just a Viper solo Discord channel. So we'll see, maybe that's something for the future. But thank you again to Magpie. But with that, you guys, we are all finished for today. I want to say a very special thank you to everybody still watching at this point. It means a lot to me. And thanks so much just for clicking on the video. I hope you liked. I hope you enjoyed it. Your reward for sticking around to the end is trying to watch me go through the bridge like I said I would. So thank you all so very much for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Viper's World. I was just hanging out over here at the new terrain. This is what we had worked on last episode, right? The little lilac field and the bridge and the tree, and whew, I am just like super inspired to do some terraforming and yeah, just kind of do some more stuff like this along the river's edge. But that is gonna have to wait because that's not the focus of today's episode. You see, today is a very special episode for a couple of reasons. One, it's episode 30, which is a big milestone for the world. But two, I have a very special build. We're going to be building it right here where all these copper trapdoors are. That special build, as you may have seen in the thumbnail or the title, is a tea shop. Now, why are we building a tea shop, you may ask? Well, why does anybody build a tea shop? To celebrate their grandmother's 90th birthday, of course. Yeah, so I want to build right here a tea shop for my gram turning 90 because I have a lot of memories. As a child, she would take my sister and I to go to tea every year around the holidays, and it's a really fond memory of mine. And I figured what a special way to, kind of build something for her in my world and, give everything a little bit of lore, but some special meaning as well. So a little more on that later, but without farther ado, I think we should go ahead and get building on this. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the time lapse. And here is the finished build. Well, at least the outside of it. Nothing on the signs yet, right? I want to have some of these signs like kind of scattered there. Like we have the happy guest sign here behind Jasper. Gosh, sorry, can't speak today. Yeah, I'll show you guys this side as well. It does already look a lot cooler with like a building here. Like you can kind of start to see the city streets being laid out a little bit more clearly. But yeah, here it is over here. Don't worry too much about the sides. Those are mostly going to be covered up by other builds on the sides of them, so they look pretty plain right now. But yeah, I wanted to use a lot of different yellow blocks because yellow is my grandmother's favorite color. So I figured, okay, let's see if we can get creative. I guess kind of learn Minecraft. There's not a whole lot of like at least this shade of yellow. Like we do have more of the like end stone sand, kind of like faded white yellow, but like this more saturated version, not too much. I guess bamboo would have been a good option, but I wanted something a little more vibrant, almost like the honeycomb. Also, I feel like honey in tea, it's kind of fitting for a tea shop to have honey and honeycomb, and then lots of plants and nature kind of scattered around as well. On the other side, kind of tying it with the honey, we got some candles, maybe some storage and whatnot, but inside there's not much going on. So I think we need to go ahead and fix that now. So brief little backstory on this build and why I wanted to do this for my grandmother is the other day we were talking, and growing up, she always liked Minecraft, and she brought up the time when I was little and she, saw me playing it and asked if I would build her a house there. Because she liked that it was very creative, and this was always somebody who was very creative herself. So I said, yeah, of course, sure, no problem. So I went ahead and built the house. But it got me thinking when she brought up that story. I didn't know what to build in this section of the city, and it just kind of hit me. Like anytime she'd see me playing, like she'd want to know about the builds or want to say like, hey, what's this? What is that? Or can you build this? Or what about that? And it was always somebody who sparked my creative interest or my inspiration. Like, for those of you who don't know, I'm also a musician. I've been playing guitar for most of my life, and she was the one who bought me my first guitar and inspired me to like find my passion for music. So it all just kind of clicked to me at once that I was like, you know what, this needs to be something that I put in the city for her. And then, you know, as a nice way to say, hey, you remember that game that you think I haven't played in a while, but I play way too much. You know, check it out here. I made this for you. So yeah, I just thought it'd be a nice moment, and I didn't know what to put in the world here, and I think this feels very perfect and fitting. And I'm looking forward to adding more special memories into my world and builds that have not only lore in the game, but maybe outside of it too. But on to the interior itself, this thing is kind of crazy. I just kind of did this off the top of my head, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm leaning towards bad, but honestly, I do kind of like it. I went with the checkerboard floor patterns, and then this nice big stripe of amethyst down the center, because honestly, I don't ever really use amethyst, so I don't know. I thought it might be nice to add it in here, kind of like a little divider. And then kind of copied a similar, but maybe a little simpler pattern on the ceiling there, but something to give it a little variety, almost looking like support beams. Maybe even I could set these back as slabs, but no, you know what? I like the way it is, because this is already pretty busy in here. But before we touch on the walls and whatever the heck is going on there, I just added in a couple of chairs. I like to have these nice big back chairs because it feels like a little fancier. And after all, if you are going to grab like tea and stuff here, then yeah, it makes sense. And I kind of alternated, you know, keeping it very busy with the colors, very red, very blue. We do have like some candles and some cups and whatnot at this place. And I tried to make it feel like more cozy aesthetic kind of vibes, like very inviting, not like a tavern, but almost like that's kind of where we get into the clutter on the wall. Maybe there are a lot of pictures or paintings of like family and friends and stuff, and then my idea would be that these signs are from like people who have visited from other parts of this world. Maybe like they sign their name on here, like you can leave your story, or like on this side I have just some like random items and objects that were totally not just things in my inventory at the time, but in the item frames that, you know, could be like, oh, this was something special to somebody, so they left it behind as a memento or something like that. Or maybe like somebody that you had lost, so you left like, I don't know, this was their favorite ladder, or we could use our imagination to make it something else. But that's kind of what everything is doing on the wall. Like, instead of making it over the top fancy, which I don't think, like, this build doesn't necessarily scream fancy, but instead I figured this would be more like a cozy one, like everybody here kind of knows each other, or like if you show up here and you're a stranger, they want to get to know you and, you know, collect your items or objects or whatever, or leave behind a bit of your story to make it part of this building's. And then just for functionality, brewing stand, because, well, you would get drinks here, and then just like a little crafting bench. So if I'm out in the city and I need to craft real quick, I can just walk in, craft, and yeah. As for upstairs, nothing really here, just spawn proofing it. I think maybe when we have a build next door to this, we can like knock down the wall and maybe make this like a part of an apartment or something. I thought about making it a kitchen or doing like a kitchen down here, but I don't know. I wasn't really feeling it. Maybe one day we'll do that, but for today, I think that's where we're going to leave the downstairs. Oh, and gotta come up with something on these signs. I might ask you guys for help, or if something comes to me here in the next few minutes, maybe I'll circle back to that. But yeah, that's pretty much the build for now. Earlier in the episode, however, I mentioned our lovely new foliage and everything around the bridge and the rocks, and I just think that looks so very nice. And it got me thinking that this area over here by the Midtown, or I guess this is Lower Midtown rather, is looking a little weak. It's looking a little empty. I think maybe if we just add in some similar foliage to that, maybe even we add in some like cattails and stuff. I do have plans to terraform like the whole lake bed here, but I think maybe if we could do like a little bit on the edge and then a little bit in here, I think that is gonna look so much better than it does now. And then I don't know, maybe if I'm feeling inspired, we're we're going to come all the way in here. But at least this little section along the river, just so when I'm over here, it doesn't look so plain. You know, it kind of takes away from it. Don't mind this. We'll get rid of this one day. But if we're looking solely here, it does kind of take away from the focus, right? So something simple, and I think will be golden. And I think that looks pretty awesome. It's really pretty over here from the bridge, actually, at nighttime. This is awesome view. But let's go ahead and sleep, and I will show it to you guys in the daytime. Okay, so here it is up close at daytime, and I think it looks pretty awesome. I mean, the whole point of this is to, like, basically it's not supposed to be blank, right? It's not supposed to distract you from anything that's going on here, right? It's just kind of foliage. Like if you come around the corner here, yes, there's some ambience. I hid some firefly bushes under here, so I like that, right? We get a little bit of light from the fireflies and everything, but our eyes are kind of drawn to, you know, you come around the corner, you're either seeing the windmill, or if you're looking over here at the painted forest, you're drawn to that, but you're not taken, like, your view's not taken away basically by just empty moss and nothing else like we have up here. But this is a problem for another day. I think I want to put some like market stalls or something here and get like really more in depth with that terraforming. But yeah, nice and simple. Just put some like hedges, little bits of grass and like leaf litter. And then I do really like adding in these dried bushes as well. As you guys can probably tell, over here it's supposed to be maybe like a little more dead, right? Maybe some of these more dead bushes, as we kind of have a little bit of that over there on the shore as well. But with that, you guys, we are all out of time for today. That is officially a wrap. I know it was a little different. This time is a little shorter, maybe a little more, I don't know, I guess sentimental, a little more personal. So thanks for sticking around if you did, and if you enjoyed that. Thanks for listening. I kind of, felt a little weird recording some parts of this, but this is an episode I really wanted to make, and it's definitely special to me, and I'm going to look back on it fondly. So if you enjoyed it, maybe leave a like, subscribe. If you want to wish Grandma happy birthday, feel free to do that too. I think at the time of this releasing, it's going to be like a day or two before her birthday. So yeah, any comments of that variety are welcome. But most importantly, you guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Viper's World. I'm your host, Viper, and today, as you might have seen from the title, we are building a little city, little village for the new copper golem, starting with this building right here. So this build is just the start of many. It's one of many, right, in this little village we're going to create here, but I thought it'd be cool to create, a place for the copper golems to live, because I think think a lot of people are going to be like shoving them in storage systems and just kind of, putting them into redstone. And I thought, how cool would it be for them to have their own little place to live? So maybe lore wise, this is kind of like, I don't know, maybe this is what's powering them or something, right? Like this is what's kind of giving them life, like the all powerful crystal or whatever. And then this is, just like a little temple housing the crystal or whatever. So I think that this is a pretty solid start. I wanted to make this feel very, grand, use, of course, a lot of copper. And actually, believe it or not, since I'm a time traveler, so I am filming this before the update's even out. So we're going to go back through this build. And I think like at the top, it would be cool to do a little copper golem statue. But since those blocks aren't out yet, and you'll see that in some of these other builds, we are going to have to kind of go back and update the builds once the new blocks are out. So this is pre 128, 129, whatever the update is, pre that. But I think this is a really solid start for the village. But what I want to do now are add in some pathways and a main little square around the city and just making sure we can kind of connect it up to this pathway here behind us so it feels a little bit less disjointed. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the time lapse. Ooh, I am loving this view. This is a view that I don't get too much, but with the ship off in the distance, whew. But anyways, our paths are all in place. So it kind of juts off of our main path that takes us over to the fishing village. And as you can see, we kind of continue the coarse dirt border, but as we go, the mud kind of transitions out into our tough and pale moss, which is kind of what we have going around most of the area here. And around the edges, we have all of these mud brick slabs. I think they're kind of a nice little border. I wanted to kind of keep the mud in still, but this time it's on the outside and the paths are, a little more gray. So we're going to have a build here, a build here. We might put something over here eventually. And then this is going to lead us out to a little orchard, which is going to tie in later. Then a couple more builds like dotted along this area here. But the main thing I wanted to talk about before we hop into those builds are these mosaics, or I guess this mosaic rather. Since this is going to be an orchard, and you know what, I guess I may as well tell you guys now, this area is called the Copper Orchard. So maybe these guys are trying to pick, fruits or whatever. They're trying to, figure out what it's like to be human or whatnot. I thought I might take inspiration from everybody's favorite hardcore YouTuber Flip, as he did something similar with like trees in here. And I tried to make these look like these are like apple or orange trees, sort of like the trees that are going to go over here in the orchard. And I thought it was a good representation of what goes on in this part of the world. So you can see these are kind of like the fruits. And then there are some other like little copper bulbs around here to be fruits. And then some of the waxed weathered copper hidden underneath some glow lichen to dull it, but just to kind of give you that shape of the tree. And then, you get some of the green mossy parts in there as well, kind of giving you that outline of the tree. And then everything else is kind of our standard path blocks. And now that we have the layout for the town, I think it is time to start working on some of these buildings. I mean, after all, these guys need some places to live, some places to work, and I'm pretty excited about these. They're definitely unique. Let's leave it at that. Okay, that was a lot. That was a lot to build, a lot of fun to make though, and actually, yeah, most of the city is now done or in place. We have this little building here looking pretty good. I like the idea of having the roof like extend out with the carpet and the trapdoors. I think I saw bars do that before, so shout out bars. But yeah, just a couple like little like hatches kind of open in the window, big old chimney. Not much in the way of interior. We're going to talk about why these are open here in just a second. But yeah, very just colorful build. Again, I think I mentioned it before, but right, these are all meant to be like different styles just kind of slapped together because these golems are coming together from all different parts of the world. And, you know, they have all these different interests and hobbies and stuff. And yeah, it's just kind of resulted in this big like hodgepodge of a town. So there's no real like set theme or anything except for the fact that there's, you know, a lot of copper throughout. And then moving over here, we have the first actual named place. This is Trims Are Us. This is a reference to the Afterlife season 5. If you guys enjoyed that, keep an eye out for season 6. But this is going to be, you know, I'm trying to make this place functional. So I figured, you know, it can be more like fun things like this. I want to eventually collect all of the armor trims and like all the armor types and everything. So I figure what better way to display them to have like this kind of like very open air museum type thing where you can walk in and you can admire all the different trims. And I think there's more than this, but you know, I can put like a ladder here and or extend it out that way, whatever. We'll figure it out. This build is pretty empty right now. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do, but I do really like this brick kind of palette and with the little pops of green now, or I guess green is blue. I always think of it as green, but I think they're a little too aggressive, so that's why I've kind of like muted them a little bit by putting this like reddish bricky granite kind of color. So you still get the color pop, but not like as aggressive, I guess. And then over here, this is the little library. So in here I have some signs up, not everywhere yet, but like for fiction, nonfiction, and some of the chiseled bookshelves, because I think that like, you know, this does look cool as a library, but we could also maybe store like enchantments in here, or even I do have plans to build a big library in the base. So maybe this would be just like some lower level enchantments, or like maybe just some random books or whatever. We could do like, you know, comment of the day type stuff, which we've done, or like adventure books. So maybe we'll put that over here. I also have like a little dropper for a book return, and then like a little like librarian's desk with some candles, which probably not the safest for a build made like entirely out of wood. But yeah, I still think that this is pretty cool. And then upstairs, nothing yet, but I think it could be cool to maybe put like a new enchantment table over here, because we have one. Can you see it from here? Somewhere. Oh, yeah. This is like the first thing I built in this world like 3.5-4 years ago, so it maybe is in need of some updating. So maybe we'll do that up there. But I did want to talk about why we have these big open air gaps. I mean, they're windows, but we're gonna put something there. So I'm still not playing on the Copper Age update that actually is out today, but I'm still waiting on some mods to update. So what I want to do when I update to that is I think it'd be cool to put like the iron bars here, or I guess not iron bars, the copper bars. So just picture this, maybe like this is this staged one. What is this, like the weathered or like the slightly worn one? Or maybe it's like the full copper, so we get more of like the orange color there. And then over here, I feel like it should be more of the like, gosh, I'm mixing up the names. Wait, I have them somewhere. Oh, oxidized. So yeah, this one could be oxidized, or maybe the weathered, and then this one could be oxidized or weathered. And I think that is a cool way to kind of tie in a little bit of like, you know, make it a little more uniform, I guess. Whereas we have all these like crazy different build styles and sizes of builds and just like all kinds of like almost block vomit going on from these golems, but they do all use like the copper bars or like copper rods and whatnot, and like I alluded to before, like a little statue. So I think that is going to be a nice touch when, of course, we're able to use those blocks. But now I want to go ahead and add in the final building of the city for today at least. Don't worry, we still have plenty more to do, but this will be the last build. And this is actually going to be a copper greenhouse. That's right, the golems have a bit of a green thumb and they're trying their hardest to be human. Maybe they don't need to eat these crops or plants or anything, but they like to admire them. So let's go ahead and build them a greenhouse so they can keep on admiring. All right, guys, so a little update. I am like very, very sick right now. So that's not fun. But I've used this time to just kind of work on the city, the village a little bit. Oh, I just broke that. Oops. But I think it looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with all this. The pinks and purples kind of blend into the reds along the side here. Then we got a whole bunch of blues. And then also we just did this little greenhouse as well. Tried to add in just as much variety of plants and like a lot of like little particle effects. Like there are some firefly bushes under here. And yeah, it just looks pretty cool. Very crammed, but you know, kind of if we continue down here, you could see just the idea that they really like, you know, their plants and foliage and whatever, right? But again, yeah, just lots of different colors and whatnot going on here because, well, they like their various plants from wherever it is in the world they came from, and they have it all together just to make this like very pretty, very unique kind of area of our world. But this place isn't called the Copper Orchard for nothing, right? There needs to be an orchard here behind me. So before my voice totally gives out and I get like way sicker than this, I'm gonna knock this out real quick here. So enjoy the time lapse of the orchard. Okay, and the orchard is all done. Now, I wanted to start from over here so that you guys could kind of see it from like the main pathway here. And yeah, this looks pretty awesome. I'm like really happy with how this turned out. Um, Gosh, like I don't even know what to say. The little walk up to here is just so like it's so charming. Like but we kind of have this rundown look, this rundown, overgrown kind of vibe with the walls. You know, there's some holes in the walls, like maybe they haven't taken the best care of it, but they're, you know, maybe they don't even know why the walls are there in the first place. They just saw that some orchard had them or whatever, and they said, okay, cool. Like, yeah, we'll put this up, and then, you know, they don't maintain it or whatever. Because again, they're not sure, right? They're just like you and I, right? They're trying to figure this thing out for themselves too. I also went pretty crazy with the leaf litter. I ended up grabbing like, I don't know, 8 or 9 stacks of it while I was out getting some of the resin clumps, and I used like most of it in here. I just think it's such like a, I don't know, cool detail on the pads here as you walk up to the trees, and it can kind of like line the pathway, and it just, dude, I never thought I'd be excited about like a leaf block or like a little placeable leaf block, but I am so excited about leaf litter. Like it works so well. But anyways, back to the tree, right? The reason you guys might have clicked on the video here, these trees were pretty fun to design. I think there's like 5 or 6 of them, and they're nothing special. But I love how they're like seated inside of these composters, almost like they're just planted out of the ground here. It looks like, gosh, I don't even know what you call it, but what you get trees in, like that little bundly kind of thing. So clearly they're, we're planted here. They're not like natural growing. And then the resin clumps, I thought about doing like candles, which maybe if we do like another orchard somewhere in this part of the world, we can use candles, but the resin clumps just look so cool. They look like orange trees. I mean, I don't know about like the lore of this world, if this is like the climate for orange trees or whatever, but they look really cool. And same thing with this, we have to have a way to harvest them so you can climb up some of the scaffolding that I have dotted around. But much like the wall, it is a little bit like run down. Like they probably need to tidy it up. There's a lot of leaf litter, a lot of weeds growing through here. The pathway is pretty worn down. Like the golems are just kind of going wherever they please. And then to light it up, I do have some frog lights under here. Thinking if I could get like a better way to light it up. It does look a little bit like, I don't know, goofy at night with some of the bright lights popping through here. But honestly, I love it so much with the atmosphere, like the little fireflies. And I even added in a little wheelbarrow over here. I think that looks pretty cool. Yeah, I just like, I don't know. I can't stop walking through here. I'm just like so excited about how this turned out. I mean, don't get me wrong, this part is pretty cool, but the orchard itself was kind of something I was dreading. I was really worried about these trees, but this has quickly become like one of my favorite projects I've done recently. So yeah, I hope you guys like it too. And now it is officially time to update. So that's right, we got to get the new shelf block, the new copper bars, and most importantly, the golems themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and update my game. And when we get back, we're going to go ahead and add in some of the new blocks and items. And that is all of the new blocks in place. Well, everything but the new golems, of course. But we're going to get to that in a second. I want to show you guys what I did because I'm pretty happy with some of this, especially this right here. These are the pale oak shelves, and I kind of use them as shutters. But you'll see, and you probably saw in the time lapse there, that some of the shelves I didn't really like. I did put some stuff in and I didn't, and I think that gives us some really cool, unique like textures and stuff, especially from far away. And unfortunately, not all my mods are up to date, so free cam, one of those, so I gotta run all the way back here. But you can kind of see, right, especially as you approach it, like you can tell that, or you can't tell that these are barrels, and they almost look like these shutters with like little lines in them. Maybe those are like latches you can grab to close them. Really cool though. I really like the shelf block. It just kind of gives you an extra level of detail that we couldn't have before. And then obviously, as mentioned before, we have all the different colored bars. So as I show you those, I think we have almost every variation. I don't think we have the orange one. It didn't quite fit in here, but I was pretty happy with it. I did end up replacing the signs here with shelves because I thought it looked pretty cool. I'll show you that on the front as well, but more of the bars, more of the shutters on this side, which this is kind of gives you a better view of it, and you can even see the shelves here. If I go like this, you can see the shelves there. which I think look pretty awesome. They have like a little more depth and like variety to them with the inside and like the outer bits. That's something. With the outer bits like poking out a little bit more, I think just gives it a lot more depth than a trap door. So I'm really happy with how this one turned out. I think the bluish greenish bars here look really cool. And then if we turn around to trims our home of no armor trims right now, we have the weathered variation here, so not like the fully oxidized one, but it looks really cool. I think that, you know, kind of in context with a lot of the other green blues going on around it, it's a nice subtle touch of color to this otherwise like pretty dull, pretty like grayscale build. Almost forgot to mention as well, our little lamp posts have been updated. So we always had the copper trapdoors, but now we have copper chains and copper lanterns, which copper lanterns are pretty cool. I think these are all like the fully oxidized variations, but I would not be opposed to like changing them up a little bit, maybe getting some other variations in there. And then this build, we went with the second stage, I think it's exposed copper bars here, and we did that on the inside as well. So it just kind of blends in. It's more subtle because, again, these, whatever these ones are called, I'm not even going to pretend to remember what those are kind of like the highlights or the pop of color. And then this is meant to be, you know, kind of the highlight as well, because look at the back of the dark oak shelf texture. And I believe all the shelves are like this, but look, they have these little like rivet kind of things in there, almost like they've been like screwed in or like, you know, yeah, drilled into the wood or something like that, almost like little rivets. I really like that. I think that's cool. I think we could do some cool stuff. Might even like take this door down so it's open, because I do think I want to put some of the chests in here for the golems so they don't wander as far away. But, you know, it even looks cool on this side as well. Yeah, just another cool, like kind of creative way to use the shelf block, which I tried to do as much as I could. As you can see here with the library, they are meant to be more like supporting parts. Like you could use it like at the bottom of pillars. Now, I would like it to go all the way down here. I think that might look a little better, but I'm happy with how it looks here. And I tried it down here and just with the pathway and with the little mural here, a little mosaic, it didn't really work out. It kind of messed this up, and I'd rather have this look nice than, you know, just the little extra detail. So I think the shelves are cool there. And then we do have a little extra bars here. So same kind of bars as our brick build, but nothing too crazy with this one. But where we get into the really fun territory is here, our little, I don't even remember what we call this. I built this so long ago, little like temple kind of build. So using the shelf block in 3 different ways. The boring way, just kind of like under these windows as a little support. So around all the sides, just under there. Nothing really in them. Then we have it up top here, and I wanted to tie into the signs, but without having more signs there, have it a little more subtle. So that's actually mangrove doors inside of the shelves there, but it gives it just enough red that it kind of ties it together, makes it like this little arch, this little archway. And I think that is so cool. It's so subtle, but it's just enough that it kind of sets it off and makes a difference. I thought maybe about doing like mangrove shelves, but played around with that in my creative world, and I think the jungle is like the least intrusive way to do this. And then finally, the last thing we added here is this, shelves, these shelves on both sides, right, and kind of all around. It just, if we look at it from the inside, you can see the arch a little bit better. So now instead of being, you know, more abrupt with the stairs, it allows us to make this like a more gradual slope into the archway. So I'd imagine you could get really creative on something that's like, I don't know, 5 or 7 blocks long, or maybe even more. With 3 blocks though, I think we ended up doing pretty well. This looks pretty nice. And last thing to mention here, other than our lovely little arches, is these guys right here. So they were here at the beginning. I haven't, you know, placed any new ones yet, but the copper or lightning rods, just lightning rods, are going to age down here gradually, and eventually they'll be like this bluish color. But I think it's kind of cool to leave it like maybe over time, you know, it did start this way, and as this ages, maybe the golems age, so maybe we'll come back in and, you know, change how our golems look and change the oxidization level of them. Although I do want to have, some different, like a variety of golems. And speaking of, I think we should go ahead and sleep, and I am going to get to work placing these golems down. All right, and all of the golems are in place. I think I did like, I don't know, 10 or 15, probably more than 10. And a lot of them are just congregating in the greenhouse here. I don't know why they really like the chests in here. It's actually kind of terrifying. They'll all like lock onto a single chest at once. So I put one down here and then I put one here. Are they actually putting stuff in it? No, okay. That's fine. That makes sense. But like they all started, so I'll show you guys. They all started over here and I just watched them while I was in here just funnel into here like in a single file line. It was kind of horrifying. But it's cool they can open and close doors. And the reason I want to have so many chests everywhere, you know what? I guess I could maybe put like a chest in the corner here or something, or somewhere in here. Couldn't hurt. But I put a couple here. I think I put one up top in the library, but I don't think... Yeah, it doesn't look like they can do ladders. Sorry, buddy. But the reason, yeah, I want to have so many of these different chests around here, like I have 2 of each variation. I think they can reach those. Is because I don't want them necessarily, like, I wouldn't mind them wandering around the world, but I don't want them to just, like, totally spill into the countryside here and, like, overtake it, or them to, like, totally overtake the future fishing village there. I would love for them to stay in, like, this little area of the woods. Like, maybe they venture out sometimes, but not, like, I don't know, not a whole lot. So I think it's great, and we'll get to see them kind of, like, congregating. And I wonder... I'm half tempted to put like a chest in the ground here somewhere so they kind of come out into the open more. But maybe if I put like, okay, maybe if I do one more here, this will be enough to get them to like cross over to this side of the street. So let's go ahead and get some more wax and go from there. But I think that is gonna do it for the golems here. There's a lot of different variations of them. Yeah, oh my goodness. Okay. This might be too many. I don't want to lag out my world. I did just update my GPU here recently, so hopefully I can handle everything. But okay, we might have to, if we start hitting the mob cap, might have to turn some of these guys into statues, unfortunately. But it is cool seeing them kind of wander around the world a little bit. But there is one last thing we have to do to make this official, right? And that's get this place on the map. So as you guys can see here, our world map is in need of some updating. Actually, maybe even in need of some updating here, but we're not going to worry about that today. Today, I just want to worry about this section because, yeah, this looks so cool. We did a lot of work right in here. Actually, yeah, directly in this area. And we're not seeing any of that on the map. So let's go ahead, grab that. Might spread onto this one too. That's fine. We can get that. But I also want to go ahead and grab a banner for this because I want to make this a named location on the map. All right. And this is going to be way too satisfying not to show you guys on camera. So as we get closer here, we can watch this go ahead and fill in. And actually, I think we're going to have to spill onto this map a little bit. Nope. Maybe just like the tiniest bit. And then I think right here, in the center of this tree, we're gonna go ahead and place down our banner. Oh, and I gotta fly out of here. Yep, if we just switch it over to this map and go ahead and click the banner, there we go. Our named location is now on there, and it's a little hard to see on this scale of map. But if I go ahead and fly back over this way, we should be able to see it a little better when I place it down. And here it is, you guys. The Copper Orchard is, well, done for today at least, but it's pretty cool. You can see how the brown roof building and then our 3 little shops over here tie in. The greenhouse looks kind of cool too. That almost looks a little futuristic. And then, of course, the orchard is pretty fun as well. But I just love having these named locations. We got to get some markers down in this part of the world, this side, but you can also see our castle, then Midtown, and actually, sorry, that's a terrible view, but if we go from up here, you can see it a little bit easier. So we have a whole lot of good stuff going on with the name locations. It doesn't look like I ever updated the river. Wow, that's embarrassing. But I will go ahead and show you guys how it all looks on this map here. So this is a mod called Zyro's world map. Not sure on the pronunciation, but you can see, our river, some of the updates we did down here to the foliage, the bridge, which was a fairly recent project, and then of course the copper orchard, which looks really, really beautiful from up above, especially the orange pops of resin on our little orange trees there. And then you get the little bits of color all around the buildings. I think this has turned out so, so well. I wanted to point this out as well too. If you go ahead and zoom in, and I can't really hover over it, but if you look at the mosaic we did, you can kind of see the, vague outline of the trees. And then as we zoom out, it gets a little harder to see, but you can still see that. And I think that is super cool. Just what a fun idea. I'm so glad that I tried that from Flip. But you guys, unfortunately, we are out of time for today. This was a super, super fun project. It was also a super long one. I've actually been planning this one for a few months, I think. So if you enjoyed it, I would really appreciate it if you left a like, maybe subscribed, or even leave a comment. Let me know how you feel about this and what your favorite part of the build is. But most of all, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it, especially if you stuck around here to the end. So thanks again for watching, and I will see you soon. Honestly, guys, the city is looking a little empty these days. I mean, obviously we have this lovely main street here, which I'm super proud of, and it leads down this way into the castle and whatnot, but outside of that, we have a few other buildings here, but not a whole lot else. So today we're going to change that by completely finishing the street here behind me. That's right, that is a grand total of six builds that we're going to be doing. So without further ado, let's get started on those builds time-lapse style. And build number 1 is done. So very similar to that building over there. This is another little stable, right? Another little place where you can dock your horse. That doesn't sound right, but where you can put your horse, and they can enjoy some hay and water and whatnot. While you got to go do some shopping or trading in the city, whatever it is you're here to do, because right, the city's going to kind of end here as we get out into the countryside and over to the sniffer farm and whatnot. So I figured it would make sense to have another place to kind of keep your horse, another little stable. So if we look at the side here, nothing too crazy going on, just more like this reddish tone palette, whatever, with brick, granite, terracotta. And then I think jungle works there as well. And we kind of worked in the looms because, well, it wouldn't be a Viper build if I didn't find a way to put the loom side texture in it, because I just love that so much. I also really like this little awning. This build is going to be right up against it, so we don't have a sign here. But yeah, just a little something to kind of give it some variety, give it a little bit of depth as you're coming into the city this way, right? It kind of goes above the sidewalk there. But believe it or not, this one does have an interior. Not going to be a common trend in today's video, but we'll get to them eventually. We just kind of have like a little storage sitting area here, some paintings, and then I tried to include these like shelves high up, and a lot of the pots, as you'll see continued in here. I figured, one, it's good for like flowers and stuff, but it could also be like maybe they're storing like grain or whatever here for the horses. But yeah, just more storage in here. Some candles to keep it nice and lit up, and then a bed, which I think is a nice touch because, again, I'm trying to make this place as functional as possible. So having like, I don't know, 3 or 4 different places that I can sleep if it gets night out in the city is kind of an important one for me. So that's what's going on there. And then a quick little fly over the roof. Nothing too crazy, right? The red already sticks out enough, so I wanted to make this more of like a natural kind of color. So that's why we just got some of the different grays in here. And a little bit of the green grass, almost like, the person that lives here, they're so preoccupied with the horses that they don't even care that there's like grass and lichen growing out of the roof. They're just more concerned with the horses themselves. Okay, I want to do these next two as a pair because they're very colorful, we'll say. So I think it's going to make sense if we do them both at the same time here. So we're going to lump them into one time lapse here as we keep on plugging away at the city. Two more builds in the book, and the street is starting to come together. Now, first things first, you guys might notice some bees flying around, and it's not just because of these flowers everywhere. It's actually because of this little strip right here. So in the pink house, we'll call it for now, I really like the idea of having these ladders over top of the honeycomb. It gives you this cool like stripe texture, or not honeycomb, sorry, beehives. But see, you saw it just a second ago there. There are, yeah, a lot of bees that live inside of these hives. So, okay, yeah. Oh, there we go. Perfect timing. So yeah, no interior, but this, maybe we'll have to make this something with bees, because honestly, I don't really know what to put in this building. I just really like the colors, right? We got some yellow, some blues, some pinks, some reds, all kind of up and down the street. And if we go into free cam, it is really starting to look good, right? It's really starting to come together and add to the city. But nothing too crazy going on here, right? Just a pink palette, kind of like our plant shop over on the corner there, right? Same kind of deal, although maybe a little less hectic, as we just have some cherry wood, some pink glazed terracotta, some pink concrete powder, and then cherry planks. So yeah, I think the pink works really well with the copper in the roof, but nothing too crazy, and just some bones in there to give it like a pop of white. Moving on to this build here, this blue one is definitely got to be one of my favorites in the city. Now, I do think maybe adding in some of like the warp shelves or just shelves in general could be cool in here. I designed most, if not, actually, I think all of the buildings in the city currently before the update came out, like months before, so shelves didn't even exist, but maybe we could do some updating. But anyways, I think this is really cool. I want this to be and like apothecary or like potion shop, because this is giving very like witchy kind of vibes. Especially I went ahead in after the time lapse there and added in some frog lights behind here. It just feels very like ominous, but I could see it being very fitting right on the outskirts of the city. Maybe this is like a creepier shop, right? They got fungus and warts and stuff that maybe they use to put in their potions. So I think that this one is going to be a pretty welcome addition to the city, although I will say no interior, but this could be a fun one to work on, somewhere down the line. And now with those two builds out of the way, I want to go ahead and connect the blue and yellow buildings behind me with something a little less colorful. So let's go ahead and add this in, and then it'll be on to the last building of today's episode. And the street is pretty much done, aside from this building here, but we'll talk about that in a minute. First, I want to take a look at this build here. So much like the side of the red brick horse stable there, we have a cute little awning. So yep, just a fun little design, something I've added in more, and even we'll go around to the other side. Oh, this guy needs out. There we go, buddy. He got trapped in there. I feel like that's going to be happening a lot. But yeah, I added an awning into the other side. I just think it's a cute little detail to add into the city. Speaking of details too, I have just little like bits and bobs, storage and whatnot kind of scattered around here. Lanterns, candles for light. I do like using these bamboo trapdoors as well as windows. I think they kind of look like our scaffolding, which is like a really common thing in the city. So you can see by just about every build on the street here. But they're kind of like a nice alternative. We still get that little pop of yellow color there, but it's maybe a little like inset, or like it's like an inlay into the window almost. So they're seated back a little farther. But if we continue up, we transition into like this wooden beam kind of thing. And then using composters, which I love composters. Looks super cool with the signs. And then we get into this part, which is definitely duller, right? It's more of a neutral tone, that brown and the grayish black gradient at the bottom, but it still has enough color with the windows using bamboo. So I actually, if I fly in here, you can see I waterlogged some stairs next to the grass to be able to use these as windows. And I think it gives it just enough of a color pop to kind of stick out. And same thing with these cherry leaves, although I do think I like the cherry leaves. I think they're nice when you look at it like from afar. If I just fly on over here, I think with the pink from the pink house, it's a nice little addition. But yeah, I guess I'm still not super sold on them, but I do like them. I think it's not bad. Then over from this side, which we kind of got to go back into the wheat farm, which is overflowing. Okay, I mean that's good. It's efficient, but I'll deal with that later off camera. Yeah, we got the awning here, same kind of window, same kind of chests, barrels, all that good stuff. And then I did want to point out that we have these little shutters, some more signs, the campfires, and then the dirt, which I think is actually really cool. I've seen a couple of builders use dirt in builds, and usually it's like, oh, a dirt hut, oh, this sucks kind of thing, but when used mixed in here with like mud and stuff, it makes sense. So I think I'm going to start doing that more in some of these more brown tone builds. Oh, ignore that. This is actually part of this build here, but sorry, that just caught my eye. But the last thing I wanted to mention before we get on to the last build are these trapdoors. I think these ones specifically, same thing like the other side, I think those could really look cool as shelves. So maybe that's something that I'm going to swap out. We'll see. And last but not least, our final build in the city here today is going to be this little corner behind me. It's going to be a big one, and it's definitely a little unorthodox. It comes with some lore, but I'm going to explain that afterwards. So just promise me you're going to trust the process while I build here behind me. Don't judge it too harshly, because I think it might end up looking kind of cool once you know the story behind it. So without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy the time lapse. All right, I got some explaining to do. This is meant to be, well, obviously an unfinished build. But the idea behind this is that this is some sort of like museum, maybe of, I don't know, like ancient Greece or something, or ancient Rome. Hence, you know, it kind of looks a little bit like the Colosseum if you squint really hard and really use your imagination. But I don't know if maybe there was some sort of weather delay or some sort of big incident, but as you can see, right, there's a couple of big chunks missing. So maybe they kind of have to go back to the drawing board here, or my hypothesis here is that they are still kind of waiting for some materials. So you can see that there's some of the birch that's been stored here, and some of the sand that's stored here that maybe they're turning into sandstone, or maybe they, you know, we're cleaning this up from the walls here and just kind of storing it to reuse. But basically they're waiting on some materials, right? They don't quite have what they need. So this is still kind of an active work site. So we have it blocked off here, no entry. And then obviously we can walk in here, but this is kind of like where the workers would enter. So that's what's going on here with this build. I also wanted to include a lot of like pots and pottery, almost like these were, you know, shipped in from, you know, various places to be exhibits here in the museum. And maybe we could go back in and make what are they called? Sherds? Put the sherds on them to make them a little more unique. I think that could be really cool. But maybe, yeah, like they're so behind on work right now that some of the like exhibits are showing up. So they're just kind of like tossing them around the work site, which I think is kind of a nice little touch. I also, hopefully in the future, when we get started on the fishing village just down there, right, when we transform that, I want to put, I don't know if it's like a little barge or something like that, though. Maybe, I think, yeah, barge is probably what it'll be, carrying a bunch of, you know, sand and sand-like materials, kind of as a nod to this build. So maybe they're, you know, waiting for another shipment to come in from the ocean out that way. And I think that's just kind of a cool way of tying this all together for, you know, maybe my lazy excuse to not do a build here, but I think this is actually really cool. And I'm happier with this than I would be to put something that, you know, is just kind of like half-baked and doesn't really fit the vibe here. So I think what better way than to put a museum? And I think one day we'll actually have to build like a real museum in this world, maybe somewhere in the city. But for now, I am happy with this. And who knows, maybe one day we'll even finish this one. We'll add a new chapter to the lore of our city. But that is all for today. This is everything I wanted to accomplish. I do have some really other cool video ideas coming up here shortly. And if you're a fan of the Afterlife server, then be sure to stick around because Season 6 is starting soon. And guys, I could not be more excited about that. So plenty more in the hardcore world, plenty more on Afterlife coming your way soon. And before we go, I will show you guys a couple of views of it. So obviously this view, not really all that impressive, right? We can see these builds here from this side and, you know, are a little bit close. But if we come in from here, yeah, these look cool. This is starting to feel like a city. But there'll be some more builds here, so that will kind of get masked. But the real view I wanted to show you is when we come up the hill here and we get that first glimpse at the city. So we can come around this way, or we can even go around here and take the longer, more scenic route. But yeah, that looks really awesome with the mountain and the castle in the background. And I just can't wait to get some more stuff added into the city here, you guys. I think it is going to look awesome. But from me and my horse Relish, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you soon. It's crazy what a difference one tree can make. I mean, I've just been sitting here looking at this for a couple minutes now, and yeah, you guys, I am so very happy with this. I am hanging out with my buddy Manchego here. Yep, there he is, and we both agree that this is a welcome addition to the world. So this is a bit of a special episode. This is hopefully coming out on Halloween, time depending. It's Sunday before Halloween right now, and I don't know how much time I have this week, but you know what? I'm gonna try my hardest to get this out for you guys. Also, I want to just see this at night real quick, then we'll sleep. But oh, look at that with the moon. Okay, wait, this is gonna look cool. We're gonna wait for the moon to get a little higher. Oh, there we go. That is the shot. Wow. Anyways, we'll get out of free cam because I want to show you guys a couple more views. But yeah, I think I had designed this, and oh, there's our copper golems. If you guys missed the last few episodes, we were working in the village there. But I think I want to make this like a scary, more Halloween themed area. And I'm going to talk about this in a little bit. But I designed this tree the other day, and I'm really, really happy with it. Don't get me wrong, but I was like trying to add leaves to it, and I saved a copy of it without leaves, and then I kind of decided, here, let's check it out from here. Yeah, there we go. That's a great view too. But yeah, I kind of decided, I mean, look at this. This is like kind of the perfect Halloween tree. Like it's perfect. It's, late October when I'm recording this. It's a spooky season, if you will. I just think, yeah, without the leaves, this looks so great. And maybe one day we'll add the leaves to it and we'll change up the area. But I think today we're going to make this more of a Halloween themed area. The next big step is going to be transforming this like little hillside. I want to make this more like a rocky mountain type of thing, and less of just like these dirt hillsides that we have here. And then we're going to kind of decorate it and add in, some scary stuff, whatever, just to make it a little bit better. And then later, me and my buddy Manchego, we're going to do a little bit of horse stuff, maybe some horse breeding, and hopefully maybe try to get a skeleton horse. Although, to be honest, that might be a little bit difficult because I've been in this role for almost 3,000 days and I haven't found any yet. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see if we get like a thunderstorm. We can take a break and look at that. But for now, we're just going to stick with the tree and the mountain. So let's go ahead and hop into a time lapse. There we go, you guys. Look at that mountain, or I guess it's not really a mountain. That's a mountain. But look at that little hillside cliff type thing we got going on here. Ooh, even from way back here by the nether portal, this thing looks pretty awesome. Also, speaking of nether portal, random idea, but that'd be kind of cool to carve out a space in here. It's kind of spooky. Maybe this is like the nether tree. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay. That's a idea for another day, though. Let's take a closer look at the terraforming here. So at the bottom, I used mostly deep slate, throw on a little bit of cobbled deep slate, and just some slabs to kind of, gradually slope this up. I also mixed in a little bit of basalt in here, and then as it kind of gets to the mid levels, I'll use free cam a little bit easier to see, but as we get to these mid levels, it's more tough and pale moss, because we're going to go through here and add in a little bit of foliage soon. And then one thing I wanted to really point out before we get to that top layer are these little streaks, I guess you could say, these kind of like brownish, orangish, reddish, maybe, yeah, more orange red in the granite, but little streaks of this like, what is this? Dripstone and some granite, and even in this one I put a little bit of the raw iron block. I always forget those are in the game now. That's so weird, but very cool. Interesting little building technique. And I then took, I think this is, yeah, gray stained glass panes, and just kind of covered them all up because it looked a little too bright. They kind of stuck out a lot, and I don't care too much if the tops are uncovered, right? That's kind of the same color as some of this dirt that we'll get into soon. But if I fly on back here, you can see that, yeah, it just gives it this nice, like, there's almost like streaks in it of maybe some like mineral veins and stuff. But the adding in the ore blocks, to actually have them be like minerals just doesn't quite do it. They don't pop enough. So I think this is a nice balance where it's not too much of a pop of color, but it's not too muted. So that's what I came up with for this. I'll show you around the other sides real quick too. And careful not to fall in this giant hole. Wow. Nothing too special over here, right? Another little streak, little vein there. But the only other thing I want to mention, this top layer and kind of around the front too. Don't worry, we'll see the top or front side again, but the top layer, just a lot of moss, right? So it's overgrown like the mossy cobble, a lot of stone and a lot of cobblestone, and then some slabs in there as well. But if we look at it from down here, this is one of our better viewing points. Can't really see it. You can see it better on a horse, but once we climb up here, I don't want to make it like too rocky on this side since it's not a mountain, but you can tell that, like, there's something spooky going on with this tree, right? Where there's no grass really growing here. There's a lot of just rock and stone. And the same goes for this side too, although we get a little bit more of it because, right, the slope starts to get a fair bit steeper. So that's what's going on with the rocks. I will show you guys real quick. The farther away we get, we do have more grass and moss, but as we get closer to the tree, I've worked in a lot of rooted dirt, coarse dirt, some dripstone, podzol, packed mud, soul soil, I believe that's soul soil. And just all these kind of like brownish blocks until we get up here where it is all brown, even some rock and stone, and the tree somehow, has popped out of this just not very great soil, and it's grown, but it doesn't have any leaves, right? Very spooky. Ooh, very, very Halloween themed. So I think the one thing that this hillside is missing right now, though, is a little bit of foliage and maybe a little bit of Halloween decoration as well. I want to kind of take that last idea about the dirt and then the moss being farther away from the dirt and the podzol and the grime one step farther by maybe adding in some Halloween type things, some dead bushes, and the farther out we get, we have more of that lush green foliage that we're so used to in this world. So let's start up a quick time lapse and see what we can come up with. Oh, this is the perfect time for the sunset. I will get to show you guys all the spooky Halloween type decorations that I did at night. So this works out perfectly. But firstly, added in a little path. I kind of like how the jungle wood looks, the strip jungle wood. I want to kind of use this more in some areas, but I thought it was maybe a little too harsh, so just added in like a little bit of leaf litter. But obviously that leads us up to the rest of this place. We got a lot of the jack-o'-lanterns or the carved pumpkins around. Pumpkins, of course, with the sea pickle on top because, well, I mean, that's what a pumpkin looks like, right? You get the stem on there. It's kind of perfect. This, 2D stem is fine. That's why we don't have it everywhere. But yeah, I like add in the little sea pickle on the top. Gives it a little more variety. And speaking of variety, you'll see that like we have some, I think it looks nice along the edges, some leaf litter. But as we get up here more, we're going to have more of that leaf litter. So kind of varies as we go throughout, a lot closer to like where the trees or the leaves would be on this tree. We're going to have leaf litter around here. But yeah, like we talked about before, we're going to have a lot more vegetation the farther out we go. I use some pale oak leaves and then mangrove roots as kind of like these dead bushes. So even where there is a lot more like life and vegetation farther out, we do still have some, dead stuff, or like you could see there's some dried up, it's mud, but it's supposed to be, like dried up dirt, like nothing can really grow in the soil here. Same thing on the sides, right? Get a little better view for you guys. And we'll get some better views here in a second from afar, but I'll give you guys the up close and personal stuff first. So like I said, as we get closer in here, more of the dried grass. And then even up here, there's actually not even much of anything. So it's like, wow, there's like a little bit of grass, a little bit of dried grass, but mostly just the leaf litter. And the path ends here at this, ominous wither skeleton skull. Subtle flex because I have so many of these from the farm. But I put that, and then I put a couple of like spooky soul lanterns around here. Almost kind of like if you guys have seen, well, actually, I guess I could do candles. I was going to say, like, if you've seen Hocus Pocus, they do the black flame candle. I guess I could probably put some candles here, like maybe sitting on one of the branches of the trees or whatever. That could look pretty cool. And then obviously the big reason I want to show this at night, because it looks awesome, but then we get these firefly bush particles, which if I go into free cam, yeah, I slapped a lot of these guys down here. I wanted this to feel very, very eerie, very spooky. So that's kind of what's going on here. And then from over at the city, we get this cool kind of side view. And then this is a view I'm excited about, is if you come through the bridge, I mean, you're coming to, what do I call it? Oh, no, the farmlands. Salmon Cove, that's what it is, our little fishing village over here that's going to be transformed. Yeah, you come right out and boom, you're met with that view. That is pretty awesome. Like, I think I'll have some like shops and maybe some, I don't know, maybe this will be trees or like a little like marsh area here. Would look really cool, but I want to leave this sight line pretty uninhibited. And in fact, I bet we could do like, oh, can I can't. Okay. I bet we could do like another tree or something there just to frame this ever so slightly to give it something taller on the side here. So it's a little more, dead on onto the tree. But yeah, this is a pretty cool view as well. And then you won't really see it from the side too much, like unless you're coming from the copper orchard there. So we don't really need to worry about that. But yeah, I always hate when, or I guess hate's a strong word, but I don't like when I'm watching a video and, somebody spends all this time on a build. It's like the main focus. And then we just get, we really just get to see it for like a couple seconds. And maybe if we're lucky, if we pause it at the right time, you can get a good view. So I just like to show you guys a couple of different views here. Oop. And apparently show you the blocks that I missed. Oops. And now that the tree is all taken care of for today, I want to do a little bit of horse breeding. So I got my buddy Relish here, who is currently my fastest horse. And we're just riding over to the horse stable because I want to tell you guys about a new little thing I want to do with the horses. Nothing too crazy, don't get too excited, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stalls for the horses. So these are where our 5 fastest get to stay. And then if you look at the top left of the screen, you can see their speed. So we have mostly all 13 or faster horses. I believe the fastest is 14 something or 15. So I'll double check on that in between clips here. But basically, right, once the horse is not as fast, we put them out to the pasture here. And actually, too, we don't, take them to a farm upstate, if you will. So the horses get to kind of hang out here, and maybe if we need more room back here. But for the horses in the stable, I'd love to have a better way of signifying who's who, because right now, it's kind of best to worst. But there are a couple different types of horse armor now, including copper horse armor, which I'm gonna have to get at some point here. I don't think you can craft it, But I think it would be pretty cool to signify like each horse with a type of armor. So diamond would be for our best, which is currently relish. This guy would be gold. Manchego would be iron. Then we would have copper for this dude, and then leather for this one. So we would have a, you know, good variety too, because some of the horses look so similar, it'd be hard to differentiate. And I try to connect up this world with paths, although unfortunately I don't always use them, but I want to get better with the horses and, you know, use my fastest one the most, but also take out a, you know, couple of these guys at a time, or, you know, I can dot them around the world to help me use horses more. So I think we're going to go ahead and try to breed up another horse here, but that's just a little something new to spice things up I want to tell you guys about. Okay, so let's see. I just want to try to get one that's better than Relish currently. Even though he's pretty fast, it would be cool to kind of get his successor here. So let's go ahead and give him a second. We'll give him their privacy. Hey, how's it going, pal? All right, and I can't remember if they have to grow up first or 1335. Oh, no, okay. So he is not going to be faster. 13351. Okay, so he's going to be our third fastest horse, so we'll move these guys down. And honestly, I have so much wheat from this wheat farm that I'm just going to bring over a couple of stacks of hay bales and use it to make these horses grow up faster, so we don't have to sit around so much. Okay, that should be enough wheat. That's, 5 stacks of hay bales, so we can definitely store some here, use them for more decoration. Just toss some of these guys in there. Yeah, I think though I'll go ahead and grow this guy up, and I think maybe one thing we can do too is add an anvil. Do I have an anvil in here? No, I don't think I do. Maybe we'll add an anvil in here, because I do think that the top 5 or so horses deserve a name. So let's grow this guy up. There we go. And let's try again. Okay, take 2. Let's see. Oh, just kidding. They're not ready. Okay, here we go for real this time. There we go. Go in their privacy. We'll take a second to admire the beauty of the tree again. Wow, so beautiful, so awesome. I wonder who built that. No, you don't have a speed? Ooh. Ooh, yeah, he's definitely not the best one. Okay. Tell you what, let's get him out into, I believe he'll be in the pasture with 12.5. Yeah. Well, we'll put him in the pasture, and I will get us one more. I think I got one more in me today. Okay, guys, 3rd time's a charm, maybe. Look, he's got the white spots. I think, I don't know. You know what? Let's get 1 or 2 of these guys out of here. Yep, let's put you back over here, buddy. I'm going to put you here, even though I think you're going to get moved down because I'm manifesting it. This guy is going to be fast. So 3.514 is the time to beat. I actually looked it up too, and I think it's 14.23, or like 14 and a quarter blocks is the fastest a horse can be. So let's see. Oh, no way. He is the fast. I mean, he's not the fastest possible, but he is our new fastest horse. In fact, Relish, buddy, I am sorry. Don't worry, we're going to get you some gold armor here in a second, but look at this guy. Okay, let's get you grown up. Okay. Oh, that's right. I got to tame him. So give me 1 second here, guys. Let me get this guy all tamed up. I'll get everybody moved around, and we'll get him a name. All right, so everybody has been named and has their armor now. So our 5th best horse is Manchego, which is crazy because he was the GOAT for a long time, but thank you for your service, buddy. You get to hang out here in the leather armor. Next up, we have Ketchup. So kind of going with the condiments here, Ketchup and Relish. But yeah, Ketchup, you don't get any armor because I don't have copper armor, so sorry about that. We'll get you some one day. Then kind of threw a curveball at you. Probably thought this would be another condiment like mustard or something, but nope. We got fettuccine. And then Relish, who was the best up until like, I don't know, 3 minutes ago. And now our best, fastest horse is Mayonnaise. Yeah, no, he is a horse. He is not an instrument. And I think what a perfect way to end today's episode by riding off into the sunset past our beautiful new spooky Halloween type tree. And if you guys are watching this on Halloween when it releases, I hope you have a very happy Halloween. Have a lot of fun. Stay safe. Let me know what you're dressing up as in the comments. I'd love to hear, or, you know, what your favorite candy is, anything of those sorts. Yeah, I would love to get to hear from you guys on that. But most importantly, have fun, stay safe. And if you enjoyed the video, maybe leave a like, leave a comment. But until next time, you guys, thanks so much for watching, and I will see you soon. I am ruining this world. Well, I'm adding ruins to it, rather, like this building here. And honestly, guys, I am super happy with how this turned out. I think that for the most part, I want to keep a lot of these like plains areas nice and open, but I do feel like they're a little bit empty. And I think adding something like this ruin is a really nice way to kind of tie it together and, you know, not only give the world some history, some lore maybe, but kind of a great way to just have something for your eye to look at as you're kind of going through some of these more empty areas. And here's what it looks like on the inside. So I like the idea that maybe these were like part of the roof or like supports for the floor above. And it is, yeah, really crumbled down since. And we get some particles from the firefly bushes. Oh, and we get some particles from the firefly bushes down below here. I really like too having not only all of this foliage, but then these big clusters of lilacs. There was a build on Pinterest that had done something like this. I don't remember if it was with lilacs, it might have been peonies, but I really liked it because now it's not only like, yes, this is obviously a very old building. You can see how it is just like totally falling down. But it's so old that, like, you know, it's starting to become reclaimed. We have like the lichen, like pioneer species and stuff starting to come back here, really break down the build. But also that like these flowers are, you know, starting to pop up and thrive here as well. So it's not just like grass and ferns and whatnot. I also really like using stairs to kind of create like these gaps, like maybe some like bricks have fallen out, or, I mean, obviously this thing has seen better days. So I think just adding little bits like that can kind of make a big difference. And if we head back in here, I think I've done a pretty nice job of creating like, I guess, the proper atmosphere for a build like this. Like I could see people kind of coming in here and exploring, but not only is it supposed to be atmospheric, but it is gonna have a purpose. Now, right now, this literally doesn't go anywhere. But I would like to put a little creeking farm in here because I have a couple builds in the city that are going to use resin, like a few up. Oh, you can't really see the city, but a few up there that are going to need a fair bit of resin blocks. So I think if we just do a little creeking farm down here, that's going to make a big difference. But I don't want to worry about that right now. I actually want to go ahead and add in another ruin. This ruin is still going to be kind of out in the countryside, but we're going to head this way out to the sniffer farm, and it's going to kind of overlook this field. In fact, it's going to be right where I have all of this nice little foliage and stuff. It's going to be here, and it's going to have a really nice view of our boat we built a few episodes ago, the Copper Maiden. So I think that this is going to be a nice little I guess not pop of color. We kind of have the pop of color here, but something to kind of catch our eye, and it's going to give us some more views from here and here. And then when we're like leaving the city, this is going to sit kind of just outside of the view of the city. So it's going to be nice when we're leaving. We're going to have lots to look at. And who knows, maybe we'll even make this one functional as well. But without further ado, you guys, let's hop into a time lapse and get to building. I know I say this with a lot of my builds, but I just, oh, I love this so much. I'm so happy with how this turned out. This was initially just kind of going to be a throw-in build. Like, I felt like the original ruin just over the hillside here was, not really enough to be, its own video. So I was like, I should go ahead and build another one in here, and keep, ruining the world. But this has quickly become like just one of my favorite builds in the world. Doesn't matter what angle you look at it from. Yeah, this is cool. This is so I guess the story behind it is supposed to be some sort of old like church or temple or whatever. I don't want to necessarily give it a label here, but maybe like an older building of worship that has since kind of become really run down. Like you could see where the roof was at one point with all these like little wooden pieces kind of outlining it. So it's pretty dilapidated. I wanted to make sure you could see like the windows okay, or like the outlines of windows. Maybe, who knows, we'll even go back in and add in more like stained glass or something here. And then obviously coming, you do have some candles. The arch is in pretty good tact here still, but the main focal piece here is this little tree, which I kind of reused the tree over next to the stables, but I tweaked it ever so slightly, just like what type of wood. I added in some of the resin for like maybe it's like a fruit tree of some kind. And yeah, the vibe in this place is just, this is awesome. I mean, you can kind of walk up everywhere using the trunks, and guys, I am just super happy with this. I also went ahead and for like the hanging leaves, vines kind of thing, use some candles. But one of my favorite things, and we'll get this view here now, is just through the what's left of the stained glass window at the back. Like maybe this is where the altar was. You just get this beautiful, beautiful view of the ship, which we kind of talked about in that last clip. But oh my goodness, this is like, I can parkour up here, but yeah, this is better than I could have ever hoped. Honestly, I'm so happy with this. This might have to be the thumbnail, like a shot of it here. I'm not sure. I was thinking about using that one. You guys probably know by now if you clicked on the video. But yeah, just like looking at this place at night, at day, any angle. Here, I'll get a few more angles with free cam. I am just super happy with this. I'm gonna go to sleep here for a second, but then there's a couple more details I want to show you just before we get on to the next bit here. Okay, now it's daytime. Although I think all of this is spawn proof except for like a little bit farther down there, but Inside, again, real quick, just kind of like we had with the lilac over there. I think, yeah, lilac, not lavender. We have that same kind of effect with rose bushes, although I threw in some like tall ferns in here, so they're definitely weeds. But we do have some rose bushes in here growing, some dried grass, but nothing too distracting. I guess the red is a little distracting, but nothing too distracting from the tree itself, which you can tell is even fluffed up a little bit more. Yeah, but you come in here, and I did want to make sure, like, you know, obviously when this building was being used, it would all be flat. You wouldn't have a bunch of dirt in here either, but it wouldn't really elevate. So the big glass window you'd be looking up at, but I really wanted it to be eye level so you could look out and see the ship. So it's like this one has probably been destroyed for a long time because you could tell like so much like dirt and sediment is just piling up in here. From the eroding rocks and whatnot. And that's how we get this really cool view. And hopefully, you know, we'll do something with this island one day and we'll have an even cooler view. But on the outside, I did use some glass panes to kind of, I felt like some of the contrast was a little much, like with some of the dark bits. And I didn't want to have them everywhere. So I did end up just kind of throwing this glass in here to make it like a little more muted, I guess you could say. So yeah, I've kind of dulled that out a little bit. And then if we get a little bit closer on this side, there's like a big chunk taken out here. And then at the bottom as well, which you can actually kind of go inside of. And you can see it's like rocky, but there's a lot of dirt in there. And I think it would be cool eventually to do something with this cliff because it does look kind of plain, but I do like how it sticks out. So maybe we can make this like lake a little better. We could terraform that. Probably not today though. And then the last thing I want to point out are these outside parts. Now they kind of stick in when you look at it on the side. Or I guess they don't stick out is a better way of putting it. But they are like these outside supports, almost like, I don't know if you guys have ever played Skyrim before. That's probably my other favorite game of all time, aside from Minecraft. But there's a couple of these big like dungeons that have similar kind of supports, and I don't know, there's probably an architectural term for this, but I wanted to have them at varying heights. So there's some really short, some that kind of go up and still keep their curve, but the idea I think is that they were all at this height at one point in time, and you can even see like only one of the, you know, possible 6 supports are still there. And then same thing on the other side, like we have another one here, and these ones kind of almost in descending order, right? They lead your eye downward, or I guess upward into the tree here, but I didn't want like this big space to be taken away from by having big tall pillars, so that's why this one is here. And then of course, you know, you have a lot of foliage all throughout the build, all throughout like the walls and stuff. There's a lot of just grass and whatever growing on them. So yeah, very overgrown, but just super cool. I knew I wanted to have a tree like bursting through the roof, and I don't know. I didn't imagine it would turn out this good or this well, but I am really happy with it. And also, I'm going to take a screenshot because you know what? This looks pretty cool. Oh yeah, and there is a little pathway here now as well. I don't think I included that in the time lapse, but yep, lots of leaf litter coming off the trees. If you guys don't use leaf litter, especially on your pathways, you gotta. This is such an underrated block. But speaking of pathways, we now officially have another pathway just going up to the build here. Nothing too crazy. It's a little bit smaller than the main pathway. And then it's a lot dirtier. And I did end up using a little bit more like mud brick in here. Also because I'm running out of the packed mud. But I used a lot of the mud brick, kind of like, you know, maybe in this day this was like an important castle or like checkpoint or something. So it makes sense that it had more of like this brick, like important kind of pathway, but now it's very worn down. It's all covered in leaf litter. Again, leaf litter, you guys. I'm like the #1 fan. Use it, please, I beg you. Even though there's not really a tree around here, there's leaf litter because you know what? Why not? It looks good. But yeah, we're also back over here because I would like to build this little creeking farm. So enough about leaf litter. We can continue that rant later. Now we're going to go ahead and jump into a time lapse, and I'm hopefully going to build a somewhat efficient working farm. We'll see. Redstone isn't necessarily my strong point. And that is a night of AFKing, or I guess rather just smacking the creaking in this little farm, all done and dusted. As you guys can see and you saw in the time lapse, this is nothing special, but for, oh gosh, I'm trapped. Now I'm the creaking. But for what I need it for, honestly, this is plenty. I was going to say it's like kind of inefficient. The most inconvenient thing about it is that you kind of have to, stand here and smack the creaking. But I put on a little video in the background, because our attention span is cooked. And I just kind of went to town there. And honestly, yeah, not too bad for what I'm going to need it for. And I kind of like having some of these smaller, like, more charming farms. I mean, eventually, if I'm going to do a big resin project, maybe I'll build like a massive creaking farm or something. Oh, also, I did add in some candles here. Kind of looking like birds. I like it. Might need a little bit of work, maybe bulk up the candles, but same kind of idea as the candles over there, the birds. But I think a good example of having a like little farm that's awesome and something that I can come back to from time to time, giving it purpose, is our little seaside cottage here. This thing is one of my favorite builds. Go check out that video if you haven't. Shameless plug. But I've been over here a lot this episode because this is a foliage farm. So I can get different types of the dry grass, short grass, ferns, bushes, firefly bushes. And I keep some shears in here. And I'll just, I'll show you guys real quick how it works. Basically, I just add in some grass. Then we go ahead and click the button. Those are all filled up with bone meal. And we've now doubled our grass. So basically, it's not the most efficient farm, but it's kind of fun. It's a more interactive one. It keeps me engaged in this world. And yeah, it's just something fun to come back to and gives me a reason to be in this part of our world. So I hope that little creaking farm can be that for us too. And who knows, maybe we can put something in here, maybe another micro farm or something of the sort. You guys let me know what you're thinking. I think it could be cool too. This is kind of the original idea, to put like a lectern or something in here. And I don't know, I do have plans for a big library, but I was thinking maybe I'll do like a comment of the week kind of thing. But I don't want to mess up the vibe in here. So maybe again, like a hidden trapdoor or something might be a little better suited for this build. But with that, you guys, we are all finished with today's episode. I just want to say thanks for the support on the previous video. That was pretty awesome. You guys really showed up for that, and I really appreciate it. And I hope that you enjoyed this video. This one was a lot of fun to make, and something that I've been thinking about doing for a long time. So I'm glad I finally got around to it. But with that out of the way, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Terraforming is easy. Well, for some people. Not me though. See, most people make it look really simple, and at a certain point I'm sure it is. But after watching some videos, last year I decided to dive in headfirst with this massive mountain. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm super proud of this mountain. I designed it all by hand, and even though it took ages, I think it looks great. But it could use some more detail, and don't even get me started on the back. So I decided to practice putting more detail into my terraforming on a smaller scale, starting with this riverbed, and then eventually with this hill. So now I think I'm ready to do a larger project with this level of detail. And lucky for you guys, I know just the place. And that leads me to this little section of the world. You see, pretty much everything else in this area has been filled up, whether it's with farmlands or forests or different parts of the city, but every time my eye settles on this area, it's kind of a big eyesore. So, today, the game plan is to totally tear this out, flatten it, and then use all these materials I gathered to do some new types of terraforming and kind of bridge the worlds from the mountain to the little riverbanks. So I'm going to go ahead and set up a beacon, and I think we can go ahead and get started clearing this area out before we really bring it to life. And with the help of the beacon, this went a good bit faster than I expected. Now, it looks pretty messy because all of this is going to get covered up. But we do still have to push this back a little bit. It looks kind of bad with the pathway being this jagged. And yeah, we're going to clean all that up. But I want to show you guys just how much we mined out there. So that was a fair bit of destroying. But now I'd like to go ahead and start another time lapse and start building up the terraforming. So for this new terraforming project, I wanted to design a cliff, but I really wanted to focus on the shadows and the highlights of it, kind of really get that contrast. Now, to accomplish that, I knew that I had to make the darker spots more shadowy using a lot of darker black and gray blocks. So I started with black stone in the middle at the darkest points, and then I had that kind of radiate out into a combination of basalt, cobbled deep slate, and pale oak. And I think it turned out pretty well, especially when you fly from far away. It all kind of blends and creates this shadowy effect. After that, to contrast the shadows and show where the light might be hitting the rocks a little more, I added in a mixture of tuff, pale moss, stone, and a few bits of coal ore sprinkled in here and there. Now, this part was a little trickier for me because I had a hard time finding the best method of placing all these blocks. Sometimes it was easier to use scaffolding, sometimes it was easier to go from above, or sometimes I could reach them from all the way down below. Regardless though, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, and it was time to move on to the final step of the rock. The final chunk of the mountain consisted of a little more acacia wood, some stone, light gray wool to really accent where the light hits, and then on top we had some moss. Now, the moss is going to be where either some of the city builds or the wall is going to sit. That's right, the city that you guys can see in the background of some of these clips is going to expand all the way out here, but that's a problem for future Viper. As of now though, I did take some time finishing up the moss on top and then bringing in a pathway for the city, paving the way for the future expansion. But just because the cliff was done, didn't mean that I was done working on this project. I started by clearing a big old dirt mountain across the lake, and then cleared out some more room for what will be water and the lake a little bit later on in the video. After that, I came through and added in some paths and some foliage, as I want this to kind of feel like a national park of sorts, something that feels very preserved, and when you walk around the rock and the nature, you just kind of feel immersed in the world around you. After the paths and the foliage were in place, I went ahead and added in a retaining wall and then textured it a fair bit. This is going to hold back the water and also make sure that the water levels are nice and even. And I didn't record this, but I did end up adding in another little rock across from this pathway just to make up for the change of elevation and hide it a little bit easier. And with all that done, it was time to finally add in the water and fill in the rest of this lake. Now let's go see how it turned out. And here it is, the finished terraforming. And you guys, well, ignore the shulker mess. We'll go over that in a second, but whew, I'm so happy with this. This turned out really well. And yes, there are probably some things I would do differently in the future, but when I had this in my mind, you know, I had this vision of what I wanted this to look like. This is pretty similar to the vision in my mind. And honestly, I think the best part was just doing some of this like gradient or shading. That's, I guess, kind of texturing gradients, but the shading, because I mean, as I've probably said a bunch so far in this video, right, the darkest points, the most shadowy points are the blackstone. They kind of radiate out with the basalt and the deep slate and then the pale oak, and it's just a lot of blocks. It's something I'm not really used to, but I've wanted to do for a while. And when we go into, you know, free cam and kind of look at it from afar, it becomes less blocky than it is up close, and it, you know, it looks more like this beautiful gradient if you can look past the beacon. But yeah, it looks, you know, like a rock, like rocks do in real life. I'm just so happy with how this turned out. I think the pathway here, and I'm glad I didn't put the wall. I like toyed around with the idea of having the wall right here, but I'm glad that I added in some nature. I think I mentioned it, but I do want this to feel kind of like, I guess the national park's not really the best example, because like this is pretty small, but maybe some sort of like small nature-y park that they're preserving. So it's supposed to feel like a walk through nature, right? We have some flowers, some different foliage in here, and then you can kind of admire the rocks and the patterns and whatnot. And then around the corner here, I do have plans to eventually, I think it'd be cool to add like a bar or something here, or like a little restaurant like inside the boulder, which we can definitely do. Like, look, there's all this space, so I think it'd be cool to do maybe like a fully automatic like potion machine or something. So like anytime I need potions, which is not often, but anytime I need potions, I could just come here. And I do have plans to connect up this pathway to the rest of the city, but as you guys can tell, the rest of the city doesn't exist yet. And same thing here. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do, but the rock just kind of ends. This will connect up at some point, so for now it's going to be a little janky, I suppose, but that's fine, because there's not a lot to see right in that area. But yeah, I'll show you guys from over here at this angle. It looks pretty cool. Again, going into the idea of like a national park or something, I want to make this like waterfall and big cave more of a feature, and like something you can go down and see. Maybe even put like a bridge here. So it looks pretty cool though. Like, I'm happy with how this rock formation turned out. I mean, obviously I didn't put as much time and effort into it, so maybe like later we'll go texture it more, but I just needed something for the pathway. And speaking of something for the pathway, I originally thought about putting like rocks all the way around here, but I think I'm really happy that we went with this retaining wall, because if I go, you know, back down here and we look at this, it's very cool. It's very textured, and you can see that more from this side. Honestly, you're not going to see it too much, but it's different. I didn't just want to do these similar, like, kind of boring gray walls. Don't get me wrong, I love those. Those are, super fun to build, and honestly, I built so many, like, retaining walls in this world. I think I have a problem, but I think that this wall is probably my favorite one that I've done so far, and it makes sense, too. It's if we had rocks here, some of the water would get through, and obviously the path kind of goes up and down and bobs and weaves and stuff. So we needed to make sure that the water wasn't going up and down, right? This needed to stay at the same level. It wouldn't make sense if it was like higher and lower, and that would just be a mess. You guys know how much of a pain water can be in Minecraft. So this wall was the best option. Oh, speaking of water. But the wall was the best option, and I'm really, really happy with how it turned out, as I say that for like the 100th time. The only thing I'm not like super thrilled with is this little area here. But if you guys remember before, this was like dirt and just looked really bad and didn't blend, and there was like a big gap here between the wall and the rock. So this, I don't know, this kind of looks better. I think maybe I could spend some more time with it, but time is something I'm kind of running out for this video, because I have something really exciting planned for next episode, but I have to do it in like a certain number of days. It's a whole big thing. Yeah, so we're gonna cut this short here with this one, but I did want to show you this shulker monster is insane. I think I counted. I think there's like 20 shulker boxes. I think 22, and then I have a full inventory, so it's like 23 shulkers for this project. Yeah, pretty crazy. This is definitely one of the bigger projects I've tackled, and go figure, I kind of underestimated it. I figured it would be really easy, but no, it wasn't. But now that we have this part done, I want to take a little bit of time and just add in a couple more fields to my world. I think that fields are one of the best way to make a world feel alive, and I just need a break from terraforming. I think planting some fields is really therapeutic, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and plant some crops. Oh man, that was fun. I mentioned in the last clip that I was running out of time, and then I got a little carried away. I built 9 fields when I was only going to build 3, but you know what? It's okay. It was really fun. Honestly, I needed that. I've been feeling a little under the weather, and I don't know. This just really got me back into the Minecraft mood, the Minecraft spirit after taking a little time off over the holidays. But as you guys can see, we have mostly grown fields at this point, and there are 9 of them. We have right in front of me 2 wheat fields, and then a pitcher pod field, which is some of my favorite, although looks a little goofy on the map. They don't show up for some reason, so that's interesting. But if we continue on over here, we have some potatoes. Then on this side, we have some carrots. And then way in the back there, we have a lilac field. I think it's fun to incorporate flowers and other plants into our crop fields because, well, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Somebody has to grow not only food for the people, but flowers to sell at shops and decorate homes and whatnot, or maybe even like something like the pitcher plant might be used in like herbal remedies and whatnot. So, there can be lure behind all of these different plants and all these different field types. Plus, it just looks a lot cooler than having, crops everywhere. That's why we added in some flowers over in the farmlands. Before I show off the last few fields, I have no idea where this guy came from. Like, genuinely, way over there, like just out of render distance, is what I call the Copper Orchard. That's this little village here. And I guess there is almost a path the whole way. Oh, which speaking of, I added some more paths. But I'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, that's the only place I've ever put copper golems. But they don't wander. I have a bunch of chests and they go between. I've never seen them within like a 10 block radius of their little village. And then I came over here, which I'm like, never over here. And this dude's here. So let me know down in the comments what you think we should do with this guy. I'd like to name tag him and keep him in this area. But yeah, until then, he's just going to hang out. Maybe he'll be one of the farmers in this area. But getting to our last few fields, we have a wheat field, a torch flower field, which makes a really cool color apparently, or at least while they're growing up. That's cool. And then if we go around here, we have a beetroot field. So we're going to get a nice pop of red out here. And apparently a lot of sunflower. So maybe the next field we do will have to be a sunflower field. I don't necessarily have a set plan for this area yet, but I've been wanting more space, more open plains to build some crop fields and some farmhouses and whatnot. So I don't know that this is going to be like a big city location here, but I think it would be cool to have little villages dotted around. So maybe this will be one of those villages, one of the little stopping points in the world to make it feel more alive. I do have some big plans for builds and cities along this pathway though, so it will be nice to have some points of interest along the way to those other notable places. So who knows, maybe our little golem friend will have a new village over here to call home after all. But with that, you guys, I think I'm going to have to call it quits today. I appreciate you hanging with me here while I was feeling a little under the weather. This was still, regardless though, a pretty fun video to make, even though maybe it was a little more unorthodox, at least in the editing and recording for me. But still very fun, very productive, lots of terraforming, lots of new crop fields, and yeah, honestly, most importantly, I'm just really excited to be playing on this world again. So thank you so very much for watching, and I will see you soon. This is my nearly 3,000-day-old hardcore world. For the last 3.5 years, I've been building my dream world chock full of farms, cities, ruins, and so much more. Now, we're on day 2,950, and I want to spend the next 50 in-game days building before we cap it off with a celebration for the milestone. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, because this is one episode you don't want to miss. The first thing I want to do is go ahead and add in some more buildings in the city. Now, I've been working on the city since about day 2000, and it is nowhere near done. As you can see, we have this street here done, but if we turn the corner, there is still a lot left to do. But a couple 100 days ago, I did gather up a bunch of the materials for these buildings here. So what I'd like to do is at least complete these ones and kind of round out this city block. And if I have time, I'll come back and maybe add in a few more builds here. So let's go ahead and add in a couple more builds because I have no time to lose. All right, our first two builds are done, rounding out this little street corner, and I really like this little corner. I think this is so cute. Oh, there we go. That's better. I'm gonna take a screenshot. I like it so much. But yeah, we had this build already. It's one of our little stables as you're kind of exiting the city over here. And we also have this new build, pretty similar, right? Actually, very similar to this build here, almost like, I don't want to say Italian, but anytime I have like this like lighter style roof and like the white washed sandstone kind of look, I always think of like Italy and Greece and, you know, like the Mediterranean and stuff. And I guess that's kind of the vibe I was going for here. Nothing inside, of course, right? Don't have too much time to do interiors, but this will probably just be like a little apartment building one day, something like real small. And then next door, this one actually does have a full interior. This is the tailor. I really like this build. It's very unique, using all the composters, all the blue blocks, and I just think it's very unique. Note blocks. I was trying to do a lot of different like unique patterns and whatnot here, and I think it turned out well. And we can ignore this side because there's going to be a building right up against it. On the inside, we have all these lovely new stylish armors, right? They only sell the best handcrafted armor here. And they even have some in the window for passerbys. Oh, I think, yeah, that's supposed to be cobble. I'll fix that. And then we have a little, like, you know, counter here so you can check out. And then functionally, there is a crafting table here, so I guess I have some reason to come inside the shop. And then upstairs, these are like the workshop, so these are supposed to be like different variations of sewing machines. So we have to use our imagination here a little bit, but I really like it. There's looms too, so they're functional in that sense. Anvils and grindstones, so these are kind of like 4 separate workstations where all the employees, or maybe it's like a family business, so they have like the, you know, the kids and stuff helping out up here, or like brothers, sisters, whatnot. And then just some decorations, like these are like their materials, like the cloth just kind of hanging around everywhere. Lots of candles, which probably isn't great with the cloth. Oops. And then lots of flowers, nature, and that kind of stuff. So yeah, very fun interior, very colorful build. And speaking of fun interiors, I believe that both of these builds have interiors. At least this one does. Actually, no, you know, yes, I think they both do. I don't know. You guys will have to watch and see. And apparently, even though I designed these buildings, I'm going to be finding out along with you. It's a surprise to me too. So let's go ahead and get started on these two because, well, time is ticking. We are at... yeah, we're 6 days in, so we only have 44 days left in game. So let's get to work on these two. Another build done, and this one has a pretty special interior, and I mean it's got a lot of cool stuff going on outside here too. As you can tell, this is going to be a little like fish market, merchant, whatever you would call that, fishmonger. I don't know. But they got some lumber and stuff out here. This is actually going to be for the grocery store next door. And then they have this guy, this big fish hanging right here, which I don't think I designed this. This was a while back when I designed this build. I think this was something I saw Fwip do, but I just love that so much. It's like a big fish hanging there, right? You know, some of these places have their signs telling you what's going on. Oh, that doesn't have anything on it, but some of them have signs that tell you, but this guy has a giant fish outside. As for the building itself, though, I really like it, and I really like this style for the sort of, you know, medieval or Renaissance kind of city we have going on here. So it's cool with the campfire, little overhangs, and then the shutters. And I do like having the oak trap doors as windows, every now and then kind of breaking up a lot of the scaffolding windows that I do in the city. But then inside, it does have a full interior, complete with a live fish. And I think this actually serves as an infinite water source as long as I don't pick up the fish. So that's kind of cool. Functional reason to come back here. As for the rest of it, though, we have some fish on the shelves. I love this little trick if you couldn't tell. And then we have some like crab traps here. We also have some just like various fish or like meats hanging here, almost like you'd have in a butchery. Some turtle eggs, and just a lot of storage around here. Also, I guess fun little lure bit. If you guys remember a couple episodes ago, we built this bridge over there. Well, you can't really see that. That bridge. But in the basement of that bridge, we had some crab traps that were like confiscated and stuff. So maybe they were bought here and then somebody tried to sneak them over to Salmon Cove or something. So who knows? Cool little world building there. All right, almost 10 days in. Let's go ahead and move on to the grocery store. All right, you guys, and the grocery store is done. Now, this isn't my favorite exterior. I like it, and I do like the like natural grassy kind of roof because, you know, they grow all their crops and whatnot, right? They're holistic or whatever the proper term is, but the interior is where I think this one really excels, and I love that it kind of spills into the streets. Right, so, you know, you're walking past and you see they're selling, you know, bamboo or like firewood, and they got honey, and they have carrots, and look, they have all these like signs. I could put more on these signs, like maybe this is like saffron, or maybe these are like strawberries, but I use the different corals, as you can tell, to be like different things. And then the potatoes are for sale, and it's kind of cool. You can see the composters, right, the wall of the other build, and same thing here. And it was really important to me to have like these dueling like double archways, but with size it was kind of tough, but it worked out really nicely. It like the buildings are both pretty gray on purpose, so they work really well together. So you get these nice like archways, and it's meant to be like a very cramped, like I don't know how many small little like stores or markets you guys have gone to, but it's always very cramped. But you know, oftentimes they have the best food, best produce and whatnot. So we got all kinds of stuff like, yeah, maybe this is saffron or some sort of spice, and same thing with like the kelp and blueberries over here. And I don't know, maybe this is like bubble gum or something. I'm not really sure. You guys can let me know what you think all this is. And then, you know, they have some hay and whatnot, and they also have some like crab trap type things here. So maybe they do some fishing as well, or maybe they help out these neighbors here. Maybe even, who knows, maybe they're related or something, the two shops. But yeah, this grocery store was a lot of fun to build, and I do like the exterior as well, giving a little pop of color with the orange next to some of these more neutral builds here. So, and I think the orange and blue complement each other well. So with that, we have officially completed this entire block, and it's looking pretty awesome, you guys. I'm really thrilled with it, especially these interiors come around the corner here. This is looking great as well. And then of course we've already finished this little area. So now we have completed, gosh, probably 25, 30 builds in the city. But now we're on day 2,961. So believe it or not, that was only like 11 days, which is pretty efficient, honestly. So props to Past Me for getting some of these materials ahead of time. But let's go ahead and see if we can just add a few more builds in here. We might have to gather some materials, but that's okay. I'd like to round out this little corner here as well. And the last build on the corner here is officially done. Well, I guess actually I did two, but this is the one I want to focus on here, as this one has at least half of an interior and looks like there should be another building here. There will be, probably not today, but there will be. This is a hotel, calling it the Orange Hotel, or like Hotel L'Orange or something, you know, fancy sounding like that. If we want to speak a little French, y'all mind if a Minecraft YouTuber speak a little French? But anyways, guys, as you can see, this build has a lot going on. I'm really happy with it, and one of my favorite things is how it's divided up by these beehives, or bees nests, I think they're called. You know, we have this more brownish, neutralish, mud, dripstone kind of bottom. And then this nice little dividing line with the orange and yellows of the bees nests. And then it kind of leads us up into the actual hotel part of it with a lighter jungle palette. And then if we go up here, we can see the nice bright orange roof complete with chimney and everything. Because I mean, it's a hotel. It's got to feel cozy, or I guess it's a hotel. There's nothing down here, but I think it would be nice to have like make it like cozy vibes, chimney, and maybe some like little places to eat breakfast in the morning or whatever. But if we head upstairs, there are 3 little rooms here, so just more places I can sleep or even store some stuff if I'd like. Just little rooms, all single beds. Oh, and I didn't show downstairs, but I'm actually using the underside of looms for the ceiling in these rooms, which I think is a pretty cool, neat little underrated texture in my opinion. But yeah, nothing too crazy here. Just a bench, a couple like little flower pots, and that's the interior for this one. As for next door, there really isn't anything going on the inside. It's just kind of like a copycat or clone of this building, but a little bit smaller. But I like this building a lot, and I was really happy with it. And I don't know what I'm going to put in here, but I don't know. I'll figure it out. There'll be something in here one day. Now, I am so happy with how the city is looking, but I figure we have about 30 days left in the challenge. Let's stick in the city some more. And these streets are looking kind of boring. So let's add some texturing to them all around these new streets we just finished up, and maybe a couple carts or things to just give it a little bit more life. So to go around and texture the streets, I like to first take out a couple of the blocks, and then I'm just going to add in some variations, sort of like we've done over by the cemetery. In this part of the street though, I'd like to add in a couple more brick variants. So some stone bricks, some tough bricks, just to make it feel like maybe at one point this was a brick street, or they don't have all the cobble they used to, and they're just kind of replacing these with some of the brick variants. I think the mossier and dirtier it gets around the fish store, and maybe even the grocery store, makes the most sense, because after all, they are bringing fish and, you know, animals, and probably tracking a lot of water in from the boats and whatnot. So it makes the most sense, especially when we look at the build here. And all the pathways are officially complete, at least in this section. So we had done the pathway coming from the cemetery in the mountain to about here. So I continued it, and I'll just give you guys a little walk around. So down here, this is our newest street, really. We just added in like, I don't know, 6 or 7 buildings in here today. And then we have this little cart that I added. Only one cart in here, but I think it'd be cool to add more. I do like this design, so maybe we'll even like put a horse here or something, you know, so it looks like they're pulling the cart. But I figured it would make sense with like the factory right here, which, by the way, this thing is crazy efficient. This is always full, so maybe we have to do something about that later. But continuing down the path, literally, we have just more of these pathways, and you can see that some areas are mossier than others. Some have more stone and andesite, meaning they're like more worn out. And then some have these tough, maybe like these are newer patched parts. I don't know. You can use your imagination for sure. And then we even have a little bit of coal as we kind of go out of the city more towards this mining district area. And then it all loops back around. I also brought a horse over, kind of give more life to the city. So shout out to the stables for that. And yeah, then it kind of wraps right back up here. And that only took 4 days. So maybe a little longer than I thought. It was kind of a pain, but I do like it, even if maybe some of it is a little noisy. So who knows, maybe we'll change that in the future. But I'm pretty happy with it. It looks a lot better than just our plain old pathways here. But before we continue, I wanted to show you guys this, the Journey to 3,000 Days, the Big Build book, as I've called it. I found this mod called Scribble, I think through Mogswamp, and it's pretty awesome. So I've been using it to put just like different things that I'd like to do here. So our next step is going to be to clean up this shulker mess, and there's actually another one too. So at least for now, I'm just gonna pick these all up and move them to the storage room. And here was the shulker mess from last episode, which we are going to be doing some work here. So I'm just going to go ahead and start moving these out of the way as well, make our life a little bit easier. And the shulker boxes have all been moved from both monsters, and that means that the storage room is looking pretty messy, but that also means we get to cross off the next goal. Now, I don't think I'm going to get through everything in this book today. Honestly, it's a pretty ambitious list, and I might not even have enough time like in this video. You know, it's going to go on pretty long as is, but the next thing I want to do is focus on this part of Midtown, specifically this retaining wall. So we'll leave the beacon as it might come in handy, but all the other walls are looking great. We just added in this beautiful one here last episode in our custom terraforming. But this whole area of Midtown leaves a lot to be desired, so this is going to be our focus for the next few goals. This retaining wall is officially finished, and that feels so good. I mean, I do come out this way a lot, and it felt so great to finish this last episode, but this has been like an eyesore in my world for so long. So getting a lot of these little projects done, just checking off everything in this book feels incredible. And yes, I know the beacon is still here, but that's okay, because look at this. The rose bushes, a stroke of genius. No, not to pat myself on the back too much here, but just a little pop of color in there, right? If I free cam on over with all the foliage, looks really nice. And I am super happy with this little area here. I was gonna do like a fishing hut, fishing shack kind of thing, but I don't want to take away from the walls and, you know, go back and free cam like the city itself. I don't want to take away from that too much. And I think that this is like a highly underrated view in my world, especially now. And like you can see bits of the tree poking over, and like just every direction you look, basically, except for maybe like right in there. It's just so beautiful. So I thought, what would go good here? I made this little easel. It's kind of janky, but I wanted to have this like 2 block long, because it almost looks like the sunrise over the lake, even though the sunrise is there. But shh, we won't tell anyone. That'll be our little secret. But yeah, the little artist station, they have like a little flower, they have a brush, and just, you know, to add a little functionality, there is a crafting bench as well, but a fletching table, because I mean, I feel like maybe that could have something to do with like art and stuff. And then obviously to wash off their brush, they have some water up here. But yeah, just a little like naturey, spawn proof, by the way, spawn proof, made sure to spawn proof it, but a very naturey little area looking out at one of my favorite views of the world as a whole. And now we can go ahead and cross off numbers 6 and 7. And the next thing I want to take a look at is the last little section in Lower Midtown. These open mossy areas behind me have been like this for at least a year now, and I have no idea what to put here still yet even. I think I need to walk around and get some inspiration for these. I mean, I feel like I could do some foliage and stuff, especially over here. That could work. Yeah, maybe foliage would be good here, because if we look, I'm going to change some of this stuff in the forest, but it is very like lush. There's a lot of like coral and whatnot, because this is the painted forest after all. So maybe we need some more foliage type stuff. But this area here, I feel like it needs something like, I guess I could do like more flowers. I don't know, maybe it's like a little foliage, but maybe I'll put like a market stall or something, because I was going to have there be like lower markets here, because I have these little market stalls in the middle, but I don't know. Ooh, unless I did like a little wishing well here. Yeah, wishing well could be cool. Okay, so maybe like market stall, wishing well, something along those lines could look really nice. And I have officially finished Lower Midtown, which feels really good to say considering I started this, I don't know, year and a half ago. But this was one of the little areas. I just kind of filled it out with some grass and whatnot. And then I extended the pathway through here instead of having like a big flower field, then just a little flower field. And I think that makes a lot of sense, infrastructure wise, kind of like a little loop-de-loop here. And then, actually, I forgot to change this. Hang on. There we go. I wanted to make that oak fences instead of spruce, so it goes with the oak signs. But yeah, I put this little well here. I guess it's kind of a wishing well. Maybe not exactly what I had in mind, but I'd seen this really cool design on Pinterest a little while ago. And yeah, I just like this a lot. So I think this coupled with all of the extra foliage we just added in here, right? Because if you guys remember, this was all open. All this extra foliage just really ties it all together. And I think adding in like other shops or like stalls, especially where it's kind of already out of the city. I don't know. Like I played around with some ideas, but it felt clunky. And these feel good. They're a little clunky too, honestly. I'd like to change them at some point, but it just... Whoop. Cat fight. Sorry about that, but yeah, it just didn't make sense having too many more stalls down here, at least in my opinion. And then if we move along here, all the way to the other side of Lower Midtown, I wasn't going to do this, but then I walked past it and it just looked so, It was this path that was not finished at all, so I finished it up. Oh, I gotta... There we go. I'll wax them later. But I finished up this pathway. I added in a little bit of grass. I was running low on materials, but I think the azure bluets make nice little pops of color. And then, yeah, this path now wraps here, and you can kind of see the brick breaking and whatnot. And this is our lava farm, which, I mean, honestly, I've been running low on fuel a lot. I should come back here and use it. This side doesn't count. This is not Lower Midtown. I honestly have no idea what's going to go here, so I'm not going to worry about that now. But if I cut back around this way, right, you can either come around here or come up here, which now has a finished pathway and a little dandelion field as well as a peony field. And these pathways connect up nicely and are spawn proof. Awesome. And it isn't working right now, but I do have a resource pack called Flower Clusters that makes these look a lot better. So after this video, I plan to update to 121.11. I think all of my mods are ready to update, so these will look a lot better when we update. But yeah, just imagine they look more full and they're like bunches, more natural growth. And with that out of the way, we can cross off the Lower Midtown goal and get on to something a little more unique, a little more special with about 20 days left in the project. So we're still doing pretty good time-wise, honestly. So I have a goal in my world to eventually collect all kinds of rare mobs, blocks, objects, and make museums and just all kinds of fun little bits around my world. And recently I got inspired from one of Mog Swamp's videos where he builds a blue axolotl lottery, shrine, whatever you want to call it. Regardless, it made me think that I'd like to get the blue axolotl sooner rather than later, and they take a long time, so maybe I should start working on it now. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to build up a fun, secret little area for our blue axolotls, and we're going to build it right in here in these rocks behind me. So, without further ado, let's get started because, well, that clock is still ticking. I just wanted to stop in real quick and show off the actual structure here. So this is the axolotl grotto pond, whatever, basically where we're going to be breeding up our blue axolotl. Now, I do want to mention, I think I mentioned it before, but this is of course inspired by Mog Swamp's recent video, so credit for this idea goes to him, but I just saw it and he really went all out. Mine's not going to be as crazy as his, but I just love the idea, and I was like, what a fun just build. And getting a blue axolotl has been something I've wanted to do for I don't know, since I started this world, right? I want to get like a brown panda and collect all these rare mobs and whatnot. Like when we update after this video, I believe, or after the tour and stuff, I'm going to go and try to get a coral zombie nautilus. So, I love all those like weird, rare things in the game. So I figure having like a little shrine or whatever would be pretty awesome. So I don't want to show you guys what's over there, back there just yet, because this place, it looks cool, right? We got a really cool shape and layout, but we need to get rid of all these torches and we need to add in some foliage. So it'll be spawn proof and it will be safe, and I will not be in the water when you see me next. Alright, you guys, the axolotl grotto, or the axolotl, or the grottolotl. I kind of like grottolotl. Maybe that's what we'll call it, but the grottolotl is done. And you're probably wondering, like, Viper, what are we doing out here, like by the bridge and the farmlands? And we built that wall. I just showed it to you guys, but wait a second. Is that a button I spy? That's right. The entrance to the Axolotl Grotto is inside of our latest bit of terraforming, inside of this little rocky structure here. So if we come inside and we make our way up, there is an ender chest, just for convenience, but it'll kind of reveal itself to us. And oh my goodness, guys, I am so happy with how this turned out. In fact, I just took a screenshot. This might be the thumbnail. Oh, okay, gamma's off. Cool. We want to keep it like that because we get this nice, like, vibey, mood lighting kind of vibe going on here. Yeah, I mean, you saw it before without the foliage, but the foliage just adds so much. And again, this is without my resource pack, making the flowers a little more clustery, so they're going to be less of just like one allium dotted around. They'll be like little groupings of 2 or 3 or 4. So let me go ahead and show you guys around. I mean, obviously we talked a little bit about the foliage, but we have grass, no ferns. I feel like ferns are more of like a colder thing. This is supposed to feel like kind of warm and inviting. So no ferns, just a lot of grass. Got some little buttons dotted around. I guess it's not really foliage, but you get the idea, right? Drip leaf. I use small drip leaf because, I mean, hey, this is a special place. We want to make sure the, blue axolotl graces us with their presence. So, yeah, we're gonna have to give up a good bit, I would imagine. But we also have regular drip leaf. We got some flowering azaleas around here. I like using these little small amethyst buds and cactus flowers as well. Like, they feel very royal, and I think it kind of helps frame the area a little bit better. But that does it on the ground, on the ceiling, and actually our primary source of light in here, because if I toggle this, you can see, yep, everything is spawn proof, and we can ignore that torch. Everything is still spawn proof. I think. Yes. But without that torch, still spawn proof, and we have a ton of glowberries lighting the place up. Couple of spore blossoms. I tried to tuck them away a little bit, at least from over here, because I don't want your eyes to be drawn to it too much. I want to be drawn to that guy there, so we'll talk about in a second. And then there's like hanging roots and hanging pale moss as well, which is, yeah, pretty awesome, pretty nice. Adds just a little bit of variety to the ceiling, which is mostly like pale moss and tough. Which I guess, speaking of, yeah, this, like the area, pale moss, tough primarily, but we have a couple like bands of cobbled deep slate to maybe give it a little more depth, some like intrigue. And then we also have like maybe some highlights around here of acacia and light gray wool, which I've really been enjoying using, especially since I've been getting into terraforming a little bit more. Now, in the middle is a very special place. This is where our blue axolotl will live once we get them. So it is, I'll turn on my camera so you can see a little bit better. There's a diamond block in the middle because, you know, it's blue and it's also shiny. It's expensive. We want them to have nice things. A couple different shades of like blue terracotta, I believe it is, with some glow lichen and, oh, I'm gonna drown, but with some glow lichen and frog lights to light it up. Thinking maybe too, if we want, we can add in some like seagrass and coral or whatnot. I guess it'll depend when we get them, you know, if they feel too lonely in here. But cool little detail, this is being filled up by these 3 separate little channels that I've kind of carved out with these tough stone bricks. And the water itself is coming from the mouth of the axolotl, which I think is so cool. This little face here. I wish I could say I came with this idea, but I did see it, and you know, I've always wanted to do something kind of like the Temple of Notch, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Cool. I dig it. Let's make it very much like worn down and like blend in here, but you can see there's some like basalt, some pale oak logs in there, some deep slate, and then very mossy, like blended in here. Like this has been here for a while, and honestly, we'll probably be here for a while trying to get the blue axolotl. And then right behind the waterfall is something very special. Now, it's not here yet because I wanted to place it with you guys. So, without further ado, I introduce to you guys the new resting place of the dragon egg in our world. That's right, the dragon egg is going to be staying right in here. So it has this like light almost shining down from the heavens through the, you know, underground rock of the grotto, casting its light onto the dragon egg. And I think this is just such a cool spot to put the egg, guys. Like, oh, I really like this. And lore reasons, this is the egg of the one true axolotl, right? The axolotl that'll come and save us one day, or, you know, will grace us with its presence. Maybe that is the blue axolotl in there just waiting to hatch, even though we're going to be trying to breed it. So, you know, you can kind of make up your own lore, but I just think this is such a cool place. Like, this feels very like, could be like an underground part of like a Skyrim dungeon or something, which I love. Like, that's definitely part of the aesthetic I was trying to capture, but it feels a little like safer, a little more peaceful than that, and maybe that this place is sacred to some extent. But we have this little area off to the side here, and this is where I'm going to be doing the blue axolotl breeding for the most part. So this little pool is going to house our axolotls, which I have 4 here, and I've also gone ahead when I had to go out to the desert for something. I think it was acacia. And there's a coral reef right around there. So I got a bunch of tropical fish. So these chests are going to house our tropical fish, our axolotls, and probably our buckets. But yeah, nothing too crazy here. Just some frog lights in the ceiling and some cool stuff with, you know, the basalt, the stone, the tuff, and then a nice little floor pattern in here as well. So we got about 5 or 6 days left maybe we'll be able to get one more build in, but I do want to take a little bit of time now and try to get a blue axolotl, because I think it would be a real shame if I spent all this time building and designing this area and then we didn't like use it at all. And I mean, how cool would it be if we got a blue axolotl before day 3000? I mean, the odds really have to be ever in our favor, like Hunger Games style, but hey, what's the harm in trying? So let's go ahead and get to breeding. Wait a second. Wait. First attempt in the hardcore world to get the blue axolotl. Can we do it? Let's see. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. I really did not think that would be the case. So we didn't quite get the blue axolotl yet, but I have been gathering up some materials, as you can see here, for our next build. But unfortunately, if you look towards the top left of the screen here, we're on day 3000. Yeah, we made it. So that build's gonna have to wait till another episode. But don't click off just yet, because I have a pretty exciting little finale for you guys. One final surprise. And that is that we're doing a little fireworks show. That's right, if you are new around here, every 1,000 days to celebrate surviving, I'll do a little fireworks show. Now, this one, I don't want to hype it up too much. I just kind of used some of my leftover fireworks, and I ran out of gunpowder. So I don't really have time to AFK because, again, day 3000. But I think it should still be pretty cool, and I'd like to set it up here because each time I do it in a different location, kind of themed around what we did that 1,000 or so days. So we're going to be watching from Jasper, the friendly guest, I called him. Yeah, cool little reference. But we're going to be watching the fireworks show from Jasper right over here. So I am going to get to work finishing this up, and then on the evening or the night of 3000 days, we will celebrate and ring in the new 1,000 days together on Jasper. All right, guys, it is time. As you can see, it is day 3000 up in the top left corner there. So it's time. Let's get this show on the road here, and I am excited. I'm nervous though. There's not a whole lot in here, so hopefully this is good. Hopefully we can make it over to Jasper and the whole show won't be over. But got a flashback going just in case. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the show. All right. You know what? Not bad. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. Usually I prepare a lot more fireworks, but like I said, we were a little bit pressed for time. So I'm really glad that we were able to get it done. And let's go ahead and cross this off. There we go. So I didn't clean up the shulker mess. I'll probably do that before the world tour. And there's a couple other little things that I'm going to do. But I guess that gives you guys a little sneak peek as to what's coming next. But with all that said, you guys, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for following around for all 3000 days. Or if you're just new, thank you so much for watching. I hope that you guys will stick around till day 4000. Gonna have a world tour coming out here soon. So if you're interested in what you see behind me, or the rest of the city, the rest of the world around me, be sure to subscribe so you can see that. But without further ado, thank you so very much for watching, and I will see you guys soon. Oh man, it is getting late. Whew, I am exhausted. Oh, oh my god, you made it? You made it to the end of the video? Dude, this is like a 10-hour video. Are you okay? I mean, I didn't even bother to put like the subtitle thingies at the bottom of the screen here. I didn't think anybody would make it this far. Well, thanks. You are crazy, and yeah, I super duper appreciate that. And yeah, maybe if you like this one, somewhere on the screen here, I'll put my journey to like 2,000 days or like the world tour or something. Check it out. If you made it this far, I mean, those ones are shorter. They're definitely going to be shorter than this. I don't think there's a single video on YouTube that's longer than this. So check it out. Oh, and unfortunately, if you made it this far, you do have to subscribe. I don't make the rules. That is actually the law. So yeah. Okay. Bye.